This story starts with our MC waking up after 3 days. He is unable to believe what he is seeing right now, as he has woken up in a novel that he wrote, in a strange phenomenon which is called transmigration, something that only happens in the webtoon world. But much to his shock, it has happened to him as he has transmigrated. He starts checking his appearance along with his chubby belly, but he is still unable to get used to it. No matter how many times he tried to clear his eyes, the text in front of him seemed clear, confirming that he has really transmigrated into this novel's world. And out of everything, he transmigrated into an unfortunate side character, someone who would be executed by his own brother 9 years later. We go back to the first day when he woke up, as he quickly gets up, worrying about his work and asking, "What time is it?" Her maid, who was standing beside him, suddenly starts to apologize frantically. She rubs her head on the ground, asking for forgiveness, calling herself a great sinner. But seeing her, our MC is confused, not knowing who she is. Though he notes that she does not look Korean, but doesn't look exactly like a Westerner either. He hesitantly asks her, "Where is he?" She throws her head on the ground, apologizing for failing to waking him up on time. Not knowing that he's going to wake up early today, she asks him to spare her life, while blaming herself for the fault. Our boy is left shocked and confused at her actions. He worriedly asks her if she is okay, though she fears the incoming domestic violence and shouts loudly, begging him to not hit her. She then just faints, just by our boy getting out of bed, perhaps from his hockey riz. This is what happened to him on his first day, which caused him to be completely shocked. Now on the second day, in the character info panel, he notes that his name is Rasen Maiden and not Cha Minsung. That day, he also met a boy whose name is Hampton, and he seems to be here to record his daily log. Rasen wonders what that means, but Hampton hurries up and apologizes, saying that he will be quick with it. He looks over Hampton writing and remembers what is it now. Apparently, the successors of renowned clans end up having their day closely monitored, and there is a dedicated person for recording the successors' daily activities. This is normal life until they became 14 and commenced the pilgrimage. Hampton freaks out, seeing Rasen standing so close to him like this. In haphazardness, he spills the ink along the notebook and apologizes while saying that he would clean it up right away. Suddenly, Rasen charges up a kick as his body starts to move on its own when he is looking at this dark-skinned boy, But anyways, he lands a kick right on his face, thinking that his body seems to be programmed to do that. On that same day, his memories started flooding in, the memories of Rasen Maiden, which makes him incredibly worried. At the age of 4, he remembers beating up servants using a toy stick, and one of them was our Hampton. At the age of 5, he learned the secret truth behind his birth, as we see him being disgusted at his own mother. Rasen was a child of the patriarch Dekatra and the servant Soso. Because his father had a weak pull-out game, he was born. Rasen really feared his father, but didn't fear Soso at all, as he spits on her face and curses at her. Remembering these memories now causes him great shame, that these are actually his. And when he was 7, he truly had an incredible talent for being a shit stain. There were countless other incidents, which will take him a long time to tell. But after being rowdy at the age of 7, the real big incident happened when he was 8.5 years old. We see him beating up a little girl and making her his punching bag. Rasen, who was an edgelord and a man of equality, ended up beating up Rosalind, an 8-year-old and the only daughter of a renowned martial clan. Due to that, his father deeply regretted not wearing protection that day, as he had to lower his head down and apologize to Grandel's patriarch. And such, before Rasen could turn 9, he ended up being semi-exiled to the secluded Maple Annex. And even early as a few days ago, he was beating up someone over not getting chocolates. Rasen is a character that appeared in the novel that was written by him when he was still in real world, Cha Sungmin. And he also wrote him like a bitch on purpose. However, he never wrote such a detailed backstory and setting for a side character like him. This world isn't one written out entirely by the author, Cha Sungmin, but it's an unwritten world. Therefore, there are events that naturally occurred in this world, and now he has collected most of his memories, though they are all trash. On day 3rd, he had no choice but to accept that he has transmigrated, realizing that it's not a dream, but reality, though he cannot just stay in shock like this. Rasen was the bitch-ass side character of the novel Syed the renowned sword clan, written by Cha Sung-min, but he never wrote stuff like his face or what abilities he had, as he was just a side character who appeared once in a blue moon. Since he didn't have a plan for him, the only thing he decided was his magic combat talent. It was there just in case, but he ended up not using it. And so, that ability might as well not existed to the readers. And in the end, he was executed at the age of 17. Remembering which, he shudders in fear, but he gets his thoughts together, prioritizing survival above everything else for now. Rasen is currently 9 years old, and he still has until 8 years to be killed off, which means he has 8 years to change the future. But the problem is after that, even if he works hard to change the future in 8 years, he would have to face off against the main character, the protagonist of this novel, Kazan Sayed. Maiden is a clan that Kazan is fated to fight. Dekatra, the patriarch of Maiden, ended up accidentally killing the first son of the Sword Clan long ago. Though currently it is complicated and a secret, but the truth becomes uncovered throughout the novel. And the tension reaches a breaking point, and in the end, the two clans even wage war, which came to be known as the War of Sword and Magic. Because of the title of the novel, the said clan is victorious in the end, and the Maiden clan is almost wiped out. As Rasen is looking at the window, the text keeps blinking as he wonders, what should he even do now? Cha Sung-min is the creator of this world. It might be a flimsy world that was written on the side while working full-time for a company. But despite this, he is still the creator, and all the encounters and lucky strokes of the protagonist were created by him. And he even knows the future, so as long as he can make it through properly, it could be like his original life. Perhaps he can make it even better than what he had, as the bathroom of this suite is bigger than the studio he used to live in, which makes him think that it's not bad to live a life of luxury as the youngest son of a wealthy clan. And because the magic combat was not fully fleshed out, Rasen himself doesn't know the extent of his own power. But he is hopefully at least in the realm of geniuses in terms of magic combat, since he has the blood of Maiden family, which is one of the 3 greatest clans in the world. Realizing that he has a silver spoon in his mouth, he starts to think about this positively, except the fact that he is a shit stain and ends up getting his head chopped off at 17. But he can live a life much better than Cha Sung-min in Korea, which is what he makes off it, as 8 years is a long time. Suddenly, he is greeted by a window, a text that he first saw when he transmigrated. It shows that the will of character, Rasen Maiden, has been activated, and the divine eye has also been activated, seeing which he is left shocked, as it's the ability that the protagonist of the story, Sayed of the renowned clan, has. Which makes him question, why did he awaken that ability? Rasen realizes that the word he was seeing were an effect of that ability, though it only makes him more curious as to why does he have that ability, since he is not the main character. But he quickly dismisses the thought, as he threw away the logic as soon as he transmigrated into this world. Sayed, the renowned clan, is a Munchkin novel, in which the main character is overpowered to the point where he could destroy an entire continent. And not just continent, it would not be a Munchkin main character if he couldn't destroy the whole universe. But the real problem is that his power is going to be used to destroy the Maiden family. Rasen then sees a ring forming in front of him, but he is actually not seeing it with his own eyes. It is more like if the divine eye is investigating his body, but from that one ring, he wonders if it's perhaps the first circle. A circle is a mana ring that forms around the heart. It is a vital part of using magic, acting as a battery. And in the setting of the world that Cha Sung-min wrote, even the first circle requires a lot of studying and training, a highly academic field that requires a lot of patience and money. And due to all this, Rasen doesn't think that he could have trained that hard or even had the patience to study that kind of material, nor does he have any memory of doing so. He wonders if it formed by itself, but suddenly, someone knocks on the door, and Rasen remembers that at this time, it should be Heira. She asks if she can enter for a moment, and Rasen allows her to do so. But as she comes in, we see her putting her hand down on the floor, surprising Rasen. We see Heira is actually kneeling down in front of Rasen. Rasen remembers another moment from this, when he told her to kneel when making eye contact with him. Remembering which, Rasen shimmers with disgust and shame about these shitty rules. Suddenly, Rasen notices something and gets shocked. The Divine Eye shows him that Heira's main attribute is assassin, which makes Rasen question, how can a young girl's main attribute be assassination? As he doesn't remember setting anything like that. But Rasen forgot that this novel has a crazy world where power and violence run rampant, just like in a wild jungle. Due to which he realizes that someone has put assassin next to him on purpose, and the fact that they put a young female assassin next to the lowest type of scum. They must be the people who are fighting for succession. And even with having a golden spoon in his mouth, in this crazy world, it would be over if he dies. But he tries to calm himself down and tries to fake a smile, though he clearly cannot keep his composure, as he thinks that Heira might kill him if he gives her an opportunity to do so. From his memories, he wonders if Heira was acting all this time when she cried and looked frightened, which is highly probable. With all this, he assumes that her shaking right now is a real act, which the divine eye of his is telling as well. He clears his throat and calls her out, telling her to get up, and tells her to get him some verdant chocolates, which she questions at first, while in reality, Rasen wants her to get out so he can gather his thoughts. He yells at her, asking if she is questioning him, and she quickly runs, saying she would get them all immediately. We then see her standing right outside of his room, as she apparently felt something from Rasen, which she cannot exactly put into words. It is something strangely different than before about him. It was like this a few days ago, as if the atmosphere around Rasen has changed. Though she cannot say what exactly, but she is sure that something has definitely changed about him. We see Heira start to float in the air, and notes that even though the change is premature, she should perhaps report it to those people. Meanwhile, inside the room, Rasen decides to go over some stuff. Rasen Maton, now him, has been exiled to the Maple Annex. He seems to have been completely pushed out of his father's sight, and out of the line of succession. He believes that he does not have a chance at becoming a successor candidate in the Magic Clan, but in his case, that is a blessing, because the Magic Clan has almost an antagonistic role in fighting the Sword Clan. And for now to survive, he plans to act like a normal human being. And thankfully, as the creator of this novel, he has the power of the main character, and he even knows the future and his fate, also the location of ancient artifacts. So he decides that he must take part in the battle of succession. If he doesn't, he would be known as the trash of Maiden family, though he would only be able to join the battle when he is 10. The Rasen before would have stupidly acted like a bitch after 10 and depart this world at the age of 17. But with him here, he can eat all he wants without worrying about money, travel all over the place, and live a free and luxurious life, unlike before, and for that he just needs to secure his place around the middle and he would be fine. And apparently, he has done this many times before, as it is the Korean military's code of conduct. And with this, he has cleared up how he should act and what he must do in this world to survive. He then gets a message that his divine eye effect has ended due to insufficient mana. And once again, Heira comes knocking on his door, apologizing to him. She worriedly explains that she could not bring back verdant chocolates, because it is really difficult to acquire them. Rasen tells her that it's fine, since he doesn't actually needed the chocolate, but just needed some time. Heira thinks that she misheard, and asks again, but Rasen once again tells her that it's fine, so she should get lost. Rasen is acting like this since for now he still needs to keep up his shit-stain act, but in moderate amount. But what he actually finds creepy is that Heira's footsteps are completely silent. She then once again tries to ask him about verdant chocolates. And this time, Rasen shouts at her to get lost, and she quickly leaves while telling him to have a nice day. Heira gets all concerned hearing what Rasen just told her, as she fidgets around, contemplating. But she remembers what Rasen told her, though she is unable to believe it, as he was supposed to be someone who would go crazy for chocolate. Hence, she decides to observe him a bit more. Then she would decide to report it or not. Now, fast forward to a week later, outside the annex, he tells Hampton to get ready. Hampton gets confused hearing that, and Rasen explains that they will be going to the training annex. Hampton is stunned at first, but quickly runs away to make an appointment after Rasen yells at him. Rasen apparently had many thoughts throughout the week, but he roughly sorted all of them out. Firstly, to survive, he needed to join the succession battle and act like a decent human being. Secondly, he must train very hard while acting decently. And lastly, he must survive at any cost and become independent. And to do all that, there is something critical that he has to confirm, which are the first circle, magic combat, and divine eye that Rasen has. As the day has finally come to test his abilities out, Hampton quickly starts running to the training center, saying that the young master has changed. He thinks the fact that he got bruised up because Rasen beat him isn't something to be angry about, but instead something he should feel sorry for. Blaming himself that it happened because he couldn't serve him properly, and because of this, he is quite excited and surprised that Rasen wants to go to the training annex. We go back a bit, as Rasen is asking Hampton about the training annex, while his divine eye shows that Hampton is a poison user, and due to having these types of people by his side, he calls it a complete shit show. He shudders, wondering when did Hampton start learning poison, and fears for his life that he might be looking for a chance to come after him. Apparently, every succession candidate of the Magic Clan is assigned a well-trained aide. They are trained and brainwashed from childhood to assist their candidate, and they devote their entire lives and loyalty to them. And the shadow of the seventh son is Hampton, which surprises Rasen that despite being a trash, he still got a shadow. But in the end, Hampton is simply a well-trained servant of the Maiden clan. We then see Rasen arriving at the training annex, and Hampton is quite happy, thinking that Rasen is here to train. But he still wonders what caused Rasen to change so suddenly. Though, he is not afraid that Rasen will cause trouble or anything. He shares his feelings, that it makes him sad when Rasen's actions cause him to be looked down by others. Hence for now, he decides to believe in his young master. Back to Rasen, who upon seeing a modern building in a fantasy setting, realizes that he was quite lazy with the settings. But at least it's convenient and familiar thanks to that. We then see a guy wearing black robe come out, greeting Rasen. He introduces himself as Noah, who is the administrator of the Leaf Annex. Rasen politely greets him back as well, and he bows to Rasen, calling it an honor. But he is actually quite pissed at Rasen, as in the past, Rasen slapped him for not bowing respectfully, and yet he doesn't remember him. Rasen notes that the divine eye is not working on him, so he assumes that he must be far stronger than him, though it is to be expected of an administrator. As such, Rasen thinks to treat him well and not be a bitch. He asks Noah if there are any monsters he can fight because he wants to train. Noah is left surprised hearing that, and Rasen asks for some recommendations to fight, suitable for his age. Noah asks for his age, and Rasen replies, it's 9. But Noah actually knows it well, as he has been counting the exact time down to seconds from the day he humiliated him. So, he wonders what can he do to mess with him, but in a legal way, something that no one can blame him for. Suddenly, he gets an idea, and tells Rasen that the 6th master successfully hunted a mushroom monster at the age of 9. Rasen also remembers doing the settings for it. As such, he agrees to fight it, and Noah goes on to prepare it right away. Noah excitedly tells him that he will go and set the field to Mushroom Forest, which will take him about 3 minutes. And seeing his behavior, Rasen wonders, why is he so excited? Rasen knows that the mushroom monster is not that hard to hunt, which makes it not surprising that the 6th young master managed to hunt it at the age of 9. So for the 3 minutes, he decides to focus, and we see the first ring in his heart. He then starts to recall his talent, and is in a state where he self-awoke how to use magic because he has inherited the blood of a magic clan. As the preparations complete, Noah calls out to Rasen to follow him. Now, in the magically manifested mushroom forest, Rasen encounters a shadowy figure, which is the mushroom monster. We see the mushroom monster shouting, and Noah telling Rasen that their weak point is their body. And because it is a fungus-type monster, he is weak against fire. Though as Rasen has not seen a mushroom monster, he assumes that it's that, and calls it gross when it starts moving. But regardless, he gets ready to hunt it and charges up mana on his fist. But as he is about to attack, a message appears, informing him that the will of the body has been verified, and the combat magic imprinted on the body has awoken. Suddenly, the mana ring seems to expand, and Rasen's eyes starts to show a bright light. Noah is also observing him, while thinking that he used to be a famous magician in the Dorothy region before he joined Maiden family. Despite his appearance, he used to get called genius back home. Yet he got bitch slapped by Maiden. He remembers the interaction, as Rasen slapped him for bowing with only 82 degrees. He was humiliated because he didn't exactly bow down to 90 degrees, but specifically only 82 degrees. He excitedly claims that he is going to humiliate Rasen today, as he has upgraded the mushroom monsters to the highest level. The monster then leaps to attack, with Noah claiming that the magic combat ability that Rasen possesses is lowly within the magic clan. And with his non-elemental combat, he would never be able to hurt the mushroom monster. Rasen also moves to attack the mushroom, as Noah claims that his attack towards him is now complete. But suddenly, something surprising happens. We see Rasen charging up his attack and easily taking down the mushroom monster in one single blow. Seeing which, Noah is left completely flabbergasted. As the monster is defeated, Rasen claims that it was nothing, and right then a message appears, informing him that beginner level of combat magic has been fully imprinted on him. And due to this, Rasen feels the blood in his heart boil. He also gets the weight utilization on his mana circle, as we see him glowing with mana, while he wonders, what is this power? Noah is left shocked upon seeing Rasen's power. It gets him wondering if he is really purely using magic combat. As magic combat is magic that is accompanied by destructive power, mushroom monster are resistant to that physical destructive power, yet Rasen overcame that easily, which should have been impossible. Noah contacts Rasen, telling him that he doesn't think mushroom monsters can be used as his training dummies, which Rasen agrees with. Seeing all this, Noah freaks out, wondering just what happened in the last year that he missed. Noah tells Rasen that he is thinking to raise the difficulty a bit. Rasen asks by how much. It would be troublesome if it's too much, as he has barely any mana left, and Noah replies that it's going to be a red mushroom monster. They are similar to mushroom monsters, but are very fast and strong. And if they're not killed fast enough, they also multiply. Noah realizes that he needs to put his personal feelings aside and have to get information for the report. As such, he tells Rasen that he will end the training if it gets too dangerous, though Rasen doesn't remember setting up anything like a red mushroom monster. But he assumes that it's probably a monster derived from the original settings and agrees to hunt it. Noah then spawns the monster, and we see it's a Chinese-looking mushroom with red hat. Seeing it, Rasen doesn't see any difference from the previous one, except the color. But much to his shock, the monster is incredibly fast, as Rasen barely dodges his attack. The mushroom then goes on to explode behind him and immediately comes back for a second attempt to hit Rasen, but Rasen is able to dodge the attack once more. Despite being this strong and fast, Rasen notes that it doesn't look threatening at all. The monster again attacks him, and this time Rasen is able to block him directly. Seeing him block his attack like that shocks Noah. Fighting the monster, Rasen has realized something. Its attack pattern is quite simple. As such, Rasen catches and grabs the monster and uses beginner combat magic, weight utilization, but realizes that he has no mana left. Though despite it, he is still able to punch it away, noting that it felt as if the time slowed down for a moment there, and thanks to which he was able to defeat it. And now a message pops, saying it's the first time he has used all of the mana in his body, due to which his divine eye will be deactivated. He decides to look into what happens after his mana accumulates again. Hampton, who is serving tea to Noah, is shocked seeing how Rasen fought, and wonders if he gained strength in private. Noah, in shock, asks Hampton if Rasen's 10th birthday has already passed, and Hampton replies it would be next year. Noah gets nervous, wondering, how the hell is Rasen this strong despite not even passing his 10th birthday yet? Rasen arrives back from the field, as Hampton is surprised to see that Rasen also has a mana circle, noting that first circle cannot be obtained without any effort. He gets teary thinking that Rasen was actually training in secret. He quickly hugs Rasen, while Rasen pushes him away, thinking that he might have made a huge mistake, as he still has not figured out how this world works. It would be troublesome for him if he stands out too much. He suddenly falls, thinking that he first needs to do some acting. Both Noah and Hampton gets worried, as Noah tells Hampton to call the healing magician on the second floor. On the second floor, the healer seems to be sleeping on his desk, but Hampton arrives and quickly shouts, asking if he is the healer. He gets surprised and wakes up. Hampton informs him that the 7th young master is injured. The healer notes that it's indeed a problem, but confusedly asks if he is talking about the 6th young master, but Hampton once again confirms that it's indeed the 7th. The healer thought that Hampton was 6th master's assistant, but Hampton corrects him that he is 7th young master's assistant. The healer is quite shocked knowing that 7th young master is really here, and asks Hampton what that dropkick is doing here. But when Hampton reveals that he defeated a mushroom monster, but also took a fatal blow. The healer is left shocked and asks, "How?" And Hampton replies, "With his magic combat." We then see Rasen laying on his bed and acting unconscious. Seeing this, the healer notes that it would be hard to solve if his body is broken due to the side effects of magic combat. So, he decides to simply pretend doing something and then send him to a high-rank magician. Since they are better magicians in the main building, he can simply pass the responsibility to them. He uses his healing magic into Mana's arms on Rasen. Not seeing any immediate response, he thinks that he expected it to not work anyways. He starts to tremble while thinking to finish it quickly and send Rasen to the main building. But much to his shock, Rasen opens his eyes and gets up. The healer wonders if his magic abilities improve, but realizes that he didn't fix this. It's more reasonable that Rasen actually recovered by himself. Rasen then speaks up and thanks them, but they all think they misheard. Rasen repeats and thanks them again, which greatly shocks all of them. Now fast forward, we see someone holding verdant chocolate, and we see it's Heira, who seems to have managed to acquire verdant chocolates. Though she seems quite tired and gasping for air, but she apologizes to Rasen for bringing only 2 instead of 3 that he asked, and promises that she will try to find some more again. But Rasen tells her that it's fine. She can leave them there, which once again surprises her. Meanwhile, Rasen is wanting her to go and rest as she doesn't look too good, and he also wants her to stop bothering him, though he tells her that he is quite tired from training, so she should stop bothering him and leave. She follows his order and leaves while telling him to rest well. In the kitchen, Heira confirms with Hampton if it's really true that Rasen went to train, and Hampton confirms it as well, but Heira still is unable to believe it. Meanwhile, inside the room, Rasen notes that while he doesn't like chocolates much, this one seems different, as it melts immediately upon entering his mouth, and the sweetness soon becomes warmth, and it feels as if his body is being covered in a fluffy blanket. But suddenly, he questions what if this is not just some kind of feeling. As such, he activates his divine eye and notes that the effects of the chocolates are spreading throughout his whole body. We see the chocolate is actually granting him mana, and Rasen finally realizes that this was the reason this body has gathered this much mana. Now he feels as if his character is more developed as the different random probabilities are slowly being connected. Though, he still finds it surprising that eating chocolate would give him mana. As in order to absorb mana, magicians have to travel to locations with abundant mana, and they go through hell to try to absorb a morsel of that mana. With this, Rasen assumes that this body has a special constitution that he didn't left in his settings, which must be why it was presented as a fragment of incomplete plausibility. But with this free mana, there is also a side effect of getting fat. He then remembers the feeling he got when he was fighting the red mushroom. As such, he tries to reimagine the situation. And when he does so, a new attribute, Slow the Flow, gets activated. But suddenly, he gets a knock on his door by Heira, and he tells her that he doesn't need anything else today, but Heira tells him that a guest has come to visit, though Rasen asks her to tell them to go away. But the guest seemingly walks in, while remarking Rasen's rude way of speaking to his elder brother. We see it's his elder brother, Carlton Maiden, who asks Rasen if he wants to get beaten up, since he is not standing up, neither showing any manners. Rasen gets worried seeing him, as he remembers from the memory that he is someone whom Rasen was afraid of. He then goes on and bows to him, while Carlton calls him a good-for-nothing for doing everything slow like an idiot. Carlton then asks him, what is he waiting for, but Rasen doesn't get what he means. Carlton suddenly lifts his stick, asking him if he is not going to kneel and crawl like a bug. But Rasen's new ability, Slow the Flow, gets activated, and he realizes that it's the same feeling from when he fought that monster, and he realizes what he needs to do now, which is not get hit by an extra like the 6th young master. He also sees it as an opportunity to gauge his strength and see how good his skills are objectively. As such, he easily deflects Carlton's staff with a single motion from back of his hand. In surprise, Carlton asks, what did he just do? And Rasen replies that he simply invoked his right to defend himself. Carlton gets quite pissed hearing that, and asks Rasen to say that shit again. Rasen plays with him by saying that word back literally as it is, which gets Carlton even more pissed, as he finally yells at him and calls him a bug-like bitch. Carlton activates his magic and gets ready to kill him, and Rasen notes that he also has a ring around his heart. Carlston activates and prepares to use water magic. Meanwhile, Rasen observes that the water rings are created near both sides of his face and another by his chest, and it would get tricky to deal with if they form completely. As such, Rasen quickly dodges his attack and appears right behind him. He also nullifies his water rings and punches him right in the gut. It causes Carlston to cough blood and kneel down. Rasen gets worried seeing his state, as he thought he controlled his strength enough, and he asks Hampton to call a healer. He wonders if it happened that before the magic was properly formed, the interrupted mana exploded within his own body. Hampton arrives, asking what happened, and Rasen orders him to get a healer quickly, and he immediately rushes to do so. But Rasen thinks that he did beat up his brother a bit too much. But besides that, he thinks that he has discovered the most efficient way of facing a magician, and his first goal is to survive until 17, to which he can see the path a bit now. Now on the next day, Heira is surprised to know what Rasen did to Carlston, though she is unable to believe it at first, denying that it could ever happen, but Hampton confirms it, that it does makes no sense, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. He asks Heira if he can start speaking more honestly to her. Heira asks if he is going to tell her that he is a shadow, hearing which, Hampton is quite surprised, as it's supposed to be a secret. She informs him that besides Rasen, everyone already knows it. Hampton replies that he also doesn't think she is some normal maid, as her footsteps are abnormally light, and her movements are incredibly secretive. Heira smiles and replies, it's another thing everyone knows besides Rasen. Hampton then asks Heira if she still thinks that Rasen is a lazy bitch. But Heira asks him to keep on talking and express his opinions. Hampton replies that he thinks with his 10th birthday coming up, he is finally starting to make his move. Meanwhile, we see Rasen is standing outside some huge building and is in quite awe at its sight, and this is apparently the Starlight Library, where he would learn mana manipulation. Noting its sheer size, he comments that it's more of size of a shopping mall than a library, and he is actually impressed that Rasen has never been to such a place. As he walks inside, he sees an insane amount of books and wonders if this library continues like this up to the 3rd floor. Right as he is wondering how many books are here, someone replies that there are 200,000 books here. Rasen looks around, wondering where did that voice came from, and we see a woman is floating in the air as Rasen asks her identity, and she replies that she is the librarian of Starlight Library, Evian. Back to Heira and Hampton, as Heira asks if Hampton thinks that he has been preparing for his 10th birthday, a dropkick like him. Was he really hiding his true nature? As to Heira, it doesn't make any sense, but Hampton tells her that he has been hiding his strength for 10 years on purpose, and Heira thinks that he is quite amazing to believe such a thing. Hampton informs her that he clearly saw him already complete the first circle, and if she really thinks that it could be achieved in just a couple of days. He asks her to think about it, as the 7th young master has never been discussed as a succession candidate because of his behavior so far, which Heira agrees with. And since she was the only one who was observing him, it would have been very comfortable for him. So he assumes that Rasen purposefully lowered himself and hid his true abilities. But Heira still doesn't believe it, as his talent is also limited to magic combat. But Hampton is quite sure about his assumption, and Heira asks him, why is that? He replies, it's because he is his shadow, and he is sure that Rasen showed him the future. And since they both share the same fate of being discarded upon Rasen's death, he suggests Heira to cooperate with him instead, but Heira interrupts him in between. She stands up while saying that if Rasen were to visit the library anytime soon, she would then think about it, as she has heard that every member of the Maton clan must study in the library in order to prepare for the Battle of Succession, which is where he would be going to strategize as well. Now back to Rasen, who doesn't seem to remember Evian at all, but his divine eye shows him her character info, and her name as Larvian, which he is shocked to know. She politely greets Rasen, saying that it's her honor to meet the rumored young master, and Rasen is quite amazed seeing her here, as he didn't expected that. She isn't someone who directly clashed with the protagonist, Kazan said, but she is the highest-ranking magician who appeared in a few important events, as we see many soldiers lunging on her, while shouting that they are killing the witch. And notable, She is the monstrous magician who slaughtered Revedon's tyrannic lord and his knights, and also froze up the entire of Revedon's castle. She will be later known as a near disaster in and of herself in the North Sea War that will break out in the future. Though she is currently supposed to be a wanted person, but she is working as a librarian in the Maiden clan, which is probably why nobody has managed to find her. The Magic Clan, Maiden's library, is the holy place of magicians, because originals and transcripts of all the grimoires from over the world are sleeping here. And every librarian managing this place is a magician of the highest rank. Librarian have the right to manage and read every single book in the library as well. But Rasen questions, why did it have to be her, as the librarian, the legendary which rumored to freeze one to death upon eye contact? She asks Rasen to wait on the table on second floor, and she would prepare some tea for him. She asks him for his preference, and if he likes black tea, which he agrees with despite not liking black tea. She suddenly disappears and goes on to prepare it right away, while Rasen thinks that this world is too dangerous, no matter how much he thinks about it, and he is glad that he didn't visited the library before, because he cannot imagine how she would have acted if he drop-kicked her, if he visited before Transmigration. Fast forward at the table, she asks Rasen, what kind of book is he looking for? He replies, it would like one related to mana cultivation, and she asks what kind of mana cultivation book. He asks her for the most basic one, the fundamentals, though she questions if it isn't unnecessary for him, as someone from the Maiden family. He replies that one have to be careful when leaping, and she doesn't understand him. Though, regardless, she uses search magic to get him the book. And we see a book floats and comes right to his desk. He then tells her that she can leave now, and she disappears, while wishing him for a clear-headed contemplation. Rasen starts reading that mana is designating all kinds of energy in nature. One has to accumulate mana in their heart and create a circle in order to become a magician. And soon enough, he sees some equations on it, such as Largo's 8 equation theorem and Prado's 7th mathematical formula, which are required to this. But reading all this, he gets tired, wondering how are these fundamentals, and he deems it impossible for a modern person to learn magic on their own, as it's something completely incomprehensible to him. But just then, he suddenly gets an idea. He activates his divine eye to read, though he used it just in case, it actually analyzed it. Even though he cannot read it himself, it looks like a computer screen. As such, he labels it as a monstrous ability, though the problem is the fact there is someone who can use this ability way better than he can. We see the analysis completes up to 22%, but then his divine eye gets deactivated due to insufficient mana. Rasen wonders if it means that he would understand the book upon reaching 100%, which makes his highest priority to solve the mana issue. And so, he closes the book and decides to end for today. As he gets back to the annex, Hampton greets him and informs him that Lady Soso has visited him from the Maple Annex. At first he is confused, but is shocked upon noticing her. As we see Rasen's mother is standing around, waiting for him. He wonders what kind of crazy cliché is this and questions why did his mom appear at this point of time. The Cha Sung-min of Korea always missed his mother because he was unable to see her as a child. His mom died of cancer when he was just a child, as he begged her to not leave him. He also used to get bullied due to not having a mother in school as well. And Cha Sung-min had lots of internal struggles since then. And yet, he is quite shocked, seeing that she looks so similar to his own mother from Korea. With his divine eye, he also notices that she has early symptoms of azure spotting, which shocks him. Fast forward, we see Heira is serving them tea, as they both sit at the table. Rasen seems quite anxious, as he remembers his memories of berating his mother, wondering how could he say such things to her. But he finally speaks up and calls her out as mother. Hearing that word come out of Rasen's mouth seems to have made her a bit surprised. Rasen tells her that he doesn't know where to start, and meanwhile, Heira is standing behind them and wondering if Rasen was really not a complete shitstain and was simply acting all along. And if it was really a part of his plans for the succession battle, there isn't any other reason to merely spectate for him. We then see Rasen apologizing for his past actions to Soso, and hearing which, she is quite shocked. Rasen continues that he doesn't know if she would believe him, but he has grew up a bit, and the him back then wasn't real. His mother picks up her cup of tea and asks, "Is that so?" Time passed as Rasen told and apologized to her about everything, and his mother simply lowered her head and listened to his words. And he could hear the reason in his mother's cracked voice. His mother then gets up and starts to leave while saying that she has work which she is behind on, but Rasen knows that since she is no longer a servant, she doesn't really have much work. He also remembers that the azure dots is a disease that Cha Minsung wrote. It's a mysterious disease where 3 blue dots appear on your chest, and there is no known treatment. It becomes impossible to treat when there are 3 dots, but right now Soso only has 1. We then see Soso standing outside the room and wondering if can't she stop crying on such a joyous day, as her one and only son finally called her mother for the first time. Rasen then calls her out from behind the door, asking if she is okay with sharing 1 hour once a day for him, and he would prepare carrot and vine tea from Chapelian mountain range so they can drink tea together every day at this hour. And his mother agrees to do so. He watches her leave from the window, and he knows that while the carrot and vine tea is not a commonly consumed tea, but if you drink it regularly over a month, it can cure the azure dots. And no matter how bad of a son he might have been, a mother is still a mother, as she still hasn't given up on Rasen, as Rasen wishes her to not be sick. Now at night, Soso wonders if what happened today was a dream. And if it's not a dream, what could it be? As Rasen changed right before his 10th birthday, it's almost like a different person. We see her asking someone if they're listening to her from there. She tells them that she's going to drink tea with Rasen every day, and she thinks that he has changed a lot, so much that it's confusing. But she finds it weird that despite this, she's incredibly happy. And we see the candle's flame start to twitch. Now fast forward to the next day. Rasen calls out to Heira to tell her something important. She wonders if he has discovered her identity or if he is testing her. Or perhaps he would give her an assassination order. But Rasen says, "Verdant chocolates," hearing which she is surprised at first. He orders her to get as many of the highest quality that she can. Heira gets disappointed at her naivety, but Rasen tells her that there is one more thing. She gets happy thinking that he must have saved really important talk for the last, but he orders her to get him some candies from Rudin Bakery. And she once again gets disappointed. Now an hour later, Rasen is quite surprised. But it is as he thought, that the power of money is incredible, as one chocolate is about 20,000 grang, which is equivalent to $200, and there are at least 100 of them here. And a maid bought him over $20,000 worth of chocolate in an hour from a single order. As such, he realizes that he has to make most of this money and authority. He notes that the most expensive verdant chocolate goes for 30,000 grang each, and the cheapest one goes for 10,000 grang each. The difference is how much mana he can consume, and that he can also consume mana from the candies from Rudin Bakery. With this, he comes to a conclusion that there is a common ingredient between the chocolate and the candy. He then calls out to Hampton and orders him to bring the baker from Rudin Bakery. Now fast forward to 30 minutes later, the baker is here. He trembles in fear, wondering why was he called, and if he found something strange in his food. He knows that Rasen is an insane kid who even beat up the only daughter of a renowned martial clan, so he could easily kill someone like him as well. Fearing for his life, the baker prays to God that nothing happens, and as Rasen speaks up, he freaks out. Rasen asks him what did he put in the candy, and asks him to tell him everything without leaving a single thing out. The baker kneels down, apologizing for his mistake, and Rasen tells him that it's not it, and he just wants to know the recipe. The baker explains it has sugar from Dorothy region, 1,000-year herb powder, and corn syrup. Rasen confirms if that's all, and he replies he promises that it's all. And with this, Rasen figures out the ingredient, which is the 1,000-year herb, and he can absorb mana if he eats that. Now we switch scenes to the training annex, where Noah is annoyed by people coming to him, asking about Rasen. And he only has 2 things to say. One is that he defeated mushroom monsters with magic combat, and that he recovered from the side effects of magic combat with Mana's Embrace spell. Suddenly, the healer barges in, asking Noah if he has heard the news, that the 7th young master has beaten up the 6th young master, and it caused an uproar because how much he pummeled him. Noah gets shocked hearing that. and calls Rasen a complete nutjob. Noah wonders when could have Rasen accumulate that much strength, even if it's magic combat which happens to develop fast. The healer comments that it's going to be Carlston's 10th birthday soon, so he perhaps put in some effort in Rasen to show off his presence. Which means that Rasen defeated him before Carlson's even activated his mana properly, which doesn't make sense at all to Noah. He notes that magicians aren't that fast. To supplement that, magicians use movement like magic blink. But a 9-year-old like Rasen cannot do that. And the healer comments that he never knew that Rasen could have that much skill, but Noah says that even if the magic combat's initial growth is fast, it's obvious that there would be a limit. As with magic combat, not only it's not possible to surpass Grandel of the Martial Clan, but it also interferes with the activation of other elemental magic. It's an abandoned magic that no one learns. But Rasen still learned that, even though he should know about it, which makes Noah questions on why would he commit such mistake, the healer assumes that it's probably due to him being immature. Noah also considers it a possibility, but thinks that it's not that. The healer then tells Noah that he is thinking too much about it. But they both agree that his 10th birthday is going to be interesting. Back to Rasen, who seems to be munching on 1,000-year-old herb, and he observes that he is able to consume mana with it. Not only that, there is also barely any calories. As because of the verdant chocolates that Rasen has been eating nearly for 10 years, there is mana condensed in the fats of this body. And if that mana accumulates in the heart, heat and energy will also be produced. It would have a burning effect on fat. And if his mana increases, his divine eye can be activated for longer. With that, if he learned mana cultivation, he can grow much more efficiently. Now fast forward to 3 days later. Rasen has finally analyzed the book fully. He then gets another notification, which starts revealing a hidden page. As Rasen wonders, what is this? The book flips by itself, and it shows a book written by great sage Alberto. Rasen notes that if he wants to know what it is, he would have to go to the library again, but he finds Evian quite scary. Though he doesn't want to get involved with the eye switch, he have no choice but to do this. Meanwhile, we see Heira is observing Rasen while hanging upside down from the ceiling. Rasen arrives at the library again and notes that it's feeling a bit chilly inside the library and tries to find Evian. And she suddenly appears and shocks Rasen. She asks if he has finished reading that book. He replies he has, and Evian comments that he reads quite fast, to which Rasen says it's because it's quite basic. She then throws the book back without even looking, and Rasen is quite amazed at her using magic without even chanting. Evian then asks if there are any other books that he is looking for, and he asks about the 77th book of the Great Sage, Basics of Magic, Easy Mana Cultivation. She replies that it's in the library, and Rasen asks her to give him that. But she informs him that the book is classified as B rank because its content isn't interpretable or informative, but Rasen tells her that it's fine as he is just going to read it for fun. She suddenly starts sniffing and gets close to Rasen. Rasen is quite shocked and wonders what is happening. He gets the feeling almost as if a predator is sniffing its prey. Evian tells Rasen that there seems to be a nice scent on him. Rasen realizes what could she be talking about and takes out the verdant chocolate and asks her if she is talking about this. He asks her if she would like to have it, and she grabs it while replying that she doesn't. Though regardless, she takes it and cites that if he wants to give it to her, she would accept it, and Rasen is left confused at this interaction, as he cannot remember any setting like that. He notes that something feels off, almost as if there is a bug in the original setting, and he tries to think what it could be. Rasen then starts to leave, as he got his book, though considering the timing, he thinks to say something flattering to her. As such, he tells her that there is a lot of chocolate at the annex, so she can come by time to time. He would tell Heira in advance to give her some to her. Hearing which, Evian is taken back a bit. They both wave goodbyes at each other, and Rasen hopes that she wouldn't actually come, as they were simply empty words, a feigned greeting. Back at the annex, we see Rasen is able to analyze the book by 42%. He notes that there is not much information than he expected, and this book is full of words that don't make any sense either. Now we switch scene to an open ground and see Hampton and Heira watching over Rasen training. Hampton notes that Rasen seems much busy nowadays, and he even went to the annex and library. Heira comments that it's not just a simple jog, and Hampton asks her, "What is it then?" Suddenly, Evian arrives from behind and tells them that it's the process of melting the mana condensed in his body by body utilization. Heira gets shocked seeing her and notes that she couldn't even sense her presence. Hampton asks her if she is here to go the Maple Annex, and she replies she is. He then asks if he should tell the young master, but Evian tells Hampton that it's fine. Hampton wonders why is she going to the Annex, as a librarian should be a highest-ranked magician. He wonders if she is here to assess Rasen's growth or perhaps to help him in Succession War, but disregards it, as librarians are supposed to be neutral. Evian comments that Rasen looks different from the rumors she heard. Heira then takes out a chocolate and tells Evian that Rasen ordered her to give this if she ever came here. Evian doesn't say anything, and Heira says that she didn't think that someone like her would like chocolate, and she is only giving her this due to what Rasen said, meanwhile thinking that when you gift someone, their rank should also be considered. And someone like Evian, who is a librarian, it could be considered an insult. But she accepts the chocolate while citing that she cannot just ignore Rasen's sincerity. Heira looks over to Evian and wonders what was Rasen thinking when he ordered her to give chocolate to Evian, and questions what kind of relationship do they have. Now 3 days later, Rasen has finally analyzed the basics of magic, easy mana cultivation, and it gets imprinted onto his heart. He smirks, thinking that he finally mastered easy mana cultivation. But suddenly, something happens inside his body, and he falls to his knees. He notes that his mana is overflowing, and if he doesn't read the flow properly, his heart will explode. Rasen realizes that he needs to read the flow with his divine eye, and that it's a world where one can die if they don't analyze the book properly. But since his mana is still fine, he begins to focus. Now fast forward and it gets evening, and we see Rasen is back to normal. He gets a message that due to effects of easy mana cultivation, settings that couldn't be seen are now visible. And with this, Rasen thinks that he should be able to understand why he felt something weird related to plausibility from Evian. In her character settings, we see that she likes chocolates, and Rasen remembers. It was back when he babysat his friend's son. His kid scribbled some settings in his book, which is why Evian likes chocolates, and so he finally understands her strange actions. Suddenly, someone tells Rasen that focusing isn't going to do him much good, and Rasen notes that he is surrounded by fire and wonders what is going on. But he notes that the fire isn't hot and sees a shadowy figure in it, wondering, who is there? The red-haired girl calls him Pig, and we see it's her elder sister, Persia Maiden, who asks Rasen, why is he pretending to focus? Does he have a death wish? Rasen remembers her as an insane magician with 3 attributes, as he wonders, why is she here? She starts to get turned on while thinking to cut Rasen, as she cannot hold herself back, while Rasen notes that she has quite sick hobbies. Persia again asks Rasen, why was he pretending to focus? And right when he was almost about to apologize, he stops himself. Since Persia hates weak and pathetic people, if he apologized now, she's going to cut off his arms and legs. As so, he realizes that it's some sort of test from Persia. Rasen replies that he wasn't simply pretending to focus, and Persia asks, what was that? Despite saying something on his own, Rasen is still terrified, but he decides to roll with it regardless and tells Persia that he doubts her abilities are that lacking. She tells Rasen to keep on yapping, and Rasen continues that he is sure that she was aware that he was actually focusing. And what she said makes him think that she wanted to know if he would apologize falsely or not. Hearing all this, she bursts out laughing, and Rasen wonders if it worked. She is actually surprised that the rumors about him having changed were true. And Rasen replies that he is simply starting to shape up as a person, and Persia asks if it isn't too late for that. He replies that when you think it's too late, that is the time you can do it the fastest. Suddenly, a huge fire snake appears in front of Rasen, and we see it's Persia's who tells Rasen that when he thinks it's too late, it is too late. The fire snake grabs Rasen, and he tells her that he knows very well that he cannot become the patriarch, as he knows his caliber. But he can help the one who would become the patriarch. Persia feels better hearing this and tells Rasen to go on. He continues that he can at least be a small variable, but Persia asks if there is even use for a trash like him. And Rasen replies it depends on the abilities of the one using him, It's like how a single pen can change the world. She then questions on whose variable does he wishes to be, and Rasen realizes that she is asking who he is going to back. He replies that he doesn't know his older brothers or sisters very well, so he also doesn't know who would become the patriarch. But Rasen knows that the one would become the next patriarch is Evelia, the last archmage. But he tells Persia that he knows she is afraid of their second oldest sister. She gets pissed as the snake gets agitated as well, and Rasen notes that the fire has gotten hotter, almost as if he is burning alive. Persia tells him that she heard him out because he was cute, yet he is spouting such nonsense. But Rasen tells her that he knows she hates lies as well, and that she despises pathetic submission more than being told the hard truth to her face, and he doesn't want to be remembered as her pathetic youngest brother. The flames disappear, as Rasen tells her that he may submit to her honor, but not to her strength. He also hopes that she will forgive him as he spoke the truth. But she calls him a dumbass, and we see she has some kind of glowing blue ball in her hand. She then hits him in the gut with it directly, as he coughs spit. Rasen feels as if he was hit by a bowling ball, though he is shocked to know that it was just an apple. His beginner combat magic protected his heart from high-level magic, and he gets a new ability as well, resolute willpower, as he is surprised that he got a skill just from getting hit by an apple. Meanwhile, Persia tells Rasen to scarf it down, but he doesn't get it. She leaves while telling him to eat the apple, as she found it on the way here, and Rasen is a bit confused about it. With his divine eye, he notes that it's cardio a mana elixir. Looking at this, Rasen thinks that he is sure it's only possible because he is the youngest son of the Maiden clan. And the protagonist is showered with so much luck that having a cardia is nothing to him, though it would be better if he doesn't compare himself to him. Now back in Persia's room, she calls Rasen a cute kid for being able to make the first circle by himself at the age of 9. And if he really pretended to be an idiot all this time, he is really a sly snake. She taps on her desk while claiming that she needs people like him to fight against her second sister. A coward that gets consumed by fear, but also knows how to hide himself. Yet there is no chance of becoming a patriarch, since his potential is limited. She calls him a pretty good pawn, but one that cannot become the patriarch. She then calls upon her shadow, Sando, and orders her to continue spreading rumors that Rasen is an idiot, so no one would swipe him away from her. And if she can, she should also try to stop him from meeting other siblings. But she shouldn't be obvious, and now, Persia wonders if Rasen would actually eat the cardia. And due to that, she tells Sando to keep a close eye on him, as it would be bad if he chokes or something while eating it, and Sando comments that she must have taken a liking to him. Persia replies that it would be annoying if people say that she killed him, and it would be more interesting if he doesn't eat it, as he would be a dumbass that cannot even eat something served on a platter to him, so she would have the right to cut off an arm or a leg. Back to Rasen, who upon looking at the Karitan, noticed that it could cause death upon excessive consumption, and that an ice magician could provide him with great help. Rasen doesn't know what a good amount to consume it would be, though he wonders, why would Persia give it to him? Perhaps is it to say they are even. But he disregards that, as the third young lady is not that kind of person. It's probably out of her curiosity, or just because she felt like it, but if he absorbs it properly and grow, she would try to use him. But he doesn't know if she would keep him around or toss him after using him. But on the other hand, she would cut off an arm or leg if he doesn't eat it, so he has to go through it. But he notes that he would be needing help of an ice magician at that. From that, Evian comes to his mind, thinking that it would be good if he seeks her out. But he worries that she might kill him because she wants it, and she could then say that he died from consumption, and she tried her best but couldn't do anything. And in the end, she would obtain the cardia. That would be the worst-case scenario for him. As he is worrying about all this, he gets a knock on his door, and we see it's Evian, who asks Rasen for permission to enter. Rasen notes that he won't be able to hide the cardia anyways, as she should have instantly felt the mana exuded by the cardia. He asks her to come in and thinks to formulate a plan. They both sit around the table and Rasen tells her that he won't try to hide it, but as she can see, it's a cardia, which she recognizes as well. Rasen then requests for a trade with her, which she asks what kind of. Rasen replies that he cannot consume the cardia by himself. He asks for her help in doing so, But she declines as she is a librarian and have to remain neutral. She won't participate in their battle for succession in any form. Though Rasen tells her that he doesn't want her to participate either. He just wants to ascend higher as a magician, as someone that's inherited the will of magic. Evian notes that mentioning the will of magic is a model example of a magician, which makes her realize that someone is actually spreading malicious rumors about the seventh young master. Rasen also claims that he has no interest in becoming a patriarch either, while Evian states that she heard members of the Maiden family dedicate their life to becoming patriarch. Rasen states that it has nothing to do with that. He simply wants to increase his personal aptitude. But Evian still declines and asks him to seek help from magicians from Central. But Rasen tells her that he cannot trust them, as they have been already bought out by his siblings. He requests her to believe him, and loudly states that it's because he wants to protect his weak mother. Hearing which, Evian is taken back as her eyes widen. She remembers an event from her past where a guard seems to be dragging away a child's mother for not paying any taxes, while the kid cries and tries to make the guard let go of her. The guard gets annoyed and pulls out his sword to kill the kid. But his mother comes in between as a shield to protect him and gets stabbed in her abdomen. The kid cries for his mother. Meanwhile, for the guard, it's simply an unpleasant moment. As the crowd comments on the scene, we see Evian is standing shocked in between them. She gets pissed and faces off against the king and his guards. And as the guard attacks her, she freezes all of them. It makes her think about Rasen, who has been monitored all of his life, and the ex-servant concubine, who has been abandoned by the clan. The youngest son had to act and lower himself, and he was telling the truth when he said he wanted to protect his mother. But she considers it impossible, as the successor candidates are far too strong, and he is just a dumbass with lowly origins. She calls Rasen's dream impossible, but she also knows that while it's impossible, it doesn't appear to be wrong. And a dream doesn't have to be possible for it to be a dream. She believes the process of chasing after it is the dream. As such, she again tells him that she is not helping just because he gives her chocolates or anything. And Rasen gets happy hearing her response. Fast forward, and we see them preparing for the consumption, and Evian explains that she will be freezing the mana that will rush out upon consumption of the cardia. Then she will slowly melt it so that his heart can absorb it. And as a side effect, his body might freeze. But if he is lucky, he would thaw in a few months. But if he is unlucky, it could take a few years, and if he is truly unlucky, he would straight up die. Rasen gets scared hearing that, thinking that Evian shouldn't say those stuff calmly. But she assures him that she is quite competent. She would try her best so that does not happen, and Rasen starts to get doubt, and thinks to put off consuming it. But discards the thought, as usually situations like this have a higher success rate. And characters with Evian's personality are considerate of others. She is telling him that it's dangerous. So he simply decides to think of it as a lottery with high chance of success. As such, he tells her to start with it. Evian tells him that she is still a magician, and since he is hiring her, he would need to compensate her for appearance's sake. Though she claims it won't be much, and since it's just for appearances, 24 chocolates will do the job for her. Now we switch scenes to Persia and learn that Rasen has eaten the cardia, and her shadow informs her that he also received help from librarian Evian. She is a bit surprised hearing that, and her shadow claims that Rasen tugged on her heartstrings. Persia asks, how? But her shadow replies that she couldn't figure it out as it wasn't possible for her to trick Evian's senses. Hearing all this makes her intrigued, as it's quite interesting that her youngest brother had a trump card like being able to move Evian's heart. And the cardia she gave him was of special premium quality. Without a magician of Evian's caliber, he would have died eating it. And she bets that Rasen already knew that Evian is Larvian, which her shadow agrees with. And from the way her shadow is talking, she assumes that Rasen has already started consuming it successfully. But her shadow says that while it's true, there is something strange, and Persia asks, what is it? Her shadow replies that the seventh young master's body appears to be far too sturdy, which surprises Persia, and her shadow claims that even Evian, an ice magician, was shocked. And the rate at which he is absorbing the frozen mana is unbelievable, and yet his heart rate and temperature remains uniform. Persia replies that it means his heart is that strong. After all, he is a maiden as well. She then asks Sando how long does she think it would take him to fully consume the mana, as normally it takes 3 years, but she assumes that Rasen can do it in 1. But Sando replies that at his current rate, 3 weeks will suffice, hearing which leaves Persia speechless. Now back to Rasen, as he suddenly wakes up while sleeping, and we see his whole body starts glowing blue, and he starts panting while claiming that his body is too hot. Rasen then goes out to run at night, and notes that even after running for hours, he isn't tired at all. The sun rises and Rasen feels his body to be vigorous, as if his heart is going to explode from mana overflowing. He calls out to Hampton, who has just woken up, and Rasen orders him to show him the waterfall garden. He then starts climbing it, and notes that this is much better as he is consuming more energy than with just running. He then orders Hampton to bring him some weights of around 10 kilograms, and then starts climbing with the weights on, and his resolute willpower ability starts to get trained with it as well. His ability, weight utilization, also levels up into a proficient one, and Rasen notes that his body has become much lighter. He then orders Hampton to increase the weights to 20 kilograms, which surprises him. Then a week later, he orders him to increase the weights to 30 kilograms. Another week passes, and he again orders Hampton to increase his weight, this time by 50 kilograms, and Hampton tells him that while he finds his passion admirable, but if he pushes his body too far, it will ruin it. But Rasen smiles and tells him that it's okay, as he hasn't even slept much lately, yet he feels even more energetic. Now at Persia's office, Sando informs her that he has absorbed all of Cartia's mana and labels his body as truly monstrous, and that every day, Rasen climbs up the waterfall at the waterfall garden barehanded. Persia asks if he is using magic, and Sando replies that he appears to be using combat magic. Persia comments that combat magic has fast early growth, but it has a clear limit, so Rasen just have to play his role as a small variable. Sando then adds that he is climbing every day wearing 50 kilograms weights. She is surprised as she thought it was only 5 kilograms, and Sando adds that he can climb the 30-meter high waterfall in less than 5 minutes. Persia laughs and states that he must be overflowing with energy and wonders how many days he would survive. Sando claims that at this rate, he would die in 3 months, as he has too much mana in his body. Without a special power to protect his body, it would explode. But he might survive if Persia were to help him, but she doesn't want to, as giving him cardio was enough, and so she looks forward to see how he survives. But in the event he dies, Persia at least wants to make him tell how he managed to move Evian. Now back to Rasen, who seems to be styling his hair. And we then get a complete look at his body, which seems to have changed a lot after he absorbed the mana. He then meets up with his mom. As Heira pours them tea, Soso is concerned that he is losing weight too quickly, but he replies that it started going away after exercising a bit. Soso tells him that while looks are important, his health is even more important, but Rasen assures her that his body is healthier than ever. Soso then compliments Heira that she is getting better every day in brewing tea. She blushes and smiles hearing that compliment, and thanks her while saying that she also looks beautiful by the day. Rasen also notes that Heira is unusually friendly towards her mother, but he is sure that it's a good thing. And his mother's azure that has become faint as well, which makes it seem that everything is going well. Now at night, back in his room, he notes that today is 218, December 20th on the Hyphen calendar, and it would be December 24th soon. December 24th is Stellancio Eve. It means the night before the birth of a star. And the star here refers to the one that rallied all the demi-humans and elemental tribes and founded the first human empire, Emperor Hyphen. Putting it simply, December 24th is day before Emperor Hyphen's birth. But he doesn't care for that. The important part in this lies elsewhere. According to his settings, Rudia should come by the west gate on December 24th. She is a firekin, natural enemy of magicians, Crimson Slaughterer, one-armed great magician. That Rudia will be kicked out at the west gate of the renowned clan of Maiden on December 24th after facing humiliation. And while he didn't flesh it out fully, she gets caught by Persia, which is how she loses an arm. Rudia then ends up bearing a grudge against their clan and becomes one of Kaizen's core companions. She's a character that possesses a special power called Firekin. Kaizen forms a pact of fire with her, and they roam the battlefield together. which makes Rasen thinks that it would be nice if he could at least obtain the fire chalice, which is an artifact that he gets from Rudia. Suddenly, Rasen notices that someone is using stealth magic in his room, and the Divine Eye shows him that she is Sando, third young lady's shadow. He starts to get nervous and wonders since when she was here, and decides it would be better if he acted like he haven't noticed, and if he disables his Divine Eye, he shouldn't be able to see them. But when he tries to do that, an error pops up that since he is using the easy mana cultivation, he cannot disable the Divine Eye, and forcibly doing so can cause mana overflow. As such, he simply pretends to fall asleep and thinks that they will leave on their own. Sando gets shocked seeing him sleeping and also utilizing the mana cultivation at the same time, as cultivation is a precision technique, so even a small impact or mind wavering can cause death. Yet Rasen is asleep while cultivating mana, which for her defies all logic as she wonders if she should report it. She knows that Rasen has mastered the mana cultivation technique from the Starlight Library, which she deemed to not be a high-level one due to the energy it exuded. Yet the cultivation is continuing while his mana is stable. She also flipped through the book, but there were no traces of a mana cultivation technique there. Rasen was able to successfully absorb the mana from Kracia with Evian's help, and he saw a great physical change. She guesses that he gathered the mana from his body to his heart. But she is unveiled to see any problems with his heart, and he appears to be too healthy. And in fact, his mana is stabilizing even more over time. He hasn't even created a second circle, nor he has transplanted a body-strengthening array, which makes the durability of his heart highly unusual. And as such, she leaves to prepare to submit a formal report for it all tomorrow. Meanwhile, Rasen wonders if she left. Now fast forward at December 24th night, we see many people celebrating. Rasen calls out to Heira and Hampon and asks them to come with him. Hampton asks him, where are they going? And Rasen replies that they will be going to the outermost western gate. Rasen knows that there are a total of 4 gates referred to as the West Gate in the Maiden family. The outermost West Gate is like its name, the furthest one out. And today, Rudia, the Crimson Slaughterer, the natural-born enemy of magicians, will get here. And Rasen plans to meet her. We then see someone hooded panting as the guards are attacking them. And it turns out to be Rudia, who seems to have already got into a scuffle with the guards, as she claims that she will kill them all. And seeing the situation, Rasen wonders if he is too late. On the way, Hampton asks him if he is going to visit the 6th young master's residence, and he has prepared a lot of paralyzing poison. Rasen replies he won, and Hampton seems disappointed by it. Rasen asks him if he is upset, and he freaks out and replies he is not at all while stuttering. At the gate, we see the guards are fighting Rudia, who seems to be ready to kill them. Upon noticing Rudia for the first time, Rasen remembers that he set her to be extremely simple-minded, which was too sloppy for him, as Hampton wonders what is up with her. Rasen notes that she shouldn't have poison resistance at this time. As such, he orders Hampton to spray the paralyzing poison. He sets Rudia as the target and tells Hampton that he has to paralyze her at all costs. Hampton then throws the poison towards her, and Rudia doesn't notice it at all and shouts that she is going to incinerate them all. The poison vial gets destroyed, and the poison gets spread. It affects her immediately as we see her falling down. Rasen quickly runs towards her, noting that he has to figure out this situation quickly. But suddenly, one of the guard grabs Rasen's shoulder from behind. He rudely asks for his identity and questions how did he break in. Rasen replies that he walked out from the inside, so he should pull himself together, as what kind of guard he is to let that happen. Rasen calls out his skills as way too poor, as the outermost West Gate cannot even be called magicians of the clan. But in reality, Rasen knows that rather than the gatekeeper being weak, it's Rudia who is extremely powerful. Right as the guard is wondering who Rasen is, Rasen tells him that he is going to take her with him. The guard tells him that he cannot do that, and he has to identify himself. Hampton gets in between and glorifies Rasen, and explains his status in a grand manner to the guard. Rasen feels that Hampton is glorifying him too much by speaking like this. And Hampton finally gets to the last part and introduces him as the 7th young master. But the guard doesn't believe them and asks what kind of bullshit are they spouting. He calls them both idiot, stating that they don't even know young Master Rasen's face, as he doesn't look as handsome as him. Hearing which, Rasen wonders if it's a compliment or an insult. Rasen asks for his name, as he will make sure to remember it, and asks if he really believes that somebody would walk out from the maiden mansion and start impersonating the seventh young master. The guard agrees with his point, and Rasen adds that everyone is aware that the seventh young master is a dropkick and a pig. But still, does he really believe that he would be impersonating him without even knowing that fact? That would only be possible if he has a death wish, though for Hampton, Rasen has always looked cool. Rasen tells him to verify with the central for the information, which the guard tries to do. But Rasen adds that if they manage to confirm his identity, he would have to pay dearly for his arrogance in not believing him. The guard finally believes him and kneels down and apologizes. But he still asks Rasen, why is he taking that girl with him? On the other hand, Rasen didn't thought that the guard would be asking so many questions to him. As such, he blushes and tells the guard that he is taking her because she is pretty, and his act leaves Heira quite speechless and confused. Now, fast forward and we see Rudia is all tied up as Rasen, and everyone are watching over her. He then gets a notification that a variable has occurred which has affected the story and plausibility. With this, Rasen notes that the world has analyzed the small distortion that he made. Suddenly, Rudia wakes up and tries to speak, and Rasen, while not too sure, thinks that she must be swearing and cursing. And since he has set her character to be extremely simple-minded, he decides to treat her in the simplest way. He tells Rudia that he has heard that her dad is sick, so he will help her, hearing which shocks her. Rasen continues that his mom was really sick as well, and he knows why she came here, and, judging from her robe with a moon on the left side of the chest, she must be a magician from Heira. On top of that, since she is using fire, she must be a firekin. Hearing all this, Hampton wonders how does Rasen knows about all this, and Rasen continues that Heira region is the southern region right next to the Dragon Mountain range, and he has heard an epidemic is spreading over there recently. Heira is also silently observing Rasen and is quite intrigued. Rasen tells Rudia that he knows how to cure that epidemic, and he knows that she came to the Maiden family without any plan because she thought they had a way to cure the disease. And if she understood his explanation, she should nod her head twice, which Rudia does so, and Rasen orders Heira to take that thing off her mouth. Rasen asks her if she has calmed down a little, and she asks him if he is really going to help him. Rasen remembers that she also talked like this to Kazan and tells her that he will, as this is what he told her. She asks him, why would he do that? And Rasen replies, does he really need a reason? And Rudia says that she heard people of high birth don't help others without any reason, which her dad told her. Rasen then questions, why did she came to his house then, when she thought that they wouldn't help without a reason? And she replies that she was going to give them a reason to help her, as she has some good stuff in her possession. It was just like as Rasen expected, as he remembers that it's the fire chalice, the opportunity that Kazan said got in the original story. Rasen tells Rudia that he would cure her father, but it would cost her a lot. She replies that she doesn't have money, and Rasen tells her that she can pay him back later. So Rudia asks him how much would he need. Rasen replies that he wouldn't know until he cures him, which Rudia requests him to do so, and Rasen again asks her if she is going to pay it back. She promises him that she will do so, and Rasen asks about the good stuff she was talking about, and she replies that she will give him that as well. Rasen notes that this is good enough and orders Hampton to procure some 10-year herbs and spread them throughout the Heira region. If he boils the 10-year herbs in the silver sea water for 18 minutes, it would solve the epidemic in the Heira region. Hampton replies that it's his first time hearing such processing method and asks for more explanation. But he tells Hampton to not doubt his light's ability, hearing which he is left in awe and kneels while saying that he will follow his orders, thinking that Rasen is really cool. Heira also asks if she can ask a question, and Rasen replies if she is also curious how he learned that processing method, which she is, as she cannot understand it with her common sense, but Rasen simply replies that it's because he is a maiden. She goes silent for a moment and thanks Rasen for his teaching. And looking at his confidence, Heira notes that he almost looks like the patriarch did in his childhood. Rasen then tells Rudia that he will release her now, while calling out her name, which shocks her. She immediately gets hostile and asks Rasen, what did he say? As she never told him her name. So how did he knew that? And Rasen realizes that he has made a mistake. Rasen thinks to not panic in this situation and asks if it's weird that he knows her name. She replies it's very much. Rasen then asks, what about offering her 10-year herbs even though she hasn't done anything, which she again calls weird. Once again, Rasen asks, what about telling her the secret of the Maiden clan? Now Rydia starts to get nervous and again calls it weird. As so, Rasen asks her why does she not think anything that is beneficial to her is weird. And she should know that she just showed malice to someone who could have been her benefactor, hearing which she gets a bit sad. Rasen asks if she is already considering all the favors he done for her as nothing, and Rydia apologizes to him for it. Rasen pretends to not hear it, and Rydia once again apologizes. But still Rasen doesn't accept and tells her that he cannot hear her well, and Rydia this time loudly apologizes, claiming it as her fault. With this, Rasen accepts her apology and tells her that she would have to stay here, which makes Rydia asks, why can't she go home? Rasen asks if she forgot what she did, as she infiltrated the Maiden clan and even attacked the gatekeepers. He asks what did the gatekeepers told her when she came here, and she replies, they told her that it's not a place where someone lowly as her can go. And they even laughed, saying that her father dying doesn't have anything to do with the Maiden clan. Tears starts falling from her eyes as she claims that they told her to just let her father die. As she tearfully states that she loves playing with her father, yet they told him to just die. Rasen now orders Heira to free her, and Rydia asks Rasen for his identity, and why is he treating her so kindly. As such, Rasen tells her his name, hearing which rings some bell as she remembers him. She recognizes him as the worst dumbass, knowing which Rasen gets worried, as Rydia continues that he is known as the absolute trash. But she happily claims that he is not trash, but a kind person. With her change in behavior, another message pops up, notifying Rasen of change in variable. He wonders if it was the right choice for him to make Rydia one of Kaizen's core companion her ally. As so, he decides to hold on for a moment. Now fast forward. Hampton informs Rasen that he has collected all the herbs as he requested and will be heading to Heiran right away. Rasen asks him how long would he take to reach it, and Hampton states it would be 3 days to get there. Hampton then kneels and excuses Rasen for a question, and asks for his reason for helping Rydia. Rasen replies that it would be a shame to die of a disease when it's a curable one. And even more so, if it's her father as helping her isn't a big deal for him. Hampton then thanks him for the teaching, but Rasen is confused as to what kind of thing he learned. From this, Hampton deduces that they are a famed clan, so he perhaps mean that they should not ignore the hardships of the weak, which is a path that a famed magician should take. Which makes Hampton think that he found the real light, and tells Rasen that he would be off now. Meanwhile, for Rasen, the biggest reason for doing this is the fire chalice, but it was best for him to say it like this. Now fast forward to 2 days later. Someone arrives asking if Rasen has picked up a new toy. And we see it's Persia who asks to take a look at Rydia, wondering what kind of toy is she. But as she enters the room, she notices something. And upon looking at Rasen's new body, she asks him for his identity, as there hasn't been any handsome men in their family's history. And upon looking at Rasen's new body, she asks him for his identity, as there hasn't been any handsome men in their family's history. Persia calls him interesting as he always makes her curious, though she also feels like he is hiding a lot of things. With a side glance, he replies that he isn't hiding anything in particular, while thinking besides the fact that he is the creator of this world. Persia gets close to him and grabs his face, asking why did he become so cute, as boys should have a handsome face. Persia starts to feel as if her heart is freezing and Rasen's ability. More resolute willpower activates and protects his body. She notes that his magic combat automatically activated just by making eye contact, which prompts her to ask him how did he become like this just in 3 weeks. She starts to rub his head, as his face is past, and if he grows up like this, she would make sure to give him lots of love as a sister. But Rasen puts away her hand, claiming that he doesn't need her love while assuming that it's one of Persia's tests. He claims to Persia that he wants to her great competitor or helper. He has no intention of being pampered. hearing which Persia states that he is even more cuter this way. But his head would look excellent if it was on a spike. Rasen gets scared and tells her to not make such terrible jokes, and Persia tells him, does he really think if it was? But anyways, she tells him that she is here to meet his new toy. Rasen wonders if it's because the talent Rudia has for fire. Rasen knows that Persia is a magician with an unmatched talent for fire, which makes him question if she has realized that Rudia is a firekin with a talent equal to her own. As so, he cannot let it happen like in the original story, so he boldly tells her that the toy is his. As he was the one who picked it up, he is not obligated to show it to her, nor does he have any intention of doing so. Persia starts to get pissed, asking if he is challenging her. Rasen's resolute willpower starts resisting her energy, which makes her angry as how dare he, who is just a halfling with nothing but magic combat, dare resist her. He then activates his divine eye and notes that Persia's mana is crushing him. Persia then stops exuding her mana, gives Rasen a chance. She asked if he has learned magic combat, and Rasen replies, he is but up to beginner level, so Persia says that she will use magic combat with only one finger, and also exclude all elemental attributes and would use pure magic combat. Rasen questions if she has learned it as well, and she replies, a bit. She has read it for 5 minutes in a book before coming here. Rasen smirks and gets ready to fight while claiming that he would do his best to crush her. Persia likes his quick-wittedness and attacks him with a fire snake. But his divine eye notes that it's an illusion, as so, he punches it away. And Persia notes that he has definitely grown since last time and tells Rasen to bring it on, and if he wins, she won't direct any more attention towards his toy. But he would have to do his best. And if his toy is not interesting, she would crush it. Persia is quite amazed that Rasen is able to entertain her to this extent, and he is not even the 5th nor 6th, but a lowly child who was abandoned by their father. Rasen then rushes towards her at high speeds, but Persia claims him to be slow and charges up an attack on one finger. With a simple swipe of her finger, Rasen gets easily pushed back, much to his frustration. Persia notes that since he was unable to dodge it, he simply took the attack head-on in order to attack, and that he has even learned defensive combat magic, which was a nice decision right there. Meanwhile, Rasen notes that it would only get disadvantageous for him if the fight keeps dragging on, as the difference between their abilities are too big for him to dodge or counterattack. Suddenly, he gets a mana concussion, even though she just attacked him with a single finger. But his easy mana cultivation calms it down, and he again runs towards her to attack. He targets her thick thighs and tackles her. He then swipes on her feet and slams her down on the ground. He then uses his full power on his fist and strikes down right on her face. But despite this, she is unharmed, and instead all of his finger bones gets crushed, as he calls out Persia for using defensive magic, which she accepts. She asks if he rushed at her from the beginning with the expectation of catching her off guard, which he replies to, that it was his only chance, which prompts her to say that he took her off guard and cling to her in such insolent and indecent way, which Rasen replies, isn't magic combat always like this? Which is the reason Persia seems to hate it, as it lacks elegance, and Rasen replies while it may not be true, she still lost to him. Persia agrees with him and notices his broken fingers. She then lifts him up and smacks him in the wall behind. Rasen coughs blood, and Persia claims as he won the bet, she would take her eyes of his toy. However, she is only getting more and more interested in him. Persia notes that just like Sando told her, his body is indeed really sturdy. Even though it was just a finger, she put a fair amount of destructive power, yet he took it just from his body. As such, she tried checking how sturdy he really was, but in the end he is still pretty weak, and so she tells Rasen that she would be seeing him later, and she disappears in flame. While going back, she notes that it was even more interesting that he actually absorbed her mana. And he did it on purpose. Magicians specialized in absorptions does exist, but he felt a bit different from them, which is why she overdid it a little. She also crammed in some healing mana, so Rasen might be able to do something with it, and Sando replies that she must be really cherishing Rasen. And she replies that he is interesting, and Sando also seems to notice that she has given him a new gift. Persia agrees, but also states that he would break something in his body if he is unable to control it properly. Meanwhile, Rasen is still on the ground. As he sees that self-regeneration has been added to his magic combat technique, and he notes it's another special occasion, which happens every time Persia comes to visit him. His new self-regeneration ability quickly starts to heal his body, though it consumes a large amount of mana. Suddenly, he gets another notification that the conditions for body reconstitution has been met, and Rasen is confused seeing it. Suddenly, his heart throbs, and he kneels down from extreme pain from body reconstitution. He starts to lose consciousness and feels as if his entire body is being crushed and every single bone is getting ground into powder. His face then starts leaking some kind of black liquid from all over, and his finger starts twitching and his bones gets crushed and regenerates rapidly. Heira and Rydia quickly arise hearing the noises and shouts his name in worry. Heira notes a black mist is surrounding Rasen and wonders if it's poison. But since the toxicity isn't that high, she assumes that perhaps his body waste has created this mist. A message pops up informing him that he requires a large amount of mana for body reconstitution, and his mana starts to get sucked in. And soon enough, he almost runs out of it, and if the body reconstitution gets interrupted in the middle, it would cause huge side effects. Suddenly, some flame starts to surround him, and we see it's Rydia, who is unsure what is going on, but decides to help Rasen. His body then absorbs the pure and clean mana, and Rasen notes that Crimson Flame Fire is an enormous power related to the purification settings that he created. And he is sure that Rydia simply wanted to do everything she can to help, which turned out helpful, and he thanks Rydia for it. Rasen then starts standing up in the flame and starts walking out of it as the body reconstitution is completed. Both Heira and Rydia are still worried as they are unable to see anything, and we see a message popping up that the fundamental attribute, Heavenly Constitution hidden deep inside, has been activated, and that he has also met the requirements for magic combat's advancement. As the flames disappear, we see Rasen's new look as all of his clothes are burned up. Rasen remembers that Heavenly Constitution is the best constitution attribute that he created, and it belonged to the main character. The Heavenly Constitution, along with the Sword God attribute, combined to create the ultimate attribute, Heavenly Emperor, which is the constitution that the main character gets. And previously it was Divine Eye. This all makes him wonder, why is he receiving all the attributes of the main character? He then orders Heira to fetch him some clothes, which she complies, and he notes that he needs to hide this. Now fast forward, and Heira gives Rydia a letter from his dad that he is all better. The content of the letter included that the villagers were feeling better, and that due to the mysterious medicine Rasen had distributed, the pandemic was disappearing. Rydia gets happy and relieved reading that. And seeing her like this, Rasen also feels pretty good, and Rydia tells him that she will repay him the favor, as she now considers Rasen her benefactor, which Rasen agrees with. She tells him that she will become his pact maker, a pact maker of fire, that is. Pact of Fire. It's a pact that Rydia and Kazan made at the Grand Nordani Canyon. And if he forms the Pact of Fire with Rydia right now, the contents of the original story will change drastically. Kazan's powerful ally, the Crimson Slaughterer, will disappear from this world. But Rasen doesn't care about that shit, as his life is in danger right now. And until he hits 17, he has to escape from the looming shadow of Kazan as soon as possible. As such, Rasen agrees to make the pact with Rydia. They then start making the pact, with Rydia chanting that she swear on the oath of a lifetime in front of the eternal flame. Meanwhile, Rasen is quite fascinated by the Pact of Flame. But suddenly, he gets a message that the Divine Eye is interpreting new information. It shows that those who make the pact will obtain the authority over Berserker Rage. Rasen remembers that when he was writing the novel, Rydia did occasionally go berserk, since she is extremely simple-minded. If she gets angry, there is nothing wrong with her going berserk. But another message tells Rasen those with that authority will also have control over the mana of the pact maker while they go berserk, and side effect is subcontractor's death, seeing which shocks him. Seeing the side effect of death, he tells Rydia that he doesn't want to do it, and Rydia asks him why would he stop it, as it's something really good. But Rasen tries to convince her that it's not, but she replies that her dad told her that as well, and Rasen asks her to explain why it's good. which she is completely unable to do so. Rasen then grabs hold of her and tells her if she becomes the Pact Maker, she would have to sacrifice her entire life to him. But Rudia replies that sacrifice is good. Rasen again asks for reason, and she simply says that it's cool, leaving Rasen speechless. Rasen then tells her that if she goes berserk, he won't be able to stop her, and she asks, why does that matter? He replies that she will die, and Rudia replies that they are fine with dying for whoever they make a pact with, which is the honor of the Firekin. Rasen thinks that it's even more problematic since she is innocent. He tries explaining to her that he don't want to kill her, and doesn't want to be responsible for her death either. But she tells him to not worry and assures him that she won't die, while Rasen thinks that the more he talks to her, the more he feels like he is falling into a pit. He then grabs her hand and tells her that she is only 9 years old and too young to become someone's contractor. Rudia replies that age isn't an important factor in this, but Rasen tells her to not shove the Firekin beliefs onto him, as he isn't one. Rudia realizes that force is something bad, and Rasen tries to explain that indeed, he doesn't want to be forced, so Rudia asks if he doesn't like her becoming his contractor. Rasen replies it's not that he doesn't like it, but the responsibility is too great, and since they are so young, he isn't certain that they can properly fulfill the Pact of Fire. As such, Rudia decides to wait for Rasen. She then calls him a good person, hearing which Rasen asks why, and apparently her dad told her that they must be careful with whom they are making a pact with, and that if she makes a pact, she would be perfect for just be used as a tool, but if there was someone who rejected the pact for a legitimate reason, that would mean they're a good person, and to also never let that person go. Fast forward, Rudia is excited upon being given chocolates, which she finds really tasty. She calls Rice really nice as he fixed her dad and gave her tasty stuff to eat. Rasen asks Rudia to give him the good stuff now, which she also suddenly remembers, and Rasen notes that it should definitely be the Chalice of Fire, the relic that is the closest to the Firekin. It should be hidden within the Dragon Mountain range near Heira. It's within a small stone grave that can be activated only by the Firekin, which is where it was hidden in the original story. Rudia tells him that there is really good stuff near their neighborhood. It's apparently ultra amazing stuff which her dad said told her. He asks what it's called, while Rasen wishes for Rudia to tell him that it's Chalice of Fire. But much to his disappointment, she doesn't know the name. Rudia tells him that she only knows it's just a good cup, and Rasen regrets making her too simple-minded. But for now, Rasen tries using his divine eye to learn more about the Chalice of Fire. To put it short, with Chalice of Fire, you cannot die of poison, nor can you be controlled by mind magic. Even if you eat bad food, you won't get stomachache. It's an item that can grant long life with no disease. Though another text pops up, saying so was recorded, which Rasen wonders about. Rasen quickly gets ready to go out and asks Rudia to come with him. Heira asks him if she should ask for some protectors. From that, Rasen realizes that it's perhaps the Tiger Order, and he remembers. The main family of the Maiden clan always brings an entourage of magician bodyguards called protectors when they go outside. Even he, the throwaway youngest child, is no exception. But Rasen wonders what should he put as a reason for going to Heira, and what would the main family do if they heard that he is going there to receive a good cup. He knows that he cannot start off with lying, as a 7-circle magician will be sticking to him 24/7, so there is no way he could. And the even bigger issue is that each of the protectors is probably backing one of his siblings. The battle for succession is about making as much of the family a part of one's forces as possible, so there is no way that they aren't backing one of them. But he still doesn't want to give up on the Chalice of Fire. He can either take the risk of being caught or just give it up. But he arrives at a decision quickly. He calls out to Protector Magician, Jappel, who is on very bad terms with him, to act as his protector on this journey, which surprises him as well. We go back to 3 years before and see Rasen berating Jappel, calling him a house guard dog, and himself as his master. He then orders Jappel to lower his eyes. Remembering which, Rasen cringes to know that he was doing such stuff even at the age of 6. Even though the protectors are great magicians who are at least 7 circles. Heira asks Rasen what should she write for the reason. He orders her to just write that he is going out to play, as there is apparently delicious chocolate over there, but Heira thinks that there is no way such a reason would work. but the document gets approved. Now fast forward, we see Japal arriving at the Maple Annex, and Rasen welcomes him from the balcony. Japal gets annoyed and asks Rasen, "How is he?" As he walks to Rasen, he comments that he has changed a lot, and Rasen replies he did a little. Japal then requests to ask him a question, and Rasen gusses that he must be curious why he picked him to be his protector, which Japal confirms, and answers it himself. That is because he is a guard dog, and Rasen thinks that he remembers it clearly, as his memory seems pretty good since he is in the 7th circle. Rasen tells him that he has to guard his master well as a guard dog, hearing which Japal gets pissed. While Rasen is quite scared of a 7th circle magician, he knows that an apology won't solve anything here. So he tells him that he figured he would be the most trustworthy dog among the house guard dogs, and he didn't felt that he would backstab him. Japal asks if he trusts him, and much to his surprise, Rasen tells him he doesn't. He don't trust the man Japal. However, he do trust the protector Japal, as he knows he is a greedy man, isn't he? Rasen remembers Japal as extremely greedy and ambitious. He is more trustworthy than anyone because he allies himself with anyone as long as they share the same interests. He was loyal to the 4th young master, but eventually changed his allegiance to the 2nd young lady, Evelia. Japal asks, how does his greedy personality leads him to the decision of choosing him as his protector? But Rasen replies, it was just because he felt he can help him one day, which Japal asks how. Though Japal smirks, thinking of Rasen as just a powerless worst child. But Rasen reveals that he knows that while he is currently loyal to the 4th young master, he wants to serve the 2nd young lady, which shocks him. Japal replies that he is a protector and doesn't swear loyalty to anyone, though Rasen gets him by saying that he was too eager to answer him for that to be the case. He does question Japal if a protector needs a reason to protect the master, which Japal says that he doesn't. As such, Rasen orders him as a member of the Maiden clan to protect him, and Japal accepts his order, while wondering if Rasen is really the idiot he remembers, while questioning what even happened to him. Though he did heard the rumors that he beat up the 6th young master, but he notices that he has also created a perfect first circle despite not having any magic tutors. And what is even more shocking to him is that it's not an average circle. There is only one circle, but he can feel much more mana than a 2nd circle mage from it. And even the young lady, Evelia, would be unable to maintain that much mana with only first circle. As such, he decides to observe Rasen while assuming that he must be hiding something. Fast forward, and they arrive in Rudia's village, Heiran. The Firekin living in Heiran used to possess enough strength to dominate the continent in ancient times, but their decline started when their fire god, Phoenix, exhausted its divine power. Though no matter how he looks at it, this place looks like a remote village in a countryside to him. As she enters the village, Rudia loudly shouts and calls out her dad. The sound is quite deafening as Rasen covers his ears. Hampton quickly arrives and apologizes for not receiving Rasen on the gate, as he didn't know he was coming, but Rasen doesn't mind it, and Rudia asks Hampton, where is her father? Right as he tells her that he is home, she makes a run for it. Japal notes that something is strange, as he remembers Rasen telling him how he wants to serve the 2nd sister. He wonders, how did he knew, as he never expressed what he was thinking inside his head. We then see Rudia reuniting with her father, and they both lovingly hug each other as he thanks Rasen. Japal is shocked upon noticing Rudia, as he cannot believe that she is just 9 years old with all that mana and heat inside of her, which makes him wonder, when did Rasen made such a friend, as Rudia tells her father that Rasen is kind, and she brought Rasen over here to give him a gift. Her father praises her for returning the favor, and Japal wonders, how could she say that Rasen is kind? And what does he mean by favor? When Japal looks around, he notices everyone in the village is extremely favorable of Rasen, which makes him curious what did Rasen do to deserve that, though he calls this insignificant. But what's important is that none of the protectors were aware of this fact, which makes him question, what did Rasen do behind everyone's back and since when? Rudia then grabs Rasen to lead him to the place of the gift. Upon arriving there, Japal notices the grave, and Rudia tells him that the gift is there. Seeing the stone grave, Japal is left confused. Rudia then starts to chant, and we see the grave glowing orange, and the rock starts to move. From the pile of rocks, we see the chalice of fire arises. Seeing which, Japal is left shocked and wonders, what the hell is it? As the fire energy starts to get mixed in the faded golden chalice. He remembers Rasen put the excuse of going out to play and eat chocolate, so he wonders if that was a deception, as he can feel a strange flow of mana from that cup. Upon analyzing the cup with his divine eye, another notification pops up, informing that another world obtains the incomplete plausibility, and that the flaming water of the fire chalice is only drinkable by the contractors of the firekin. A non-contractor drinking it would lead to vomiting and stomachache, and an eventual death. Seeing which, Rasen wonders if he would have to accept the fire pact in order to drink from the chalice of fire. He notes that the flaming water ends up becoming plain as time passes, so he would need to make his decision right now. But if he accepts the pact, he would have to control the extremely simple-minded Rudia himself, who was even difficult to control for Kazan, which makes him wonder if he could do that. Though he won't get another opportunity like this, so he starts thinking what the author Cha Sungmin would do in this situation. He arrives at the conclusion on what Cha Sungmin would do, and tells Rudia to make the pact of fire with him. Rudia gets really excited hearing that, and Rasen tells him to do it quick as they don't have much time, which she agrees to, and they quickly start making the pact. The fire chalice also recognizes the sacred pact of fire, and its arrangement starts taking form. In shock, Japal notes that the worn-out light from the chalice is recovering. He finally realizes that it was a complete lie that he came out for chocolates, and all of this has been immaculately planned. Upon noticing Rudia's mana, he notes that it's incredibly pure and clean, and as powerful as the third young lady's magic. He becomes sure of it, that the information on Rasen was altered. Rudia and Rasen finally completes the Pact of Fire, and Rasen notes that the heat he felt earlier has disappeared. The fire chalice, upon witnessing the sacred pact, turns into pure fire chalice, and Rasen grabs hold of it, noting that flaming water has been upgraded to pure flaming water. He starts drinking it and notes the taste just like carbonated water. His easy mana cultivation starts controlling the heat, and the heat that appeared in his stomach starts moving towards his heart. He then sits down to do mana cultivation while telling Japal to protect him. Seeing him do that in an open space like this, he is surprised, and also notes that it's not an outstanding cultivation technique either. He wonders if Rasen really trusts him that much, as even a small amount of impact during mana cultivation can cause serious problems with body. Rasen should also be aware of this fact, but he remembers his words about him trusting the protector Japal. As such, he puts up a barrier while saying that he repays trust with trust. Meanwhile, Rasen notes that it wasn't plain water inside the cup at all. The water starts to make scratches of different sizes in his heart. He opens his eyes again as his mana cultivation technique was able to control the flaming mana, though he stopped midway in analyzing and decides to try analyzing it later. We see it has gotten night as Japal asks if he is done, and Rasen replies, he is, but it took longer than expected. He then thanks Japal for protecting him during it. Japal replies that he was just doing his job, but rather than that, he congratulates Rasen for obtaining some new power, but Rasen calls it not a big deal. Japal also informs him that this is the entrance of the Dragon Mountain Range, which Rasen also knows. Japal continues that powerful mana can be felt from halfway up the mountain, and someone is approaching them without concealing themselves. They are coming while letting them know of their presence. Rasen asks if he is sure, and he replies that the powerful mana from him earlier that flowed out from the golden cup attracted them. Rasen wonders if it was really that powerful, as he didn't think it was enough powerful that a seven-circle mage described it to be powerful. He then asks Japal if he recognizes them. Japal replies that if his instincts are correct, they must be swordsmen, as he can feel the characteristics and energy. They're also approaching quickly and are going to meet them soon. Rasen then asks if there is any hostility, which Japal replies it's difficult to tell. And they all also seems quite skilled. Rasen remembers that swordsmen and magicians in this world don't go well together, though he is not sure why they are suddenly running towards them, but he cannot run away now, since if he runs upon hearing that swordsmen are coming, he would get purged by his father before even get to have his 10th birthday. Since he also has a seventh circle magician with him, there is no reason for him to do so. As they finally arrive, Rasen activates his divine eye and is shocked. Another variable seems to have occurred that could change the story. The real protagonist of the story, the genius among geniuses who gets countless opportunities and lucky encounters. The overpowered protagonist in a classic overpowered novel, the monster created by Cha Sung-min, Kazin said. Rasen wonders why is he here, and Japple notes the blue eagle engraved on his chest, and that he also the same age as Rasen. He is the second young master of the renowned sword clan. Kazin said, and along with him are the guardian spirits of their clan. All three renowned clans have a special ability to recognize each other, and Rasen notes that Kazin must have also realized that they are from the Maiden clan. Kazin walks forward and bows down while telling them that he came here after feeling a powerful wave of mana, and Rasen notes that he looks really graceful and refined despite being a 9-year-old. Rasen asks about it, and Kazin replies that the guardian spirits told him that fire mana had burst out, which he sensed as well. Rasen notes that Japple also told the same thing, and wonders if it was really that powerful. He then asks Kazin if this was the reason he came all the way here, and Kazin replies that he was curious. A message tells Rasen that Kazin has always been a curious boy. He needed to resolve his curiosity whenever it peaked, which also became foundation for his growth. Rasen replies that he seems to know who he is, and Kazin says that while he is not exactly sure, he can tell Rasen is from the Maiden clan. Since he looks slightly older, he thought that he must be the sixth young master. But Kazin knows that the sixth uses water magic, while he cannot sense it from Rasen. As such, he questions if he is the fifth young master, and Rasen doesn't want to be related to him no matter what, and wonders if he should let him mistake him for the fifth. But he discards it as it would be troublesome if he gets find out later. So he tells Kazin that the fifth has learned mostly earth attribute magic. In shock, Kazin questions if he is the seventh young master, and Rasen chuckles, asking if he seems different from the rumors, which Kazin thinks he is, and his guardians also gets worried, and Rasen notes the astonishment in their eyes as well. Rasen calls Kazin a friend and tells him to talk casually, which he agrees to do so. Kazin was well off in every aspect of his life: parental love, excellent teacher, and appropriate education. However, there was one thing he lacked. Kazin didn't have friends his age, his family couldn't fill that, and he always lacked it. Rasen calls it quite understandable, as who would want to become friend with Kazin. The son of renowned swords clan, Rudia wakes up and asks if Kazin is also a friend, and Rasen thinks that special people who felt comfortable with anyone were the only ones who can become his true companions. Rudia introduces herself while calling Kazin handsome and asking for his name. He tells her his name, and Rudia calls his name pretty and his face is handsome, and he blushes while asking Rasen to explain about the mana wave earlier. Rasen simply explains about the special opportunity. Kazin questions what kind of power did it had as it felt so mysterious. Rasen replies it has the power to protect him from external stimuli. Kazin asks, like poison, and Rasen agrees, which prompts Kazin to call it a nice power. Japple observes them and notes that the Sword Clan is more powerful here, and if they were to attack them, they would be defeated. Yet Rasen is chatting with him carelessly. Rudia asks if she can touch his sword, and Kazin wonders why she's so friendly towards him, though he doesn't feel bad about it. Rasen notes that since they won't meet each other for a while after parting ways today, he should leave a good impression after getting moderately close to him. As such, Rasen forwards his hand to him, saying that it's his first time meeting someone from the said clan, and they're the same age as well. Kazin grabs his hand while saying that it's his first time meeting someone of his age as well. Rasen says that he has heard people from the Swords clan clash with their swords before becoming friends. And Kazin replies that it's called martial arts contest, and Rasen asks if he wants to try doing it, as he has heard it is a necessary step to go through before becoming friends. Kazin replies it's not really necessary. Rasen pushes for it, saying that doing that would be better, isn't it? Kazin understands and asks if he is challenging him to a martial arts contest right now. And Rasen replies he is, while thinking that it's the perfect opportunity for him to confirm the current gap between Kazin and himself. Japple gets worried that Rasen is challenging Kazin to a martial contest in this situation. In a situation where the opposing side has two of their guardian spirits with them. As safety isn't guaranteed in a situation like this, however, that doesn't mean that he can simply step in. As Rasen, at the end of the day, is one of the main bloodline of the Maiden clan, he cannot prevent something that a main bloodline member wants to do without a proper justification. Not to mention, in a situation where their rival clan is watching, that sort of action can be seen as looking down on the Maiden clan. Kazan asks Rasen if he is also trained in swordplay, and he replies he is trained in magic combat. Hearing which, Kazan comments that he has heard that is only seldom practiced, but Rasen replies that it's the only thing that he is good at. Kazan then questions, why is he requesting a martial arts contest, as magic clan people doesn't tend to like them? Rasen replies that he knows Kazan doesn't have any friends. Hearing which shocks both the Guardians and Japel, who wonders why is Rasen saying shit like this. Rasen continues that he doesn't have friends either. It's the same situation as it is for Kazan. Kazan doesn't say anything, and Rasen tells him that it's because of their origin as science, while claiming that it's even more difficult for him, since his clan does not allow him to make friends. With the only exception being someone who is at his level, then only through the family connections are they allowed to finally meet as friends, and Kazan questions, how is that a friend? Which Rasen agrees with. Which is why he has no friends, but if it's Kazan, he thinks that his clan will give him permission. And so, he is challenging Kazan to a martial arts contest. It's also because of the trust and consideration between them, as if they cannot back it up, they can very easily end up with large injuries. Kazan agrees with him, while claiming that Rasen sure knows a lot about them. The notification informs Rasen that a weaker person requesting martial arts contest is an even bigger sign of trust. Since it requires more courage, it can even mean that they completely trust each other. With Rasen noting that he is definitely on the weaker side here, he then tells Kazan to think of his magic combat as a martial technique. Kazan tells him that he uses sword arts and uses his right hand, but he will only use the basic sword technique of the said clan. Since Rasen is barehanded and he is using a weapon, he will concede the first 3 moves to him, and Rasen notes that Kazan's stance is very clean. Rasen then questions him on who does he think will win, and Kazan hesitates to answer, but Rasen answers it himself, that it would obviously be him. But despite this, he is challenging him. Why does he think that's the case? And Kazan replies it's because he wants to be his friend. Rasen then questions if he thinks it would matter who the winner is then. Kazan replies it doesn't. Rasen replies that he didn't challenge him because he wanted to win, but because he wanted to be his friend. And friends needs to have a fair and equal relationship, so he should treat him as an equal. Kazan apologizes and replies that he wasn't trying to insult him, which Rasen knows. He tells Kazan that he would do his best, so he should also try his best. And so, Kazan also draws his sword and gets ready, and Japel notes that they are about to start. As soon as it starts, Kazan rushes towards Rasen with a straight thrust which Rasen dodges. Rasen calls it crazy, as his sword arrived immediately at the announcement of the attack. Rasen retreats back to a tree and regains his balance and rushes towards him to attack. But as Rasen gets close to Kazan, he again uses straight thrust, not allowing Rasen to close the distance. Rasen notes if he wants to utilize his magic combat properly, he would need to get close, but Kazan is completely protecting his space. And if he approaches recklessly, he would get in range of his sword, but that doesn't mean he can avoid approaching, since he can also attack at a distance quickly. Upon witnessing the power of the main character, Rasen initially, though that he cannot win, but now it seems much more possible, as he can see the path of his attacks, and as long as he can predict them, he can approach him. Kazan uses horizontal slash, but Rasen dodges as he knows it's a feint, which he will use to attack with straight thrust again. But it doesn't turn out to be a feint, as he changed it into a real attack, leaving Rasen with no choice but to let him hit on his left side. Rasen then uses his arm to try and block Kazan's slash. The slash does quite the damage to him as he kneels. He thought being hit on the side would be better, but it still caused him mana concussion. And so Kazan points his sword right at his face, and Rasen accepts his defeat. Japel is quite surprised at both of them, but is glad that it didn't end up in some kind of accident. Kazan asks Rasen if his arm is alright, and he replies that it is, though it feels as if it was smashed with a steel pole. Kazan calls his defense impressive, Rasen asks, even though he wasn't properly able to block it? But Kazan tells him that he really thinks it was impressive, as he was completely surprised by the sudden sparks, hearing which Rasen wonders, what is he talking about all of a sudden? He looks over to Rudia, wondering if she did something sneakily, as since the situation passed so suddenly, he wasn't able to see what happened. Kazan informs Rasen that his sword is an artifact, about which he doesn't give much reaction at first. But when Kazan reveals that it can even cut through steel, Rasen gets shocked and scared that he tried to hit him with such thing. Though Kazan claims that he still tried to control his strength and lower its destructive power, and so calls Rasen's defensive technique truly impressive, and Rasen thanks him for the compliment. And while he expected to lose, he didn't know that the difference would be this big. Kazan forwards his hand towards Rasen, claiming that all the other have much more difficult times against him, and Rasen replies that they are much weaker than him. But Rasen asks if that would make him weird, and he replies that it's not weird for a weaker person to have a difficult time against a stronger person, and Rasen replies that he just thought he can trust him. Kazan also smiles, claiming that it's his first time meeting someone like him. As Kazan is leaving, he tells Rasen that he is glad he got to meet him and that they will meet again soon. Soon enough, a message pops up notifying that another big variable has occurred in the story. Japple comes forward and says that while it's beyond his imagination, he would like to ask him something, and Rasen tells him to go ahead. He asks Rasen when did he learn the spark attribute magic, hearing which shocks and confuses him. But he also remembers Kazan's words about the same thing and thinks that he can also feel something. As he starts releasing his mana, he feels the heat from before within his heart, and that while it's not powerful, he notes that it's definitely there. Rasen then decides to double-check the situation from earlier with his divine eye. And as he blocks Kazan's attack, we see some kind of flash, which surprises Kazan as well. He gets a notification that fire attribute mana has merged with the effect of the pure flaming water, as he realizes what happened. Because he ingested pure flaming water instead of plain flaming water, he became capable of using elemental mana. It's almost impossible to use attributes in magic combat, though. And those who can do it are high-level magicians. The monsters like Third Young Lady are the only people who can do it, and even then it's not very effective. Japple asks him, how did he do that? And Rasen feigns ignorance, replying that he doesn't know either. Though Japple assumes that while he does know, he is just telling him to basically shut up and doesn't want to tell him. He thinks that today's outing was thoroughly planned by Rasen, and wonders if meeting with Kazan was also a part of his plan. And considering that none of the protectors realized it, an important higher-up must be involved in this, someone with as much authority as Third Young Lady, and so Japple decides to be careful with his actions. So he decides to guide him back to the Maiden clan. Rudia then speaks up and asks Rasen to take it back, and he is confused. What could she be talking about? And she gets angry while saying that if he doesn't cancel it, she would burn everything up, though Rasen is clueless. He then suddenly realizes that it's about him telling Kazan that he has no friends either. Rudia throws a tantrum while saying that she thought that he was her friend, which is why she made a pact with him. Hearing this, Rasen thinks that a friend is really important for a 9-year-old, and then tells Rudia that she is her friend as well, but Rudia doubts and asks, why didn't he said that before otherwise? Rasen simply takes it back, and Rudia asks if he is really going to do it, and Rasen assures her of that. She smiles and gets back, as Rasen calls her a friend. She tells him to never forget this, and she is forgiving him since it's the first time. Now back at the Maple Annex, the protectors talk about Rasen on how he is leading an easy life, and questions why is Patriarch letting him do as he pleases, as there are countless ways of killing him accidentally, and Japple hears all this and thinks of it as strange, as the Patriarch is keeping him alive with exile as his only punishment, which he finds fishy. Remembering his talk with him before, Japple thinks that perhaps Rasen wasn't just bluffing back then. Now on January 1st, we see Rasen having a feast with his mother, as he questions, why does his divine eye keep activating, and asks his mother, what kind of person is his father? As in even in Cha Sungmin's memory, Rasen doesn't remember much about his father. He had never met him in the first place, and it seems the character Rasen was extremely afraid of him. It even felt like he purposefully erased his memory of him. His mother speaks up, that he is a lonely man, and he then gets a notification informing him that Decathra has only loved Soso. She was the only woman who has Decathra ever given true love. Suddenly, Rasen shudders, as someone repeats the word that Soso just said, as one of the paintings starts to form some kind of portal, and from that, Decathra comes walking out of it. Seeing him, Rasen is quite shocked, and they all bows and starts to give him a greeting as Decathra tells Soso that it was a harsh thing to say. Meanwhile, Rasen notes that a single person has made him feel if the pressure is risen in the entire space, which makes him wonder, how can one human being exude such intense pressure? And Rasen is able to hardly breathe, and his entire body is signaling to him that it's dangerous just looking at him. Decathra calls out Rasen and asks about the incident that happened with his brother. Rasen replies that if he is talking about sixth brother, it's true, while thinking that with his personality, he shouldn't blame him, and that in the end, he is a character that he made, so he should be more confident. As Decathra asks him, why did he do that, and Rasen assumes that it's a test for him. Rasen replies that he tried to discipline him using his fist instead of magic, and Decathra asks if that was his reason for doing that, and Rasen replies that decided that the magician's honor had hit the ground. Since he tried to discipline him using wrong method, he responded with commandments of mana, and Decathra confirms that if he is trying to say he didn't do anything wrong, which he agrees with, and he wanted to finish the meaningless fight as quickly as possible. And Decathra questions if this is why he overreacted, and Rasen replies that he doesn't think that it was excessive. He didn't inflict any fatal injuries, and he wanted to raise his brother's vigilance by using magic combat, similar to martial arts. And he doesn't believe that they have to go through battle of succession is simply for the sake of having a bloody war between siblings. So he figured that their true enemies aren't ourselves. The renowned martial clan, Grandel, and the renowned sword clan said, making those two clan kneel and lick the ground should be their true goal. Decathra smiles hearing that while saying that it's a good thing to say. Rasen then continues that his brother should be thanking him because he personally allowed him to experience how important distance is in fighting against worm like martial clan. Decathra thinks that while he never had expectations for 7th and 6th, but the 7th is way better than 6th. Rasen continues that if he is still holding a grudge against him, then he isn't qualified to being a maiden, though he wonders if this is enough, as he cannot stop trembling. Another notification pops up, informing him that the reason Rasen managed to survive till 17 was because he was Soso's son, which surprises him. Though now that he thinks about, to him to survive 17 years didn't make sense. The novel didn't mention in detail, but Soso would have died in a few years in the original story due to Azure Dots, and her death destroyed the last bastion. In the past, Decatra Maiden exiled Soso, who gave birth to Rasen and never visited them again, because Rasen was simply a bitch who had no power to protect his mother, let alone becoming the patriarch. He was an incompetent son who couldn't even help the patriarch. Decatra treated Soso coldly on purpose and exiled her for preparation of that day, so that his true love wouldn't be at a disadvantage, because other mothers must also be aware of Decatra's true love towards Soso. And so, the conclusion is simple. If he can actually live up to his name, and can at least grow strong enough to protect his mother's back, the whole picture would change. Rasen also knows that Decatra also hopes that he will become stronger. As such, he tells Decatra that he would do his best, and also acknowledging that magic combat has its limits, to which Decatra replies that it's weak, to the point that it can only be called half a technique. To which Rasen replies that even if the limit is clear, he doesn't plan to sit back and do nothing, but Decatra tells him that it won't work despite this, and Rasen replies that he doesn't plan on becoming the head. He does not have that caliber. But he plans to help who will become the head of the clan, as while his magic talent has its limits, his limits as a person is not defined, since in the end he shares the same blood as his father. So he plans to stand up tall, climb up and protect his mother, hearing which Soso is left quite surprised, and Decatra also seems pleased. Fast forward, he gets a letter from Decatra, inviting him to the Maiden Central's main banquet hall, which is handwritten by him. Thought it's quite short to be called a letter. The Maiden clan tradition, The 10th birthday banquet was scheduled. It's a tradition for the Maiden clan's members when they turn 10 years old. The entire clan gathers and enjoy a simple banquet. And what's more important is that it's the place where the body strengthening array will be set up. A magician's body strengthening is different from typical body strengthening, where it strengthens the constitution. Rather, it's a method of gaining elemental mana for their main attribute. We then see Rasen getting all ready to attend the banquet, while thinking that it's quite different now from back when he transmigrated, as not only his physical appearance has changed, but also his mental state. He then arrives with Heira to the Maiden Central's main banquet hall. While walking, he looks around the hall and notices the effects of magic left on the furniture, as he calls the Maiden family being overly extravagant with their money. He asks Heira about his seat, and she tells him that it's across the patriarch. He then asks about his mother's seat. Heira replies that his mother wasn't invited, which is something Rasen expected. Suddenly, Carlston enters and is quite surprised upon seeing Rasen there. Seeing him, Rasen sarcastically remarks and asks about the place he hit him on. Seeing his tone and confidence, Carlston feels something is different about him, thinking that he is acting up because he was able to get a hit on him last time. But Rasen realizes what he is thinking and tells Carlston to challenge him again if he feels that he only lost due to being caught unaware, though this time it would hurt even more, since he has gotten stronger. Carlston walks away frustrated, saying that he will stamp him down someday like an insect, which Rasen welcomes him to do so, if he can, that is, while thinking that rather than Carlston shaking in fear, this is much better. And next up, Persia arrives and gets slightly excited upon seeing Rasen and calls him cute. She asks him if he is enjoying the toy that he bought last time, which he replies to that she is good at playing with fire, which Persia finds quite unfortunate as she wanted to take her away. But Rasen reminds her about the wager, hearing which Carlston is quite shocked that his third sister made a wager with someone like Rasen. On top of that, Rasen won as well, which he finds quite unbelievable. And now, a girl with blonde hair arrives, seeing whom, Rasen is left quite shocked. She is the last Archmage, Evelia Maiden, the second sister of Rasen, whom Rasen finds quite an impressive Archmage. And that while she has a gentle disposition, if it's for the honor of the clan, she would do anything, just like the third sister, Persia. She has 7th circle, her main attribute is light, and sub-attribute is darkness. She is also the character who is beheaded by the main character, Kazan. And ironically, she is also Kazan's first love. Seeing Rasen, Evelia comments that he has changed drastically, to which Rasen replies that he would interpret it positively, which Evelia agrees with. Rasen is quite in shock seeing both Persia and Evelia as he becomes certain of one thing, that just half-heartedly gathering up his people won't be enough. Even if he were to squeeze out everything, he has to climb up as high as he can. It is doubtful that he would even reach a middling level. Soon enough, rest of the members also arrives, including Decatra and his wives. With this, a total of 10 people have gathered here. Decatra starts with congratulating Rasen for his 10th birthday, and everyone follows him and congratulates Rasen as well, and he thanks them for it. Evelia stands up and reports that upon Decatra's orders, she has returned after annihilating the demonic Balrogs that popped up from the spring water of chaos and darkness. And Rasen explains that this gathering isn't simply that they end up drinking tea, but a gathering where his siblings show what they've been doing. Another one stands up, reporting that he has captured the necromancer of the north, Karen, and sealed her in the devil's coffin, and also massacred the 20 necromancer followers of her. Decatra asks about the losses, and he replies that he was the only one present at the subjugations, hearing which he compliments him as he sits down. Persia reports that she has brought the Sylvia's wings that were enshrined in the abandoned temple, hearing which, Rasen gets quite shocked. He gets a message that Persia has robbed the divine artifact, Sylvia's wings, which was guarding the abandoned temple. He remembers it as the item that can drastically increase wind attribute magician's wind affinity. Decatra asks about the response from the Holy Kingdom about this, and she replies that there hasn't been any announcement yet, and she thinks that an official statement would be made soon. Decatra replies that the most those people can demand would be an apology, and Persia asks, what should she do in that case, and he tells her to ignore them. Rasen thinks that it's a power move that expresses confidence. Someone from the Holy Kingdom has offended someone from the Maiden clan, so Dekatra retaliated, as they would not dare declare war on the Maiden clan. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, and Dekatra permits them to enter. It's Dekatra's pawn, who seems to brining something. We see there a bunch of scrolls, as he puts it down beside Rasen, and Dekatra tells him to choose. Rasen remembers that these are the scrolls that will be handled by Dekatra himself, and activates his divine eye and notices something. He notes that the mana wavelengths flowing out from the 7 scrolls are gathering together, and creating a single scroll, which he quickly picks. Seeing this, Persia and one of his siblings are left shocked. And Evelia is also surprised and notes that Rasen has picked a transcendent attribute. While holding it, Rasen makes his choice that he would be choosing this scroll. Everyone goes silent for a moment in shock upon seeing Rasen pick that scroll. Dekatra calls out Evelia and asks her if she told him about this, and she declines. Rest of his other siblings declines their involvement in this as well. In surprise, Dekatra questions if this means that a 10-year-old was able to analyze the wavelength of mana by himself, which is something even Evelia couldn't do at 10 years old. She replies that Rasen has better eyes than she did at his age. Persia finds it very interesting as she didn't expect him to be capable of that. Evelia comments that he may be talented in magic combat, as the growth rate of magic combat in the beginning is very quick after all. But Dekatra still doubts that he was able to do it thanks to that, and Evelia replies that it's the conclusion they can draw for now, as none of them learned magic combat at that age. As such, Dekatra tells Rasen to bring him the Transcendent Attribute Scroll. Members of the Maiden family can choose a scroll for their 10-year ritual. They each have a physical strengthening magic written within. Red is fire attribute, blue is water, silver is steel. Dark brown is earth, yellow is lightning, black is shadow, white is light. Combining them all creates the Transcendent Scroll, which allows one to control all 7 attributes. It's simply a mixture of all the scrolls, and Rasen thinks that having everything in one isn't always good. Dekatra tells Rasen that he didn't thought he would pick that scroll, and Rasen replies and takes it as a compliment. Seeing the way he talks angers Carlston due to his tone with Dekatra, as he wonders if Rasen lost his sense of fear. Dekatra tells Rasen that Evelia would be the one in charge of the operation of the physical strengthening magic. Rasen questions that he thought Dekatra was the one who carried it out himself, and Dekatra replies that if he does that, then there is a 99% chance that he would die, though he is still willing if Rasen wants. Rasen questions if it would be different with Evelia, and he replies that his likelihood of survival would go up to 50% since her mana is much softer than his. It makes Rasen think if choosing the Transcendent Attribute was a foolish move, but decides to not regret it, as he cannot survive this insane world without taking risks like this. As such, he tells Evelia that he would leave it to her, and she asks if he trusts her, to which he replies that he trusts her as a mage. She adds that Dekatra was being optimistic, as in her opinion, the likelihood of success is much lower, as the Transcendent Attribute involves very destructive and heavy mana. The physical strengthening magic operation for it is just as destructive. He asks what are his chances of surviving are then, and she replies at best it's 50%, and he asks if she tries her best, she replies it would be still 50%. He asks her if she wants him to choose a different scroll, and she replies that those who walk the path of magic do not enforce their views on others. But she still wishes for him to be strong. And so, Rasen decides to stick with this one, and she asks him to take of his clothes. He asks how much, and she replies, everything except the underwear. As he starts to strip, we see his toned and muscular body. Seeing which, Persia is left quite impressed as she thinks, it's hard to believe for anyone that it's a body of a 10-year-old, as it wasn't like this a month ago, and she also wonders how he managed to get the scroll of Transcendent Attribute, and also his muscular body and what other secrets he is hiding. She comments that he got a great face, fit to be made into a decoration, which catches Rasen off guard. As he lays down, Evelia thanks Dekatra for giving her the opportunity to carry out Rasen's 10-year ritual. But suddenly, Rasen asks her to wait and Evelia asks if he has suddenly gotten scared, and he replies, "It's not that." But he has something to tell to his father, which surprises everyone. Decatra asks about it, and he replies that if he survives, he wants him to do a favor. Hearing his request shocks his other siblings as Carlston wonders what kind of idiot asks for a favor on his 10-year ritual. Rasen continues that it's a Maiden family tradition to carry out the physical strengthening operation, but it's broken now. And although Evelia is quite skilled, she is still nowhere near his father. So Rasen demands a special favor for it. Carlston calls him crazy for asking that, while hoping that Rasen gets killed by Decatra. Decatra asks Rasen about the favor, and Rasen asks her to please allow his mother to come to his place, which shocks his other wives. Carlston's mother calls Soso inferior, and Rasen asks, "Why is he inferior?" And she replies that it's because her birthrights and origins are different from theirs. But Rasen argues that he is his father's son, and half of his blood is from his mother. Calling her inferior would mean calling him inferior, and also means that she is calling Decatra inferior since his blood is from him. Decatra asks him, why does he want that? And he replies that it's because his mother wants to see him, which greatly surprises him. Rasen thinks that while he would be making enemies of his 3 mothers, it's better to have one father on his side than 3 mothers. As she is the only weakness his father has, Decatra finds it impertinence that she is wanting to see him, while also referring to her as an inferior thing himself. But regardless, he grants him that favor if he survives, shocking everyone, though he does ask him to stay alive for that, and Rasen thinks to live up to his expectations. Evelia starts the operation and starts chanting that the one who walks on the path of magic, following the commandments of magic and the 10-year ritual, she commands him. He, who will lead the will of transcendence, be embraced by the fierce and great mana. His body starts to burn, and he feels as if he is getting branded. He arrives in some dark place and hears an unknown voice saying that he would help him. He notes that while he has all of his limbs, he cannot feel any of them, and he remembers what this feels like. It was like when he was anesthetized at the hospital. Suddenly, a fire greets him, and he freaks out and wonders, what is this? But it starts to take form, and in shock, Rasen remembers that it's the Holy Grail of fire. The Grail asks Rasen if he remembers who he is, which he does. Rasen questions, why is he here, and why is the Holy Grail of fire here as well, since he was in the middle of receiving the physical, strengthening magic. But the Grail calls him wrong, and tells Rasen that he is not the Holy Grail of fire, which makes Rasen ask for his identity. The Grail replies that his true name is Holy Grail of Transcendence, hearing which shocks Rasen. He tries to analyze him with his divine eye, but he is unable to do so since he is not good enough. The Grail tells Rasen that the Fire Clan had a misunderstanding and Curdle poured fire mana into him. And then with an annoyed expression comments that Rasen doesn't know who Curdle is and tells him that he is an old gramp. But Rasen remembers. It's the Archmage from the legends. If the great sage Alberto is a fake character who proclaimed himself a great sage. There are many who believes that Curdle existed in real life. But regardless, the Grail tells Rasen that he wants to help him and calls him brother, which surprises him, as he wonders if the Grail has a gender in the first place. Rasen asks him, how is he going to help him, and he replies that he has a pretty special body, and in the age in which the Grail was created, they used to call Rasen's body type as heavenly bodies. And while it's very strong, it's not enough to receive the mana he is trying to take in right now, since his circle is already saturated. And so Grail questions Rasen, what does he think would happen if that kind of destructive power enters him during this state, and Rasen replies that he would die, which the Grail agrees with. But the Grail doesn't want him to die, and Rasen asks for his reason, to which he simply replies that it would be boring, as he would have to go in a long slumber again. So Rasen asks, how is he going to help him? The Grail replies that he would consume the mana in his stead, while Rasen chooses to believe the Grail. And a message pops up, informing Rasen that the Holy Grail has been searching for his true owner for a long time, and Rasen remembers that it originally ends up in Cassin's hands. When that happened, the Holy Grail never acted like this. The Grail tells him that it's hard to explain, but Rasen has the qualities to be his owner. as his existence is full of holes, which is what is required to take the Grail in. Rasen asks about it, and the Grail replies that he would know in time, but he would get to the point for now, and asks Rasen to be his owner. As right now, he is melted into Rasen's heart. He would eat that mana, and Rasen asks what would happen if he does that, and he replies that he would be reborn as the proper Holy Grail of Transcendence. As there are a lot of strange magic spells, but the Grail believes that the scary Nuna, Evelia, would take care of it. While he is going to take a nice break in his heart once again, and come out when it's necessary, Rasen asks about it, and the Grail replies that he would have to use him a lot in the future. From this, Rasen understands that it's like another circle being applied to his mana circles, and his body starts to disappear, as he notes that if he doesn't accept his help right now, his whole body would disappear and he would die, which he doesn't want, as he still has so much things left to do. And so, he accepts the Holy Grail's offer and becomes its owner. The Grail starts to flare up, and Rasen is surprised upon seeing its power. He wakes up again, and Evelia says that the operation is done, and her father commends her for the good work. Rasen is confused upon waking up and wonders if all that was a dream, but realizes it's not the case, as his heart feels different. Evelia says that she did the operation, but there is something, and her father assumes that she means that it was not successful, which surprises Rasen. Evelia agrees with Decatra's assumption, as she failed to notice due to a physical feature. The mana and magic in the scroll has been extinguished, while she blames herself for not being good enough. Decatra starts to walk away, while saying that it's his fate, and ends Rasen's 10-year ritual with this. But Rasen notes that it wasn't extinguished, but consumed by the Holy Grail of Transcendence. He then calls out to his father and tells him about the promise to bring his mother in. He replies that a promise should be made for those who deserve it, and kept by those who can carry it out. And so, everyone leaves while Rasen thinks that he has made some progress. Though, he wonders if Evelia and Decatra really not know the existence of Holy Grail of Transcendence despite carrying out the operation. He is glad that it didn't show any external signs. He dresses up and starts to leave while thinking that he got another strong ally, and orders Heira to go back with him. But suddenly, something changes in the air, as he notes that looking at Heira is making him feel as if he is looking at well-sharpened murdering sword. He notes that Heira is expressing her aura, and she speaks up, wanting to ask Rasen something. Rasen's divine eye is unable to analyze her. Not even the basic information is available, as he thinks that she is showing her true self in his father's presence. He gets a notification that the highest level of security magic has been activated in this place, and he notes that only Decatra can use such magic. Heira asks if he is aware of what she has learned, and he replies that if he should be, and she says that his attitude towards her has changed, and Rasen replies that he has gotten himself together only recently. She asks him a question: who does Rasen think has hired her? And he replies with an assumption that it must be his father, and she asks, why does he think that? And he replies that it's because she is not hiding her aura in the main building while his father is here. Heira finds his answer quite amusing, and asks if he can feel her aura. Rasen replies that it's sharp and thrilling and scary, to which Heira replies it's because he is still weak, and Rasen comments that of course he is since he just turned 10. She then questions if that is a sufficient reason for him to think that she has been hired by him. Meanwhile, Rasen wants to run away since she is so scary, though he cannot, since she can easily catch him. And since she is hired by his father, he assumes that she won't hurt him, and answers her that she is expressing her aura, yet no one is coming, even though there are a bunch of mages here who can detect even tiny bit of aura. And since no one is coming, he assumes that there is something that's preventing the aura from being detected, security magic, and there is no one who can use security magic in this building without his father's permission. So, she was hired by his father, and he put up the barrier magic and ordered her to show herself to Rasen, is the answer that Rasen gives her. Heira agrees with his deduction, and informs Rasen that Decatra ordered her to do anything with him if he is unable to analyze the situation. Since if he is a part of the maiden family, he should be able to do at least this much, which Rasen comments is very much like his father, and seeing his attitude, Heira comments that he doesn't seem disappointed. But Rasen replies that he is very much, as the problem is that she has shown herself to him just now, while hiding herself so well up until this point. As if he thinks about its perfect timing, since today he officially came to the main building and also met his father. The day he cast a secret barrier, and assumes that it's the day that his father wanted to test him. Heira also takes out his weapon and gets ready to fight while once again agreeing with his deduction. Heira then tells Rasen that she didn't thought he would be able to figure out that part, and Rasen asks in return on what would have happened otherwise. She replies that she figured he would piss himself as soon as she showed her aura, and so Rasen nervously replies if she isn't underestimating him too much. She then decides to introduce herself truthfully. Her real name is discreet without a sound, but Rasen can continue to call her Heira. Hearing her name surprises Rasen, and remembers that it's a character that he set up himself. And we see a mother scaring her child, telling him that if he keeps misbehaving, discreet without a sound will snatch him away, as he cries in fear. She is apparently an assassin whom even the strongest people in the world fear. The renowned family of swordsmanship also searched for her, but failed in the end. She was very discreet, and there was no information about her. And so, Rasen is quite frustrated that the infamous assassin is standing right in front of him, and is surprised that an assassin that powerful is that young. Rasen tells Heira that he has heard about her, and that Swordsmanship Clan is after her as well. She replies that it was over 15 years ago, and that she is surprised that he even knows that. Rasen is shocked upon learning, and asks if her current appearance is fake, which she doesn't answer. Regardless, Rasen asks how would she be testing him, and Heira replies that since her specialty is assassination, if Rasen manages to deflect her attack even once, then it would be his victory, as she disappears soon after. Rasen activates his divine eye, but it's also unable to detect Heira's presence. She also tells Rasen that Decatra has told her to get rid of him if he is too weak, learning which scares him. He then suddenly puts his hand up, asking Heira to wait, and she tells him to speak up, and he asks, what is she going to do if he wins, which she doesn't have any answer for. She appears again, and tells Rasen that she didn't anticipate him asking for a reward. Meanwhile, Rasen is shocked to see her behind him, as he heard her in front of him. She asks Rasen, what would he like, and he tells her to stay with him from now on, to which Heira replies, she is his servant, so of course she will. But Rasen clarifies that he does not mean as a servant, but he wants her to protect him, since she herself said that he is weak. And so, until he is strong enough, he wants her to protect him. Heira thinks for a bit and agrees to do so, and Rasen is also content with it, thinking that it should be enough. And so, Heira once again disappears, telling Rasen that the test has begun. Rasen thinks that while he was confident, he still has to sense something to do anything, as even his heavenly eye cannot detect her. And if he cannot see her using his eye, that he cannot read her movements, and she is probably aiming for him while being in her stealth state, and while she speaks in such scary tone, he notes that she won't be able to kill him. And since it's an empty threat, it means that she won't attack on his neck or above it or his heart. And if he cannot tell where she is, he would have to deflect her attacks by defending himself, so he decides to just take the hit. And she also have her guard down and limited to where she can hit him, either his legs or arms, an attack that won't threaten her life. He also assumes that he would be able to detect her location the moment she attacks. And he also have flow slowly and heavenly eye. Suddenly, he notices that flow slowly doesn't only make time go slower, it also lets him see mana in slow motion, and that its quality has changed from before as a purple mana ring starts to form in front of him. He also gets a notification that his mana is reacting to will of the enemy, and his advanced will technique is substituted with the advanced self-defense. The holy grail of transcendence lets out mana from within his heart, so all of his technique and skills gets upgraded. We then see Heira beginning to attack Rasen, and he is able to see how she will attack him. He notes that it's either his side or his leg, and he can see it clearly now that it's going to be his leg. And while he can dodge if he wants to, he cannot deflect it if he dodges. There will be no point to it. And so, he decides to take the hit and counters with his own punch. But Heira is able to casually block his punch, though she comments that he almost got her chin, and Rasen asks if this counts as deflection, which Heira says it does. She sheathes back her dagger and keeps her promise. She bows down and swears to protect Rasen with everything she has and disappears immediately after. We see his hand bleeding from the strike he blocked, but he smiles regardless as he was able to pass the test. We now switch scenes to some kind of basement as the door opens and someone goes inside. And the person is Heira, who is there to give a report. She reports that 7th Young Master was able to predict her attack route. Otherwise, she cannot explain how he would have deflected her attack. And she also believes that he didn't dodge her attack on purpose, assuming that she won't try to kill him. And there was no other way to deflect her attack as she believes, which she calls a wise decision. But she also found something unique. She has her dagger coated in a poison, Melia. Yet he grabbed that dagger with his bare hands. The dagger definitely sliced his flesh, and despite the poison entering his body, he was completely fine. And she's trying to figure out why was that the case, but for now, she thinks the reason is that his mana neutralized the poison, but the important part is if he did that on purpose or if it was just luck, about which she plans to find out more and disappears. The unknown person then speaks up, thinking that they knew he changed, but they didn't anticipate that he would successfully deflect and neutralize the poison, Melia, and that he has changed a lot in the last month, which at this point make him someone worth protecting. Fast forward, and it gets night, and Rasen, while walking back, thinks that today was quite tiring for him, and decides to relax for a bit since he has been allowed an outing. Suddenly, the Holy Grail comes out, asking Rasen if he did good, and Rasen gets surprised by his sudden appearance and says that he didn't know he had a physical form. And so, he tells him to not pop out like that, but the Grail informs him that he is the only one who can see him, and asks Rasen to praise him. And Rasen asks, why so? The Grail replies that the pretty Nuna from earlier had Melia on her dagger. Rasen doesn't understand what does it mean, and then a notification window pops up, informing him that it's a deadly poison. And Rasen is shocked upon learning that something like that was on the dagger. He asks the Grail if he got rid of it, and he replies that he didn't, it's still in his stomach, and since poison is one of the attributes, it would be a waste to get rid of it. But warns Rasen to be careful, since if his stomach receives a big shock and poison comes out back, his body will melt. Hearing which, he panics and quickly calls out to Hampton, who quickly comes running. Rasen asks him if he knows what Melia is, and Hampton excitedly replies that he does. While it's rare, he can get it for him, and Rasen thinks that he is not going to use it, so Hampton shouldn't get such weird thoughts. He asks Hampton about the antidote, and he replies that it's much easier to find, so Rasen orders him to get some for him. Rasen is quite glad that his shadow's main attribute is poison, while her maid is an assassin. And suddenly, Heira also arrives, wearing a formal suit. He asks if she changed clothes, and she replies that she has been put into a shadow position to assist him as best as she can, while a new maid will replace her work, which makes Rasen comment if he has 2 shadows now, and Heira asks if he has a problem with it. Rasen notes that her attitude has changed, and she replies that she has no need for a mask anymore, and Rasen compliments her that she is quite good at acting, to which Heira replies that it's a requirement for an assassin. He then asks if she put a deadly poison on her dagger, which takes her by surprise as she asks if he was aware of it, and Rasen replies that he was, but pretended not to know earlier, but it has made him angry, since he assumed that she wasn't trying to kill him, yet she used poison on her dagger. She questions why did he pretended to not know, and he replies to show that he is okay even without an antidote. He figured that she wouldn't underestimate him much then. She then informs him that Melia is a deadly poison, and Rasen replies that he knows it's from poison-horn starfish from the southern sea, and Heira is surprised to learn that he knew this as well, though Rasen only learned this recently. She notes that Rasen not only have excellent physical capabilities, and realizes that she has underestimated him. She then tells him to become stronger, as while she has promised to protect him, she has set a time limit to until he is strong enough. So he must become strong for her, so that she can be free of this responsibility. Rasen replies that he is going to do his best, and she also states that she will help him as best as he can. So Rasen asks, how is she going to do that? She replies that she will think more on that. As his second shadow, she will protect him however she can. He then asks if she can get him some Eastern prickly pear powder, and she replies. Suddenly, Rasen starts feeling thirsty and wonders the cause for it, and quickly orders Heira to get some water as well. He knows that powder is very bitter, and he don't know why, but he suddenly wants to take that powder with water. Heira suggests to go back home and see some doctor, but Rasen tells her that there is no time to do that. And as she gets him the powder, he quickly starts to eat it and drinks water on top of it, as he asks her to bring him a lot more. While he is drinking water, we see his body getting surrounded by mana, which Heira takes notice of and gets surprised. Upon observing him, she notices that something is changing. He gets a notification that a special requirement is fulfilled, as the powder contains a small amount of unknown substance, ether, which reacts with the poison and causes it to expand. We then see the grail inside Rasen starts to get drink and vomits. Suddenly, he drops the glass and notices that his heart is starting to expand. Heira notices this as well and wonders if it's mana expansion, and realizes that if she moves him right now, he would die, but she has to protect him, since that's her job. Since she promised him to protect until he is strong, but she is not a mage, so she doesn't know what to do right now. And so, she can only think of one solution right now, which is to take that mana into her own body and die for him. Meanwhile, Rasen gets a notification that ether and melia expands quickly when combined, and only those with transcendent attribute mana can manage such a reaction. Rasen thinks, why does he keep getting near death experience? And notes that his heart is expanding, but he can manage it with his transcendent mana attribute. He uses the mana cultivation that's easy to learn, and his rib starts to get cracked. Another notification pops up, informing him that even those with transcendent attribute mana cannot perfectly manage ether or melia. It's just one of the requirements. And if he does not own the blessed body of the renowned martial arts family, he will not be completely free from the expansion. And Rasen realizes that it means he would die. But the system also tells him that those with very special bodies can withstand the expansion, such as a heavenly body. And Rasen realizes that since he has that, he should be able to withstand it. The Grail then speaks up, telling Rasen that he is feeling better now, so he should trust him. And so, we see Rasen's heart is seemingly about to burst, while the Grail tells him that his ability is helping him a lot, and Rasen realizes that he must mean mana cultivation that's easy to learn. Rasen's body starts to glow bright blue, and Heira notes that his chest is going back to normal, and questions if he stopped the mana expansion on his own. She then notes fire is starting to flare up from his body, and we see his body getting completely surrounded by fire. Heira notes that something has changed about him, and as the fire dissipates, she is shocked to see something, and thinks that it shouldn't be possible from what she knows, and questions, how did Rasen suddenly become a second circle? She has apparently never heard of anyone achieving second circle at the age of 10, but she can clearly see he has 2 circles, which shocks her. Rasen then calls her for staring at him for long, and she apologizes for it and congratulates him. Rasen in surprise asks if she can see them, and she replies she can see he has achieved second circle. Rasen agrees while saying that he almost died due to it. She asks if he managed to calm the mana expansion phenomenon by himself, which Rasen calls a pretty great feat, and Heira disagrees while saying that it's too expected since he was born into maiden family with blessed heart and mana. And so, Rasen thinks that Heira never offers any praise. And the deadly poison melia, Eastern prickly pear's ether, transcendent mana, and the heavenly attribute, mana cultivation that's easy to learn, and holy grail of transcendence. All the 6 requirements came together somehow by coincidence. He then calls out to Heira and asks if she want to do that, like last time, and from that Heira understands what he means. Now in the Leaf Building, we see Noah sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, someone calls him out and he wakes up, saying that he was just thinking. And upon waking up, he notices that it's Rasen who greets him by saying, "Long time no see," and Noah asks him, what brings him here so late? He then notices a second circle in Rasen's heart and gets shocked, and wonders if he is seeing it right, as he was a first circle just a month ago. He also notes Heira, and realizes that she is an assassin. From all this, he also remembers what Jappel told him, that there is some great plan, so they should prepare. Noah is confused hearing that, and Jappel says that someone is planning on doing something with 7th Young Master, and with the current situation, realizes that Jappel was right. and that Rasen is too relaxed for a 10-year-old at second circle. Noting that the situation is dangerous, he decides to not dig any further and asks Rasen why he's here. Rasen replies that he is going to have a duel with his shadow, hearing which surprises him, and wonders when did the maid become a shadow. But regardless, he asks if an open and wide space would do, which they agree for and leaves for it. While on their way, Noah also meets Heira's gaze and gets scared and decides to play dumb. At the training grounds, he asks Heira if she got the idea of his skills last time, which she did. So Rasen asks her to duel with him with a skill in mind, and Heira asks if it's without taking into account that he become a second circle, and Rasen replies that he is trying something new. Heira then asks, what should she do? And Rasen replies to not kill him, but just attack a bit slower, hearing which Heira remarks that an enemy won't be that kind. But Rasen replies that she is not his enemy, but his shadow, which takes her by surprise. And so Heira agrees to go with his request, and Rasen gets ready as well, thinking that the amount of mana he can control has changed as the two loops came together. He starts to understand that now he can move mana however he wants, and so decides to spread it all over his body. And as he gets ready, his mana gets flared up as well. Heira once again disappears, and Rasen notes that it's the same pattern as the last time. And while he is unable to see her still, his heavenly I can detect her movements now, which is the difference between the first and the second circle. And so, he notes that flow slowly skill should be stronger as well. And since Heira is quite stubborn, she would go for the leg again. But this time, Rasen decides to dodge her attack rather than taking it head on. This surprises Heira quite a bit, as she wonders, how could he see her moving? And Rasen quickly follows up with an attack with his fist coated in lightning. But Heira is still able to dodge his attack and puts her knife on his neck as counter. Rasen smiles, thinking that she is quite strong, as he couldn't even detect her last movement with Heavenly Eye. And right as he is about to accept his loss, Heira speaks up and acknowledges her defeat, as she promised him to use the same skill as last time, but she broke that promise and tells Rasen that he has gotten a bit better, and he replies that he is a second circle now, but regardless, Heira didn't thought that it would be this much of a difference. He asks if she is complimenting her, to which she replies, she isn't, as he is still weak. Rasen asks if she cannot compliment him for once, and she replies that empty praises are poison. Meanwhile, Noah is quite shocked seeing their spar, as he thinks that a 10-year-old mage shouldn't be capable of movement like that, and wonders just what is he watching right now. And notes that Heira's movements would be barely detected with magic detection, and the destructive power in that attack cannot be compared to what it was a month ago. And what was scarier was Heira's last move for him, as he has never heard or seen anything like that. He decides to feign ignorance, thinking that he didn't saw anything, while Rasen apologizes to him for coming in so late, which again surprises him. Suddenly, Heira appears behind him and threatens him to forget everything that he saw today, to which he nervously replies that he didn't saw anything since he was in the bathroom and asks if something happened. She tells Noah that Rasen has reached second circle, but he is still not adept at controlling that power, and Noah acts surprised as if he didn't knew that and replies, a second circle at 10 years is something that he heard first time. Heira gives him a slight cut and leaves while saying that she is glad he is not stupid. Meanwhile, Noah is in shock as he wonders what is happening. Now, next day in the morning, we see Rasen training, and Heira arrives, informing Rasen that there is a letter for him, which surprises him. And upon reading that letter, he falls down in shock, which makes Hampton asks if he is all right. And in shock, Rasen tells them that the renowned swordsmanship family has sent him an invitation, and realizes that it's not something that he wrote about, and that it's a variable. Fast forward, and we see him walking down the hall as Decatra has called for him. Rasen assumes that it's probably due to the invitation by said clan. We go back in time a bit, as Rasen tells Heira to let the Central know about the invitation, and Heira confirms his decision once again. Rasen replies that he had his 10th birthday, so he must also participate in the battle for succession, and that if he wants to catch a tiger, then he would have to enter the tiger's den. Though he thinks that if possible, he would like to be on the same side as the tiger. On the tree, Rydia speaks up, saying that she wants to catch a tiger as well, and Rasen plans to take her with him, saying that Kazan would like to be her friend as well, which she is happy about as she doesn't have many friends. Back to the present, we see Rasen is standing on the door, thinking that he should try looking at the future like an author would. An invitation from their ultimate rival clan could have a lot of different meanings to it. As he enters the room, we see both Dekatra and Evelia is standing there. Seeing this, Rasen thinks that it's just as he expected and decides to change the original story and write out something completely new. And so a notification comes up saying that a variable that may affect the story has been created. Rasen asks Dekatra if there is something that he wishes to tell him, and he replies that he should already know why he called him here. Rasen asks if he called him here due to the invitation from the said sword clan. And suddenly, we see Rasen getting attacked by a huge layer of ice spikes, which stops right at his throat. He asks Dekatra, why is he purposefully stopping? And in return, Dekatra asks, why does he think that it was done on purpose? And Rasen replies, if he wished to kill him, his life would have ended already. However, it was not what Dekatra did, and he does not believe that he did anything wrong either. Dekatra repeats what Rasen told him, that the set are bugs that must crawl at their feet, and Rasen once again agrees with his saying, and continues that they will become dogs who will lick their feet and bugs that crawl in the mud, but Dekatra replies that it's not what he thinks looking at his behavior. Rasen says that as he may know, he has already met Kazan in the Heira region, where he requested a martial arts contest against Kazan. From their perspective, a martial arts contest is something they consider as a method to get friendlier. Dekatra asks him, how did he knew that Kazan would be there? And he replies that it was a coincidence. He believes that it was an opportunity provided by the heavens to stomp down the said clan. Dekatra then moves on about him requesting a martial arts contest, and he replies, magic that cannot be seen is more dangerous than magic that is visible. Meanwhile, Evelia thinks that she felt it during the 10th birthday as well, that Rasen is different, and wonders why were there rumors like that about him. She believes that it's not he has changed, since humans don't change their roots. If Rasen was originally like this, it would mean someone was going out of their way to distort information about him. And so she thinks that it was her father who did that. Rasen tells Dekatra that he already had his 10th birthday, and now he is planning on actively entering the battle for succession. Hearing which surprises Evelia, and Rasen continues that his elder siblings already have their territories, and it has been a while since they established their people as well among the clan members. And he does not think that it's unfair, as he was born late, so he determined that he cannot grow his power within the clan. Following which, he thought that he needed to grow his power and influence outside a clan, and Dekatra asks if he is saying that he will drag others in his war with his siblings. He replies that he has no leeway to care whether the water is cold or hot, and Dekatra asks if he is aware of what he is saying right now. Rasen replies that he does understand, while telling his plan that he made contact with Kazan to one day turn him into his dog. But Dekatra argues that it can also eat their owner, to which he uses his father's words, that is also up to one's luck, as if he is consumed by his dog, then that is his own luck. But he will raise him like his own dog, and he will bark when he order him to bark, crawl when ordered to crawl, instead of a sword clan, into a sword pack, hearing which Dekatra smiles. But he will raise him like his own dog, and he will bark when he order him to bark, crawl when ordered to crawl, and he will turn them in a sword pack instead of a sword clan, hearing which Dekatra smiles. Rasen agrees, but he did not know who would be called with him, and thinks that Dekatra would never send him alone to the said clan. He would call someone to go with him as a chaperone, and it had to be someone who he could trust while having the authority to act as a chaperone. And to Dekatra, that person is Evelia. Evelia tells Rasen that his conversation with Dekatra felt as if he went over it in his head multiple times, and he chuckles and replies, he practiced it ahead of time, otherwise he would have become all stiff in front of him. Evelia replies that when she was his age, she was unable to speak with him like that at all. She then stops in the middle to ask Rasen of one more thing as she encloses the space around them. She asks if the body strengthening array really fail, and Rasen replies, it did not, so she asks what happened to the transcendent mana within the scroll. But Rasen refuses to answer her that, and Evelia asks for reason, to which he tells her that his father is also keeping silent about it. Realizing that what she thought was true, she becomes certain of one thing, that Rasen is actually a variable that her father has arranged for her. And if it's not the case, there would be no way Rasen could be speaking this straight with father. And how she will use him as a variable will be up on her own ability. If she cannot use him properly, then she assumes her father will hand him over to other siblings, and that he handed her the opportunity first, so she plans to nurture Rasen. Rasen then speaks up, telling Evelia that he has something to show to her, and she asks, "What is it?" And we see Rasen gathering a purple mana in his hand. Seeing which, Evelia is quite shocked as she thinks that it makes no sense to her, the fact that Rasen is able to materialize the transcendent mana and maintain it as well. He then asks Evelia if she can see this, to which she replies that it's transcendent attribute mana, and she can feel every type of power while its base is fire mana. Rasen agrees with her deduction, and is surprised that she can even see through the fire mana within him, and Evelia then calls him out, and tells him to not overexert himself, as she has already seen his potential, hearing which confuses him. She explains that if he materializes the mana so that it's visible and maintain it without any reaction, it can be burdensome on his heart, about which Rasen had no idea. And since he is still young, he might not be familiar with the pain in his heart. And since if he has already made second circle, his heart should already be quite burdened, it can ruin his body quite much when he is young. And if that happens, she believes that he won't prosper as a mage, since she wishes to watch him over a long time. Hearing this all makes Rasen wonder on why is she being so affectionate towards him. And now that Rasen thinks about it, he realizes that his father never said anything about him reaching second circle, and Evelia asks him on what is he planning to do next. Rasen replies that the Sword Clan would not have only invited them, which Evelia agrees with, as their invitation has gone to Grandel Clan as well, as just the possibility of two clans aligning together while excluding others will cause the world to fall into chaos from the potential imbalance. Rasen notes that they will invite someone important from Martial Clan, someone who is of a similar level to him and similar age, and that person being the Martial Clan's only daughter, Rosalind. He also knows that they will be using the teleportation gateway that they installed to cross over into the Vestia continent, which Evelia agrees with. He tells Evelia that he plans to go ahead and wait for the people who come in the gateway, and Evelia asks for his reason, to which he replies that he has already committed a great affront to the Grandel clan, which she might already know. We now see a flashback of Rasen beating the shit out of Rosalind, and the reason he was exiled was also because of her. And so he has decided to apologize to her, since he considers it his fault. Evelia says that a person of the Magic Clan should never bow their head to anyone, to which Rasen replies, once one has gained the honor of a mage, that mage should never bow to anyone. But if that honor as a mage falls, he believes it would be different. He hit Rosalind. A mage did not behave in the way he should, so he believes that it's correct that he apologizes to her. Though, he wonders how was he able to beat up the more physically powerful martial arts clan successor, as he should have been able to use magic combat before he transmigrated. The system pops up informing him that she was originally delicate and kind. Unlike the daughter of Martial Clan, she believed that hurting or using violence was barbaric, but Rasen remembers that in the future, her personality was more violent and vigorous instead. And the reason for the change was, it was when she first realized that being powerless was sorrowful. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and began training extensively, and the patriarch, Pon Grandel, trained her even more attentively. It was only that she did not want to learn it. She had naturally been born with martial bone constitution, making her growth level impossible. She was a genius, and so Grandel Martial Clan accepted her change with open arms. And so, Rasen realizes that it was the butterfly effect, that a minor character like Rasen would change the major character who was friendly to Kazan, and Evelia speaks up, telling Rasen that he is going to be the main character of this event. So, he should draw out his own plan, and she will support him from the side. Now fast forward to the Sunflower Fields' third teleportation gateway. Rudia is quite excited upon going to Kazan's house, and asks if there are going to be yummy things to eat, to which Rasen replies, there will be a lot of good food, which makes Rudia consider Kazan a good guy, while behind them, Hampton thinks that they will be entering enemy territory, a very dangerous one at that. The Sword Clan, a clan which they would put under them someday, though he thinks that Rasen would embrace them, since he has an open mind, and that he is looking at the bigger picture, and blushes while thinking that he can bask in his glory as his shadow. He then starts to cry from joy, while Heira looks at him with a deadpan expression. And now, we see them moving through the portal through the various zones. With this, they have finally arrived at the Sword Mausoleum, though he doesn't feel great passing through a teleportation gate. The Sword Mausoleum is one of the 5 closest teleportation to the said clan, and while it may have a grim name, but it's a small city that is quite commercially advanced. Evelia asks Rasen if he is alright, to which he replies that he is, and she continues that if it goes as scheduled, then the Grandel clan will arrive in 5 hours. Hearing this, Rasen decides to do mana cultivation for the time being, while Heira and all heads to the hotel first. And we see Evelia standing guard for him, while mentally asking Rasen on what would he be showing her this time. We now switch scenes to Dekatra, who tells his shadow, Sunkan, that he just met up with the youngest right now. Sunkan asks Dekatra if the body strengthening array really fail, to which he replies, not at all, but from what Sunkan saw, it looked very close to having failed. Dekatra replies that there is something quite interesting and crafty hidden in Rasen's heart. Sunkan questions about it, and he replies, while you don't know what it is, it was the first time that he felt something like that. And that thing is completely settled in his heart, and he thinks that it may be the transcendent chalice. Sunkan asks about it, and Dekatra explains that it was said to have shaken the world together with the great Archmage Kurtel. And right before his ascension, he realized that the fire chalice he had been with was actually the transcendent chalice. Sunkan replies that it's his first time hearing that, and Dekatra is not surprised since this information is only recorded in Maiden Clan's Patriarch's journal. At that time, the first clan founder was very close to Kurtel. With his ascension, all traces of transcendent chalice disappeared, and afterwards it was forgotten from people's memories. And after Dekatra looked into it, the child that Rasen brought in as a toy was actually a firekin. So he is certain that it's through her that Rasen absorbed the chalice or something similar to that. He then asks Sunkan if he knows what the founder called the transcendent chalice, which he does not, and Dekatra replies it was called Backup Circle. It's again Sunkan's first time hearing this, and Dekatra continues that Kurtel called it a backup battery, from which he meant a power cell perhaps. Sunkan notes that Dekatra is feeling certain that Rasen has absorbed the chalice, and Dekatra replies that there is no other explanation of the current situation. Sunkan isn't sure what situation is Dekatra talking about. And so, Dekatra replies that the punk Rasen has established a second circle, and while it's minimal, he can control a little bit of elemental attribute, hearing which surprises Sunkan. Dekatra remembers that both he and Sunkan were called geniuses in their youth. He was more attained to mana, while Sunkan was more outstanding with his physical body. And so, he asked Sunkan if he was 10, would he be able to create and maintain a second circle? And Sunkan replies that it would have been possible. And Dekatra replies, but he would have died early due to complication, and Sunkan agrees, saying that he probably wouldn't have been able to live past the age of 17. Dekatra continues that the youngest punk is able to do that without much issue, and calls him a trashy idiot sarcastically. Sunkan finds his talent surprising as well, and Dekatra agrees, while questioning, why is the talent only being brought to light now? How is it possible that he didn't know about it until he became 10? And so, Dekatra believes that there is something about him, and tells Sunkan that he will give him his first mission for the first time in a while. Sunkan quickly stands up hearing that, and asks for his order. Dekatra replies to watch over Rasen, and if possible, also take care of him, so he won't die. Sunkan asks, for how long should he watch over him, and Dekatra replies, until the day Dekatra himself dies. Back to Rasen, whose eyes widen as the martial clan arrives. Looking at them, he notes that he can feel a different power from the Sword Clan. And so, Rasen smiles at them and says, long time no see, to Rosalind. Seeing Larsen, she doesn't recognize him at first. But upon looking closely, she remembers, and her memory of him beating the shit out of her resurfaces. She quickly takes a step back and jumps down the whole staircase. Larsen is quite surprised by that jump, while Rosalind asks him with an angered look, why is he here? Larsen nervously replies that he wanted to apologize to her, But hearing this makes Rosalind burst into laughter, and is quite angry from just the word of it. And seeing her expression, Larson also realizes that she is much angrier than he expected. Suddenly, her uncle steps in while chuckling, asking Larson, shouldn't he be greeting his elders first? And Larson immediately does so. So her uncle asks if he knows who he is, to which Larson formally replies, the carriage and pair who leads the Grandel family. Combat King Magner, hearing which Magner with a stern tone replies, that's right. Larson remembers that he is the second most powerful in the Grandel family. He is Rosalind's uncle and Patriarch's little brother, but if they were to only take combat skills into consideration, then he is even better than the Patriarch. Magner tells Larson that he was planning on giving him a good scolding when he saw him, and Larson replies, but it's not the renowned Marshall family's way. Seeing Larson's behavior, Magner is quite impressed and notes that he is not intimidated at all by him. Larson continues that he was in the wrong, so he would apologize in a way of a renowned family. And Rosalind sarcastically smiles while saying, does he want to be forgiven the renowned family way? Because if he wants that, then she will kill him, she says with her intimidating eyes and aura as she starts charging a punch. And right as she is about to hit him, she stops close to his face, and Magner is once again impressed that Larson didn't even flinch at her attack. Rosalind chuckles, saying that she thought he might get scared. And this time she charges up an attack and punches him in the gut for real, and Larson's self-defense activates automatically. And he seems to have taken some damage, and Rosalind then kicks him away. Magner, watching all this, wonders if Larson is using martial arts magic, and remembers that Maton family calls it magic combat. And he was able to react properly and took the hit from Rosalind with just defense magic. Rosalind gets angry at him for staying still and not defending, and Larson simply apologizes, and it confuses her even more. He continues that he was in the wrong 2 years ago, and he means his apology while thinking that apologizing isn't difficult for him since he lived in the present society. But Rosalind still doesn't take it well and questions what kind of bullshit is he spouting, and suddenly, Rosalind tells her that she was too pretty, hearing which confuses her. And Larson continues that she must know how boys are. He wanted attention from her, so he bullied her. In return for hearing that, she sighs and gives him a kick on his knee, and calls it boring, which confuses him. Rosalind angrily nags that it's boring to fight someone who doesn't fight back, and asks Larson to fight back, as it's the only way she would feel better. Larson barely stands up and agrees for the fight, but not now. Magner steps in, agreeing with Larson that it's not the place, but Rosalind argues that she would only feel better after she kills him. Larson asks her to look around her, and we see a crowd has gathered, and now if they were to fight, everyone would talk about it, but Rosalind doesn't care. And so, Larson tells her that people would be hurt if they were to fight here, which surprises her. And Magner smiles a bit, thinking of Larson as a wise kid. Rosalind asks Larson that he was going to apologize, and he replies that he will, but somewhere better. And Magner agrees with Larson, since they have to get to the sod residence, so they should take care of this there. Suddenly, Larson starts hearing Magner's voice, who tells him that he is good at staging, as he pretended to be friendly for now, since he doesn't want rumors going around that there was a fight between Grandel family and the Maton family. Meanwhile, Larson is surprised that he can hear his voice despite him not speaking. He then gets a notification that Combat King Magner has taken an interest in him, so he would analyze and give meaning to his behaviors, which creates a variable. Larson realizes how the Combat King will analyze his actions, and just then he gets another notification that the Mage of Heavens has doubts about lacking probability, and that Mage of Heavens is none other than Decatra. Another notification states that 2 requirements have been met. He has succeeded in influencing an influential character's thoughts through intentional acting. And Rasen realizes that those 2 are doubting the probability. And so a new probability gets created, and he gets creator's privilege, which is related to probability. And in surprise, he notes something is forming right in front of his eyes, as he's been given lacking probabilities set up. And we see it's a notebook with information written about Larvian. And Larson remembers that it's the setup that he made. And the notebook also contains the stuff he wrote down. But there is more empty space than words. He assumes that it's a lacking setup, something incomplete, and starts to question, why did he posse's Larson? Why are these opportunities and plot points being made? A notification then informs him that he has reached the time limit for the setup usage, and the notebook disappears, making Larson realize that he can only look at it for a certain amount of time, lasting around a minute, and he assumes that he would have to wait a certain amount of time again or fulfill some requirement before he can look at it again. And so, Magner tells Larson to head to the restaurant where Ivelia is waiting for them, which they all do so, as Larson wonders what will change in the future. At the restaurant, both Ivelia and Magner greets each other like old friends. She comments that she would be able to beat him in about 5 years, and he replies that he would accept her challenge anytime. Ivelia replies that she could have challenged him whenever she wanted when she was young, but now she cannot, since she is one of the maiden matriarchs. Magner replies that she lost her childish cuteness, as when she was younger, she used to charge at him whenever and wherever. She even burned up his hair once when he was sleeping. She chuckles and replies that she was trying to burn his head but failed, while Larson notes that he is unable to keep up with their conversation. Rosalind steps forward being all shy and greets Ivelia and introduces herself, saying that they once met 2 years ago, so does she remembers her. Seeing her like this, Larson wonders if she is the same girl from before. Rosalind excitedly tells Ivelia that she wants to become strong like her, since female martial artists are at disadvantage compared to men, and Ivelia notes that she cannot use her fighting spirit yet. Just as swordsmen uses swords as their weapons, and mages uses magic, the martial artists use their physical capabilities. A human body has limits, but they can use fighting spirit to defy physics and do the impossible. And Rosalind tells Ivelia that she would become a strong person like her, and she replies that she would be waiting. Fast forward after the lunch, Ivelia tells them that the portal gate will be reactivated today at the 7:17. She is going to operate it herself and asks Magner if he would like to come, and he agrees to do so. Meanwhile, Rossin notes that those two ate all the food. And since there is still an hour left, she tells them that she wants to talk about something with Larson and asks to excuse themselves, which they agree to, and decides to meet up at the portal. We see both of them taking a stroll at the beach as Evelia calls him her cute little brother and asks about what happened earlier, and Larson confirms if she means what happened at the portal gates. She asks, did he plan all that? And he replies, he did. She continues, if he also knew that she was going to attack him. She asks, did he plan all that? And he replies, he did. She continues, if he also knew that she was going to attack him. Larson asks if she wants to ask him why he used the magic combat technique there, which she is. He replies, it was because Combat King Magner was there. He is the most powerful person in the Grandel family, and he is probably thinking about the fact that he effectively used the magic combat technique. From this, Evelia assumes that Magner would have thought about Larson's proficiency with the magic combat technique being higher than what's expected of 10-year-old, and would have also noticed the large amount of mana in Larson as well. And since Larson has a reputation of being a scoundrel, the most logical that Magner could have come up with would be that Larson has either changed or he was raised to be a variable. But Evelia also doubts that Larson knew Magner well, and if he predicted all that and created this situation, then it's very impressive. And Larson tells Evelia that Magner will think that he is a variable that Maiden family developed, and he would want to know more about him. And from this, she remembers her father's words to make it obvious that Larson is a variable, and Evelia realizes why her father said that. While his magic combat technique has a limit to his potential, his ability to plan things out while considering his immediate situation and possible variables are excellent. And the most important thing she thinks is the fact that he is only 10 years old, and she believes that he has more potential than anyone else. And now, regardless of her father's words, she wants to make Larson one of her people. She tells Larson about the time when she met Magner, and it was as a pilgrim rather than a mage, and asks Larson if he knows that the successors of Maiden family go through truth-seeking and pilgrimage before becoming a candidate. which he does. She continues that she didn't know who Magner was back then, but if she has known, she would have tried harder to kill him. Hearing this, Larson thinks that while her expression looks warm, what she's saying is incredibly brutal. Evelia remembers Magner telling her to kill him if she was upset, and that he would give her 3 chances. Larson didn't know that she had memories with Magner, but he does think that they're good ones. She continues that he is the kind of person who has to find out everything about something he deems suspicious or curious, even if it's a teenage who is trying to kill him. Larson replies that if he is curious about him, he would approach him himself, and he thinks that he would learn a lot from him, which she agrees with. She asks Larson to go on a sibling date together with her, since there are still about 30 minutes left, as there are a lot to see around here, since it's a commercial city. But Larson replies that she has been to commercial cities many times. While she agrees with him, she remembers that most of the commercial cities she went to were destroyed because of her. And so, Larson walks close to her and grabs her hand, and starts taking the lead as they walk along the beach. We switch scenes to Magner, who is walking around with Rosalind, remembering that Larson was an extreme scoundrel 2 years ago. But now, he is completely different, and a person changing so much in 2 years, he deems impossible, as people never change, and deducts that his previous image was a facade, and his image was distorted, which makes him wonder, what his Maton family hopes to achieve with that? He thinks that there must be some kind of plan, and while the Sadas clan has invited them as well, it just is extras. What they really want is a relationship between Sadas and the Maton. So he thinks that there must be something happening that he is not aware of yet, and the Grandel family is weaker than both of them. If something unpredictable were to occur, the Grandel family might get swallowed up by those two. And if Larson is at the center of this plan, then Magner plans to find out what it is. Fast forward, and everyone arrive at the portal. Magner tells Evelia that he is honored to enter a portal created by her, and she replies that he should watch out during the transportation, recalling that she still has one chance left, and Magner nervously replies that he would be careful. And as they enter the portal, Rosalind feels nauseous, feeling as if her body and mind are separated. And upon reaching the other side, Magner tells Evelia that she didn't try anything, and she replies that she was being nice since there is a cute child with them. And Cassin also arrives and calls out to Lydia and Larson, saying that they must be tired from the long trip. And seeing him there, both Evelia and Magner are surprised, as the Sod family never came to greet them before, yet the most likely successor of that very clan is here in person. Both Larson and Cassin exchange greeting, with Cassin noting that he has grown since he saw him last time, and Larson replies that it's magic. Suddenly, Lydia jumps in, telling Cassin that she is the one who is closest to Larson, and Cassin replies that there are no ranks in friendship, and Larson and he just got along with each other in mind and intent, so they decided to be friends. Isn't that the important thing? But Lydia doesn't understand a word Cassin said. But regardless, she still claims to be the closest one to Larson, and Cassin tells her that they both are going to be friends as well, which she agrees and quickly shakes his hand. Suddenly, Rosalind steps up, calling him young Master Cassin, and asking him to not forget that she was invited as well. Cassin is quick to apologize to her, as he was excited upon seeing his friends, and greets her properly. He starts using really formal speech with her, so Rosalind asks him to not be so formal. Since she is younger, he can speak causally, but Cassin replies he will in time, and once again goes back to his friends, seeing which Rosalind is quite annoyed, as he is really friendly with them. Yet he has put up a wall with her. Seeing the situation, Magner smiles, noting that Larson has intentionally created this kind of dynamic, and claims him to be not a regular 10-year-old, but he is like 100-year-old snake controlling him. Larson then asks Cassin for a favor, which is about the duel he wants to have with Rosalind, and asks him to provide a place for it. Larson thinks that his opponent is a renowned martial arts family's only daughter. The setting is renowned swordsmanship family's dueling grounds, and there are people watching from all 3 families, so this will be the scoundrel Larson Maton's debut stage. Fast forward, we see everyone in the Sod clan seems to be talking about the upcoming fight, and all of them believes that Rosalind will win, even though she cannot use her fighting spirit yet, since Larson is a scoundrel in their eyes. One of them states that it would depend on their physical capabilities, so the other guard assumes it would be Rosalind's win then, but they also find it interesting that Larson's main skill is magic combat technique. Now, we are introduced to the Saad clan's family patriarch, Carsius Saad, who asks his son, who does he think would win? And Cassin replies that he is envious, and Carsia agrees, since a duel with a friend is a lot of fun. Cassin tells his father that while the world thinks that Larson is a stupid scoundrel, he used to think that as well, but he now considers him a good guy. And he also thinks that he would make a good rival, which surprises Carsia, as he asks if he has rival at his age. And Cassin replies that he is stronger at the moment, noting that Cassin used the word at the moment. Carsia smiles, assuming that the information on Larson was distorted on purpose, meaning that Larson is Maton family's hidden variable, and this stage was set up by Decatra. And so Carsia asks, who does he think will win? And Cassin replies that he thinks Larson will lose. And when Carsia asks him to explain, Cassin simply replies, it's because he has a soft heart. And so Carsia gets intrigued and plans to attend the duel tomorrow as well. And so Cassin tells him that he would introduce him to his friends, which gets his father excited as well. Now on the next day, at Firmament Sword stage, both Larson and Rosalind takes up their stance, with Rosalind stating that she was waiting long for the day, and Larson thinks that he would have to manipulate the stage, as there is no point in seeming like a normal kid here. He plans to live up to the fact that this is his official debut stage. And now they begin, with Rosalind starting to get in her form, and she rushes towards him at high speeds. And Larson activates his flow slowly, and notes that he is at advantage when it comes to physical fight, since Rosalind cannot control her fighting spirit yet, and so he smoothly dodges her first attack. She quickly turns around and tries to land a kick, but Larson blocks it with his shoulder. She gets quite surprised by it, as she planned to break his arm and ribs, yet she felt like she kicked water, and both Evelia and Magner are shocked seeing him as well. Rosalind starts to get angry, shouting at him to not get arrogant, because he blocked her strike with sheer luck and plans to land a flying kick. But Larson once again blocks her attack. Now she charges up a powerful jab, and this time Larson seems to struggle a bit, but blocks it regardless. He finally tries to counter, but Rosalind quickly dodges and gets back. Rosalind starts to pant heavily. Meanwhile, Larson seems not tired at all. And seeing this, everyone is quite surprised. Magner notes that Larson is reading her attacks at least one, if not 2 steps ahead, and thinks that the rumor about Larson were definitely made up, and is certain that Larson has received strict training from the Maton family. Rosalind starts to get frustrated, knowing that Larson is simply defending and putting distance between them, and tries to figure out why is he doing so. Magner notes Larson saw an opening for an attack, and as time is passing, Rosalind is putting more strength out of frustration, and hence making even larger openings for Larson, while he is continuing to spot the openings and only taking hits where it's dangerous, which is only possible if he is much more skilled than her. He is simply continuing to defend, while showing off that he is more skilled than her, and nervously realizes just what the Maton family has created. Magic combat is one of the lowest ranked amongst magic, but he is still far better than a martial artist, and while those two are kids, they have lots of potential. And there are 2 reasons Larson is acting the way he is. One is to show off that even a lowest ranked magic combat is better than martial arts. The other is to show off the power of Maton clan, where 3 families are present, and Carsia seems to have similar thoughts about this as Magner. Magner comments that Larson seems to be raised in secret as a mage who specializes in magic combat techniques, which Carsia agrees with him. Though, he wonders, why is Larson revealing that here? And Magner replies that Larson seems to develop his technique in secret, and now wants to use them in a real combat situation to prove those skills and improve. And both Carsia and Magner also notices that he is also provoking, and Ivelia also smiles hearing their conversation and realizing what Larson was trying to do, while Cassin is simply impressed with him. Rosalind asks out of frustration, How long is he going to be on defensive? And Larson replies, until she is not mad anymore. She gets riled up further, telling him to at least act tired if that's what he is planning. And she suddenly hits Larson using her fighting spirit, which seems to cause him heavy damage. He starts to cough up blood, and Rosalind asks him, why didn't he dodge? And Larson simply replies and smiles that she seemed like she wanted to hit him at least once. She annoyedly asks, what kind of duel is that? And tosses Larson a potion, telling him to drink it, and accepts her defeat, calling Larson annoying as he probably didn't even notice that she used her fighting spirit, and she doesn't even want to be mad anymore since Larson keeps being kind. And in the end, she forgives him, and since she cracked his ribs, she is not going to hold any grudges now either, which Larson thanks her for. And soon after the battle ends, Cassin quickly rushes towards Larson happily and excitedly, with a notification saying that he was very inspired by things like friends, trust, and camaraderie between allies in battle. Larson wonders if it means that he was inspired by the fight between him and Rosalind, as he excitedly tells Larson that he has improved a lot, to which he replies that magic combat does have a faster growth rate at first. And as Cassin expresses his happiness on Larson getting stronger, Larson nervously realizes what's coming, and Cassin officially requests a duel with him, which is what Larson expected. But Larson replies that he is tired from fighting with Rosalind, as magic combat techniques uses a lot of mana. Cassin asks if it's really like that, and Larson replies he wants to duel with him when he is at his best condition, which is the least he can do for him. But the real reason is that he is scared that if he were to deal with Cassin when he is excited, then he doesn't think he would make it. But regardless, Cassin thanks him for that, and asks for a duel tomorrow, making Larson realize that he wants a duel as a birthday gift, no matter what. And so, he agrees for it, and we see drinking the potion also heals him immediately. He then goes over to Rosalind to ask her a favor, and she asks, what? And Larson states how she hit him using her fighting spirit, and she replies if he's going to humiliate her for it, and he replies she should know he wouldn't do that, and that he actually felt something when she hit him, and Rosalind asks what, but Larson replies he is not sure, but he can almost grasp it, and Rosalind gets annoyed, asking him talk clearly. And so, he requests her to help him, stating that her martial techniques would help him become stronger. But she questions why would she, and he replies to think of it as a debt that he would pay later. Meanwhile, Rosalind remembers that each night she used to think of getting revenge, but now it's all been ruined. Magner steps up and asks Rosalind to try, and she tries to argue, but Magner replies that doing a favor to the son of Maton family is not a bad idea. So, Rosalind agrees to help once, and asks him to make sure and repay his debt later, and Larson thanks her for that, and says that he swears on the name of a future mage, hearing which surprises Evelia, and she smiles, as it's the same as saying that he would participate in the succession war as a lawful successor of the Matons. And he is saying that in front of the renowned family patriarchs. Rosalind asks if she just has to hit him once, and he agrees. And so she does so, while saying that it's not going to be her fault if he gets hurt, and after the hit, Larson notes that there is definitely a reaction, and the mana in his heart is reacting with Rosalind's incomplete fighting spirit, and so he asks her to hit him one more time, while she gets annoyed, but does hit him regardless. Meanwhile, Magner, with curiosity, wonders what is happening and knows that Larson is trying to do something. Meanwhile, Larson continues taking the hits, and Carcia asks Evelia, what is Larson doing? And she replies that the mana in his heart is having a reaction with Rosalind's fighting spirit. Carcia asks what kind of reaction, and Evelia replies she is not sure, but there is a reaction. Larson starts to grunt in pain, and Rosalind asks if he is okay, but now he is certain that his transcendent mana is reacting to the fighting spirit. But canonically, he wrote that both fighting spirit and mana don't mix. So, he comes up with the conclusion that probability is decreasing, and he gets a notification that he has discovered a lacking probability on his own, and he has been given an opportunity to fill in one piece of lacking probability. And so, he notes that what he must do in this world where probability is lacking isn't just survive, And suddenly, a notebook is spawned in his hand, which is a setup book he saw earlier. And the time around him completely stops, as he notes that the time stops in this world when the setup is being created. As the notebook opens, it says the fighting spirit of the martial clan and the mana of the mage clan don't mix or react with one another. But in the duel between Rosalind and Larson on January of the year 219, Larson's mana reacted with Rosalind's fighting spirit. But the part of the reason is left blank, and Larson realizes that he has to fill in it himself. And if he is not careful with the filing, then he would mess up with the previous setups, and he cannot just write and then erase it later, since he might become this world destroyer instead of a creator. And so, he begins writing a sensible reason that won't interfere with the other setups. And the reason he writes is that the character, Larson Mayton, doesn't abide by the rules of this world. He first thought of writing different reason, such as having the holy grail of transcendence or transcendent attribute mana, but decided it would be better to focus on the character Larson itself rather than relying on an external factor. And if he sets himself up as someone who isn't abide by this world's rules, he would be free from this world's probability and won't run into any other preset world settings. Because it means that Larson Mayton is an irregular. Now, due to obtaining lacking probability, he gets a privilege of adding another line for 10 seconds. Now fast forward at night, we see someone is knocking on the door, and Lydia seems to be sleeping. She then wakes up and opens the gate, and we see it's Magner, who Lydia asks the identity of. He replies that he is Rosalind's uncle and asks for Larson. Lydia gets defensive hearing that, and asks if he's going to harass him, and he replies if he looks like a bad person to her. And Larson walks out of the bath, and from the door Magner is quite surprised upon looking at him, noting that his body is well-trained, and a mana different from fighting spirit is all over his body. Most mages concentrate their mana in their heart, but Larson is unique, like a mutant. Using mana would be inconvenient if he were to overly train his muscles like the martial arts family does, so his body has been trained specially for magic combat techniques. Lydia walks towards him and calls his abs 8 little dumplings on his body and asks to touch it, which Larson rejects. He quickly calls upon Heira and asks him to get him clothes, and seeing Heira, Magner is quite shocked as her movements are on another level, and he is using someone of her caliber as a maid. Now, both of them sit down, as Larson says that he assumes Magner is here to see him because of his magic combat techniques, and he replies that he has provoked his curiosity. Larson replies that he's also curious about martial arts, and seeing his tone, Magner replies that he seems certain that he's going to tell him about martial arts, and Larson replies that he is sure that Magner is curious enough to tell him about it. Magner then asks him questions if he has thought about the consequences that will come from learning martial arts from him, and Larson replies that it's also why swordsmanship family has invited Magner. Because his father's I cannot get through here, even he cannot set up eyes within the swordsmanship clan. Hearing this, Magner wonders if he wasn't trained by Maytons and asks to take a look at his body first, and Larson starts to take off his top. Magner notes that his back is smooth and hard, which is unbelievable for a 10-year-old, and it's not from a few days of training either. He then starts to let his fighting spirit go around Larson's body and asks him to not resist and just accept the energy. Larson asks if he is sure there won't be any side effects, and Magner tells him to trust him, and asks what could he do if not trust him, but Larson replies that he will trust him. His response makes Magner call him a cunning kid, as he created a situation where Magner cannot try anything, and he is acting as if he has risked his safety to him. We go back in time when Larson got privilege for adding another line. He had lots of thoughts. What would an author give the main character? And we see as the fighting spirit enters his body, the notification comes up saying that it's reacting to his mana and is helping him grow without any side effects. Magner is quite surprised seeing Larson taking in his fighting spirits, and wonders if this is what Mayton wanted to show them, a mage who can take in fighting spirit. He calls it a declaration of war for Mayton. Magner asks Larson, who is he learning his techniques from, and he replies that he is learning on his own, and Magner continues that he has analyzed his body, It's the first time he has witnessed a mage who can take in fighting spirit, and he replies that he didn't knew a mage could do that either. He asks Larson as he is acknowledging that someone from Maiden clan will grow using fighting spirit, and he replies that he is learning what can be learned. Hearing this, Magna remembers that Maidens consider swordsmanship trivial and martial arts for losers, and they look down on anyone who is not a mage, yet a Maiden is stepping up to learn martial arts in order to grow. It makes Magna ask Larson if he is truly a pure-blooded Maiden, and he replies if he is asking for his father's name, then it's really Dekatra. Magna laughs hearing that, saying that he has never seen someone like him before, and asks, what does he want from him? Larson replies, if he can really say it. Magna gazes down on him and says that he was going to ask either ways, wasn't he? So he shouldn't waste any time. And so, Larson asks him to be his mentor, which leaves him speechless for a bit. Larson is certain that there is relation between his magic combat and martial arts. Magic combat would become perfect when fighting spirit exists and with the help of martial arts. And it's something that his combat techniques are lacking. Magna, in shock, asks if he really said mentor, and does he really think that Maiden would allow that? Larson replies that he would make sure they do, making Magna shocked once again as he asks, who is he? And Larson simply replies, he is the seventh son of Maiden, but Magna says it's not what he is asking. And a mage who wants to learn martial arts, which is apparently the craziest thing that Magna has heard in his entire life. He once again asks Larson if he realizes what he is saying, and he replies, as one of the potential successors, it might look as if he is bowing down to the Grandals. But if he wanted to reject his offer, he should have done it right away, which again makes the combat king fluster. Magna realizes that he made a situation where he cannot refuse his offer, and he even made him curious and examine his body. By not rejecting his offer immediately, he already lost to him. And Larson asks if he is not interested in magic combat techniques, and Magna replies, he is interested in magic combat that Larson uses to be exact. Larson replies, magic combat is most efficient when combined with fighting spirit and martial arts, so it would be his own new martial arts. Magna is once again really shocked and impressed hearing that, and thinks that a mage shouldn't be saying this, if he was born a mage that is, and says that he was showing off his power even since he met Rosalind for this. Larson agrees, as he saw that Magna was paying attention to him. So Magna asks if the duel was for this reason as well, which Larson agrees, but also claims that he did wanted Rosalind to stop being mad at him. And with a sharp gaze, he asks Magna once again if he doesn't want to see the creation of a new martial art. Continuing from chapter 32, he also tells Magna his plan to have the Sword family take care of him, and Magna argues that others will think that he is a hostage here. He replies, it's because he is a brat. It's irrelevant whether he is a part of the family or not. In exchange for having him stay with the Sword clan, he is sure that his father would reap other benefits. Magna confirms if his reason to stay here is because it's the safest place, and Larson agrees, and Magna calls it frankly insane thing to do. And he cannot say if it's like this because he was raised by the Maidens or because he is some kind of mutated freak, and Larson takes that as a compliment, seeing which, Magna nots that he is extremely calm, and assumes that his plan was a decision that wasn't made rashly, and plans to find out himself. Hearing which, Larson confirms if it means that, and Magna agrees to have him as his apprentice, saying that he would analyze Larson's magic combat piece by piece and watch his body and mana like a hawk. He would discover everything that Maidens have prepared, while in that time, Larson should take everything possible he can from him. And Larson excitedly replies that it's exactly what he wanted. We now switch to Hampton, who seems to be sitting alone outside, thinking that Larson is envisioning something so big that he cannot fathom it, and assumes that he let him eavesdrop because he trusts him completely. And the world that Larson dreams of, a world where the three families are united, a beautiful world where everyone can be happy, which makes Hampton cry, and someone offers him a handkerchief. And it turns out to be Heira, seeing whom, Hampton freaks out, as she tells him to not cry. He replies that he is still not over the fact that she became his shadow, and he would die of a heart attack at this rate, and she replies that if he is going to die so easily then he is not suitable to serve the young master. Hearing this, Hampton calls her cold, Heira switches topic, saying that he must have heard what Larson said, and he agrees. Heira informs him that when the birthday ends, Larson plans on going to the main house to ask for his father's permission, which surprises him. Heira continues that they might have to risk their lives, and Hampton replies, it's their duties as his shadow. Heira asks, even if it means the patriarch would punish him. And Hampton replies, he would protect him by his side, because young Master Larson is his light. And so, suddenly Heira disappears as Hampton turns around to look. We now switch scenes to Larson and Evelia. As he wanted to meet her, and seeing him, she immediately notes that he wants to say something important, and he commends her for catching on quickly. But she tells him to say it in a bit, as she feels these trivial moments are too precious. To say something important. Larson then asks if she likes tulips, and she replies, people are drawn to beautiful things, and he replies, he thought that magic was the most beautiful thing to her. She replies, it was the most beautiful thing to her. But it became the most brutal thing for her, since at least flowers don't harm people, and Larson replies that he would gift her a bouquet of flowers at another time. Hearing which, she smiles and replies that hearing those words alone is making her heart flutter. She then asks to hear out what her youngest sibling has to say, and he replies that he would like to remain here with the renowned swordsmanship family. She asks, does he want to become patriarch, and he replies, not in the slightest, and if she wishes, she can even search him with her special ability. Which she does, saying that it's better to be certain, and uses her skill, Eye of Truth, and finds out that he's indeed saying the truth, and so asks for his reason to be so eager to do this. And he replies that he wants to live, and his answer surprises her. Larson continues that right now, even his older brother is dying to kill him right now. But Evelia argues that while she knows the succession war is brutal, his siblings still wouldn't go far to take their own sibling's life. But Larson replies that even their own father killed his brothers in order to claim the title of the patriarch. Evelia agrees with his reasoning and asks for his reason to stay with the Sword Clan. He replies he wants to become stronger, and she asks why. He replies because he wants to live, but Evelia says that she is asking because she thinks that he has another reason. And so, Larson states that he wants to protect his mother and himself, an answer which takes her by surprise. We get notification stating that Evelia loved the Maiden family unconditionally. For the sake of the family, she could be evil, and for the sake of the family, she could be good. She picks the little child up who was attacking her, while thinking that she doesn't want to kill him and wants him to live. But for the family, she needs to do the right thing. She loved everything about the Maiden family and despised the succession war of the family. She hated the fact that her beloved maidens would wage war against each other and cause each other to bleed. So, she decided to do her absolute best in order to become the matriarch. She vowed to become the absolute ruler, in order to stop the war between siblings. And for that, she needed magic that would overpower everything, the power to achieve peace. Larson remembers that she hunted the evil spirit Balrog at the 10-year ritual, something far more difficult than those completed by other siblings, yet she chose to hunt the monster instead of humans. He realizes that all of these narratives he wrote without much thought, but they were reality for them. It isn't difficult to write that someone was killed, because they are just words. Larson continues and asks if he were to tell her that he wants to become stronger so that he could even protect her, would she consider that pride? Evelia is quite surprised upon hearing those words, and bursts out laughing, seeing which, Larson notes that it's the first time he has seen a heartfelt laugh from her, as she continues that it's the first time she is hearing this. And so, she calls speaking with Larson always a pleasure. He asks Evelia to help him get permission from his father, and she answers that he won't allow it, but Larson replies that he will convince him. Now on the next day at the Sword Clan, we see Larson is visibly shaken as he notes that this place is reminiscent of the Jiangru Pavilion in Jiangbakgung Palace. Yet, since he was slapping things together at the last minute, he put classical music in a place like this. Suddenly, Lydia calls him out to look, and seeing her, Larson wonders where did even got such an outfit from. She shows him the cake and is quite excited on the prospect of eating it, as it's a 4-tier cake. Now they all sit around and wishes Casson happy birthday, and he thanks everyone. Lydia gives him a rock as a gift, saying that her father told her that it's a lucky pebble, and he thanks her upon receiving it. Larson notes that it looks like the stone that he saw on the side of the road earlier. Rosalind offers her gift as well, saying that it bears the sincerity of herself and her family, and he thanks her for that, and she notes that he is finally speaking to her informally as well. When it comes to Larson, he simply tells him that he did not prepare a gift for him, and Casson is completely okay with it. But Larson continues that instead, he would like to stay at his place and keep sparring, though it might not really be considered a gift, hearing which confuses him. And so he again confirms, if he means his house, and Larson replies, that he would get his father's permission. Casson calls it an unexpected gift, saying that it's always good time with friends, and Larson asks him to inform the patriarch. While he would go and get the permission from Maiden family, and we see Heira is standing outside and listening to everything. Now at the portal, Larson notes that he had two objectives. One was to have Casson by his side, and to use Magner to his advantage as much as possible. Casson tells Larson to come back quickly, and he replies that he would be back shortly. Seeing him, Rosalind notes that he certainly is not the same Larson that she used to know. And she tries to speak up. Larson says that he hopes they can greet each other with smiles next time they see each other, and so she leaves hearing that, thinking that she wanted to say it first, while Evelia asks Larson if he knows the dangers involved. Since if his father gets angry, then there is no one in the Maiden family who can withstand his wrath, and he replies that he is confident. Now fast forward to Maiden family main estate. As Larson is standing outside the gate, he can feel his piercing coldness. As he enters inside, Decatra immediately tells him to not greet him, and informs him that he already got a full report from Evelia that he wanted to stay with the Sword Clan, and asks if he is aware how it would look to the outsiders, and if he cannot make him understand, then he would interpret it as insulting the family he leads. Suddenly, a knife materializes in front of Larson, which is an instant death dagger. When a mage below third circle comes in contact with it, they would die immediately. And so, realizing that the result of this insult would be instant death, he gets anxious. He then speaks up, asking his father if he remembers what he said about the Sword Clan, which he does, that they are a good pawn. Larson continues that he met Casson, and he is especially weak to human relationships and feelings. Decatra asks, so, and Larson replies that he is confident that if he stays with him, then he can turn him into his dog, and Decatra asks if this is the reason that he wants to stay at the doghouse. Larson replies, the rest of the world sees magic combat as an incomplete study, but he has seen its potential. Intrigued by this, Decatra asks him to go on. He continues that as he knows, he has already got his second circle, and there is something very special concealed in his body, and Decatra asks if he is referring to the Holy Grail of Transcendence. Larson is surprised that he knew already and continues, while having transcendent mana, Holy Grail, and the unique constitution of his physique. On top of that, his body has also reacted to the fighting spirit of the martial arts clan, and he has also absorbed a bit of it, and it is slowly building up inside his body. And he already got the invitation from the Sod clan, and since he got the invitation, their relationship is already proven. The descendants of the three great clans interacting with one another for the betterment of the world and peace, would it really seem like defeat? The doghouse of swordsmanship doesn't not engage in petty battles of public opinions, but if they were to start a rumor that they have bent Maiden to their will, then he plans to take full responsibility and take his own life. Seeing this, Decatra comments that he seems confident, and he agrees, so Decatra asks for the next step. Larson immediately kneels down, saying that they have offered hand first to achieve unity, and now he is sure that Decatra can figure out how the rest of the world would see them. Absolute force and power are the most effective methods for ruling in his opinion, but a warm embrace and humble stature are what makes a true ruler. Decatra replies that if uttered those words without any change, then he would not be breathing, hearing which scares him. And so, Decatra gives him the permission, saying that he would observe him to see whether or not he will come to possess the ability he speak of, and he thanks Decatra, saying that he would meet his expectations. But he is still young and only 10 right now, hearing which, Decatra angrily asks if he is whining right now. But Larson continues, as so, he would need the warm care of his mother, so please send her with him to the Sod family. Hearing this, Decatra bursts out laughing and smiles while saying that he knows how to move people, thinking that it's quite fascinating that a boy like this was considered a loser. He does find it unfortunate as well that his talent is in magic combat techniques, but it's still strange that no one recognized him sooner. Suddenly, Larson gets a notification that the Mage of Heavens is suspicious of the lacking probability of the world, and it has partially collapsed. He gets worried, since if the world collapsed, he would get obliterated as well. We now switch scenes to Evelia, who seems to be reading some book in her office. She suddenly gets a knock on his door, and it's Persia, whom Evelia finds as an unexpected visitor, and she asks Evelia, why is she reading a basic magic textbook? It's apparently the same book that Larson was reading, and Evelia puts it down and tells Persia that she has something to say to her. And coincidentally, Persia got something to say to her as well, so Evelia decides to not beat around the bush, and tells Persia that she is going to take care of their little brother. Persia calls it funny and replies that she came here to say the exact same thing. Seeing Persia's behavior, Evelia wonders if her father also gave her a chance, and if it's a matter of who can take this variable into their hands. She once again tells Persia that it's none of her business, and Persia replies that it's actually the opposite, as she had eyes on him for a long time. Evelia replies that she would act according to the commandments of Mana if she doesn't cooperate with her, and Persia replies if she is going to get her way using strength, then she would fail, since she had several opportunities in the past to injure Persia severely, such as in the Nupia Canyons. And if their positions was switched, Persia states that she would have made her a cripple. Yet Evelia didn't do that. But Evelia calls it her misunderstanding, and Persia replies, if it's really? Their attacks causes an explosion in the manor. And we see Persia coughing up blood, saying that it's just like she said, that Evelia is soft. Evelia then steps on Persia, and Persia asks, why is she so interested in the youngest, and she replies that it's neither a want nor a need to tell her. Persia replies that the way she is reacting is making her want Larson even more. Evelia angrily asks her, why does she want him, and Persia simply replies, it's because he is cute. Hearing which, Evelia puts even more force in her leg and starts to crush Persia, telling her to quit playing around, as she grunts in pain. Persia replies that she heard that he reached second circle, and asks if Evelia really thought that she wouldn't find out, and perhaps there must have been a reason that his body is so muscular, as it's quite interesting that he is at second circle at the age of 10. And when she hired a shadow to follow him, it went missing. On top of that, Evelia is suddenly interested in him as well, and Evelia realizes that the reason Persia came to see her was to see how she reacted. And so, she tells her to get up, as the elders will come soon since they let out Mana. While Persia, upon seeing Evelia's reaction, wants the youngest even more. We switch to Larson, who somehow felt chills as well, as his mom asks if something is wrong, and he denies. Heira serves Larson his food, with Larson noting that having Heira by his side would mean his chances of being killed by an assassin is a lot lower, and he thanks her for the food. Heira replies that he must eat a lot while growing, and seeing her like this, Larson notes that she is acting kinder than usual, which is suspicious. And so, he activates his heavenly eye, which tells him that his food contains traces of Saken. Since Larson doesn't know what that means, a notification pops up, informing him that it's a deadly poison to those without mana. He calls Heira out, and she asks, what is it? And Larson asks if there is something special in the food, to which she replies, not really. We then get a glimpse of her past, and she remembers that she grew up eating sake since she was 3. Larson changes her question, that maybe not special, but for example some sort of poison. Suddenly, Hampton barges in with tears in his eyes, saying that he forgot to tell him ahead of time that it's because of his carelessness, and asks Larson to kill him, but Larson tells him to get up and explain first. And upon receiving the explanation, Heira asks Larson, how did he knew about Saken, and he replies, intuition. Heira commends him for having great observation and analysis skills, and assumes that he must have smelled the Saken. And replying that it was intuition was a smart move as well, thought Larson is thinking more about where she got the glasses from. Heira thinks that he always exceeds her expectations, and tells him that she would continue to do her best, as her shadow, to make him strong. And also clarifies that Lady Soso's dish was made especially by her considering the flavor, so they don't have to worry about what is in it. And she thanks Heira for that. Back in his bedroom, the chalice tells Larson that he was with him, but Larson argues that it's still poison, but the chalice replies, that kind of poison is nothing. Though Larson thinks, he says that, and yet he is in this condition right now. Suddenly, Lydia arrives, asking Larson when they would be leaving, and he replies, 8 in the morning, and she asks if they cannot go now, since she wants to eat the cake again. Larson replies, they cannot go through the teleportation gate if they go now, So Lydia decides to just sleep beside him, saying that if she sleeps, tomorrow would come sooner. She immediately falls asleep, and Larson calls out Heira, asking if she is listening. And she suddenly appears, startling Larson, who wonders, how long has she been here for? He asks her to move Lydia to her room without waking her up and simply makes her float, and leaves without making a sound, making Larson think that it's just as expected of her. Fast forward to the next morning, they all prepare to leave, as Hampton apologizes to them for having to go by carriage, but So-So tells him that it's fine. Larson remembers that in this day and age, cars driven by Manhwa are exclusive to aristocrats. They are a great luxury. Getting a car to take his mother is something that other mothers would envy. And there is no reason for him to garner any envy right now. And with this, he decides to take his first steps towards independence, and leaves off to the renowned swordsmanship family that will help him fulfill his plans. Soon enough, they arrive at the Sod clan, and Larson is immediately greeted by Casson, who says that he knew that he won't take too long. Larson replies that he needs to keep his promise and asks for a duel against him. He notes that things are going just as he expected, and he tells Casson that it's not going to be easy this time, while deciding that he will show off his power here. Larson notes that he has changed a lot since he first met Casson. He has become a second circle and much more proficient with his magic combat techniques. And he also got the Holy Grail, physical strengthening magic, and transcendent mana. So, he would like to see how well he can do against an opponent like Casson. But he cannot beat him anyways, since this is how he set up his character. No one can win against him. Casson is a genius among geniuses. He is so talented that he makes other geniuses look like normal. Despite being talented, he works harder than anyone else. The youngest son of the Sod family combined both hard work and talent to become the best. And since he is of the same age as well, he must have improved a lot as well, just like Larson have. Casson begins attacking, and Larson notices a red dot, and is able to dodge his thrust attack, noting that his attack speed and destruction power are much better than before. Larson's flow slowly activates, and he notes that Casson's heel is very slightly turned, and realizes that he is going to use subsequent attack. A thrust was just a setup for his real attack, and if he dodges this, Casson would likely close the gap. And Casson is fast enough to the point that Larson's flow slowly is almost useless, as Casson begins using his swinging slash. Larson notes that he is using sword chi, though it might not have been intentional, but he smiles, noting that it's a good thing for him actually. Casson also realizes that as well, and Larson notes that using sword chi during a duel is cheating, which makes Casson let his guard down. Larson uses that as his advantage and immediately attacks him, and Casson tries to step backwards to dodge. Noting that Casson is dodging his attack, Larson decides to go in further. Casson notes that Larson charging him like that will throw him off balance, which would cause his destructive power to suffer. Once he gets a step closer, then he would attack back. Larson charges up his attack, as his beginner combat magic, weight utilization, activates. Casson notes that Larson has already regained his balance, and so he quickly puts up his sword to block his attack, and when his fists collide with his sword, it causes a huge shockwave. Seeing this, both Karsia and Magner are quite shocked, and Casson is pushed back, noting that while it's not much, but he has been damaged, and Larson's combat techniques are different from anyone he fought, and that he would lose if he lets his guard down. He asks Larson, how did he improve so much in such a short time, and he replies that magic combat techniques have a fast growth rate. But Casson still finds his growth to be incredible, and Larson replies that he still has a lot to show him, so he shouldn't get surprised just yet. Magner calls Larson really something. As if it was Rosalind against Casson, the fight would have been over after the first attack. Which makes Magner gets thought, such as, what if Larson were to born in martial family instead? But he gets angry at himself for even having such thoughts. Karsia notes that Larson is not struggling against such an opponent. If Casson were to fight with the intent to kill, Larson wouldn't last. But the most surprising thing is that Larson predicted Casson's movement. He chose to charge forward when Casson used his sword chi. It was not just coincidence, as he was smiling when Casson used sword chi. He dug into an opening he saw, being mentally superior. Which makes Karsia question Decatra in his mind. What message is he trying to convey through Larson? Fast forward, and the duel ends with both of them sitting at each other's back and panting heavily. Casson tells Larson that while he knew magic combat techniques have a fast growth rate, he didn't know that it would be that fast. Larson replies that he's still lost regardless, and Casson replies that it doesn't matter who wins or loses in a duel. And he is very happy, so Larson asks, about what, and he replies, about his friend getting stronger so fast. Larson gets a notification that no one at Casson's age can beat him, making him realize that it means, no matter how fast he grows, Casson will grow even faster. He would never be able to win against Casson because of the settings. Larson stands up, telling Casson to not be too happy, to which he asks, why not? And he replies that they may be enemies one day, and Casson asks, what does he mean? And Larson replies that it's their fate, since he is a maiden and Casson is a sod. Casson argues that it does not matter, as they are friends. Larson replies that he would continue to think of him as friend as well, and they would stay this way as well. But they cannot be free from a world where people fight for power, which shocks Casson. Suddenly, Carcia interrupts, commending them both for doing a good job and for having such a great performance at such young age, and that he is proud of both of them. So Larson replies that he is honored by his praise, and Carcia comments that he heard about magic combat having fast growth. Guess the rumor is true. Larson states that he wants to become stronger, and Carcia commends him for that, and Larson continues that he doesn't mean that he just want to become strong. He wants to become stronger than Casson. Hearing which, Casson is taken back, and Carcia also smiles, noting that it's not just passion or wish, but determination in his eyes, and tells Larson that he would make a great rival, and asks Larson, how does he plan to achieve that? He replies that he planned to learn martial arts from the Combat King, which surprises Carcia. Magner ruffles his hair, and Carcia realizes that this was the reason that he let Rosalind go home while he stayed, and Magner calls Larson really shrewd, as he publicized it in front of the Patriarch, meaning he cannot do anything that would be unfair to him while they are on the Sword Clan property, but for a successor of the Magic Clan to learn martial arts from the Martial family. It is something that can be interpreted as an attempt by the renowned Martial family to usurp the Magic family, and yet Larson announced it. And so, Magner agrees, saying that he would teach him martial arts and asks if he has the permission of his family. Larson replies that he told the Patriarch that he would work in harmony with the two families to share each other's knowledge, and Carcia is shocked hearing that Decatra agreed to that, as it doesn't make any sense to him, since Decatra can never permit such thing according to him. Magner then informs Larson that there is a test that anyone who wishes to learn martial arts must take. A notification pops up, saying that it's a test which is taken at the age of 10, which is to hunt either a red tiger or a white tiger, and adults are not permitted to help. Larson immediately chooses to hunt the white tiger, and Magner is impressed, commenting that he hasn't even explained yet, so Larson must have learned a lot about their family. He asks Magner if Casson can come with him, since he cannot receive any adult's help, and Casson asks if white tigers are strong. Larson replies, super strong, as big as a house, and Casson is quite surprised knowing that a tiger can grow that big. Magner smirks, telling Larson that he seems to be misunderstanding something. He never told him to decide between a red tiger or a white tiger. And so, he gives him the task to hunt a red tiger, which Larson immediately agrees to do so. Magner gets shocked upon realizing that Larson actually wanted a red tiger from the start. While Casson asks Larson, how does he know so much of these stuff, and he replies that he read about it in his library. While Magner realizes that he has been played by him once again, it's difficult to hunt a white tiger discreetly, so he wanted to hunt the red tiger from the start. So, he commends Larson that he is quite smart, and he replies that he would learn a lot from him. And seeing this all, Magner thinks that he may have taken in a child who is far greater than he expected. A bit later, and Casson comments that it's like camping then, and Larson agrees. Casson replies that he would be going to Garen for the first time. He has heard that the mountain ranges are incredible there. Larson remembers that it's a middle-sized city located at the far end of the east. Red tigers live in the Terran mountain range, next to Garen. Even though they are right next to Garen, it would still take 4 days to get there by walking. And although the mountain range is quite dangerous, it's quite peaceful since there are not any monsters besides red tigers. Lydia excitedly asks Larson if she can go there with him to play, and Larson replies that he is not going there to play. Lydia argues that he said it's going to be like camping, and he replies that he would let her come if teacher gives permission. Now fast forward, and they get prepared to leave, and upon seeing Larson using magic, Casson calls it quite great, and Larson asks if he wants to put his stuff there as well, but Cassin rejects, saying that he would take care of it on his own. And soon enough, they arrive at Garen using the teleportation gate, and Larson says to rest in an inn for a bit before going, since they have been through a few gateways. Lydia drops on her knees, saying that she is really hungry, and Larson replies that there should be a restaurant in the village, so they should hurry. Upon arriving in the city, he starts to observe it and notices something. Weirdly enough, there isn't any life in the city. Larson sees a person and calls him out, but the guy freaks out and starts trembling while asks, "What is the matter?" And Larson confirms if this place is Garen, to which he agrees with, and tells Larson that he hopes that they would be able to find accommodation and evacuate swiftly, which confuses them. And the guy runs away, saying that this is when the bandits appear. Meanwhile, Lydia is incredibly hungry, and Larson asks her to hold on for a bit. He tries to knock on door, asking if anyone is there, but there is no response, and Larson comments that he doesn't think that it's because they came at the wrong time. He wonders what kinds of bandits could be causing this, since Garen is supposed to a mid-sized place that it's relatively peaceful. Suddenly, they all notice something and immediately gets on guard. And we see they are facing off against a red tiger. And it's not just the red tiger, but someone is riding it as well. And so Larson's heavenly eye activates as he wonders what that person is doing here. His name is Caden with taming attribute. Larson remembers that he is not a character who was set up with many details. He is part of a different power outside of the three clans, an enormous bandit group that smells of the scent of pine trees. And he is definitely the guy who grows up to be the leader of Sin of the Pine Trees, which makes it surprising to Larson that a mid-sized city became paralyzed because of him. He asks their group, who are they, saying they aren't much to look at since they are just kids. Cassin asks if he is the bandit one who is terrorizing this village. And upon hearing Cassin refers to him as a bandit, he laughs, making Cassin ask, "What is so funny?" He replies that he is not some bandit, but just someone who enjoys hunting humans. Larson gets nervous, noting that even if it's Cassin, they would die here if they fight Caden right now, and so he asks Caden if he is trying to hunt them. But Caden is confused by that question, and Larson continues that he don't know who gave him the authority to hunt here. And Caden replies that a hunter doesn't need someone to give them permission to hunt. Larson questions that there should be 7 high-ranked swordsmen here, yet how can they let a guy like him run amok here? And Larson notes that it could be one of two answers. Either there was a secret deal, or it's because of the awful probability that he created. Cassin and Larson quickly gets ready, noting that the tiger is coming. And suddenly, Larson gets a notification that unlikely probability has been actively understood, and the world once again starts turning black and white. He once again gets creator's privilege. This time, he needs to write a reason as to why could Caden hunt, and the knights who protect Garen couldn't move. He starts writing the answer, noting that he can definitely make it perfect this time. And upon writing the reason, the world starts moving again, and the tiger roars loudly. It jumps on them to attack, but all 3 of them are able to dodge the attack. Larson notes that the red tiger is a lot faster than he expected, but thankfully, Cassin and Lydia aren't hurt. He calls out to both of them, saying that if they are hit by its frontal attack, they would die. But he does have a special characteristic that it runs straight, and before he says anything further, Lydia gets pissed, stating that she is starving, and creates a huge fireball to attack it. Larson tells her to stop, but she says that she just needs to get rid of that thing. Then she can eat, right? She launches the huge fireball at him, but the red tiger casually eats it. Caden smiles while calling her a fun mage and offers them to join Sin of the Pine Trees, and he would spare them if they do so. Cassin asks, "What is that?" And he replies that Sin of Pine Trees are the owners of the mountain range. Cassin states that it means they are bandits, and Caden agrees, but says that bandits doesn't sound too refined, and once again asks them to join. Cassin rejects, saying that he has no intention of joining hands with bandits, and by the will of his sword, he would slice his head off for terrorizing the citizens. Caden asks if he's sure about it, and if they all are ready to die here. Larson speaks up, saying that no matter how much he thinks about it, he finds it odd, and questions why isn't he asking who are they, as it's a situation where 3 young kids are facing off against a red tiger. He smiles knowing that the set value is properly taking its place. It's the benefit of creator's privilege that he wrote earlier. The reason Caden could hunt in Garen was not because he was actually hunting, but because he received orders from someone to create a test. From the start, the test was planned, and the successors weren't in any real danger, which is how Rosalind managed to hunt a white tiger. He concludes and tells Caden that it means he knew already who they are. And the reason that he is saying this nonsense, even though he knows who they are, is because he has faith in something. And we see a magic circle opening up in the sky. From that, Evelia starts to come out as Larson asks if the thing that he trusts in is perhaps older sister Evelia. Casson is quite surprised to see Evelia here, as he blushes and wonders, why is she here? Larson knew that something was off, and things seem to be fitting too well. Those who maintain the teleportation gates are always third circle mages, and it makes no sense for a mountain bandit to be allowed to cause mayhem to the point of damaging Maiden clan's income. Not to mention it would be weird for everyone to run into their homes after he just hunted once. And this Caden isn't even a famous villain right now, and it could be that he hasn't done anything like human hunting yet. And this city isn't someplace like where you can do whatever you want under the guise of administering a test, which would leave him with one answer, rather than being Garen. This is an artificial place created for the test. And the only person who can create a space like this is Evelia, as she commends Larson for being clever, and asks, when did he notice? And he replies, right when everyone went into hiding. And so Evelia asks if he purposely acted as if he is fighting the red tiger. And Larson affirms, believing that it was important to show sincerity. And with that, she closes her eyes and asks Magner, how did he see it, who seems to be standing on the side. And he tells Larson that he passed the test. Caden gets down from his tiger, saying that it's expected of the successor candidates of the Maiden and said clan, as they were able to show such poise in front of a red tiger. He then kneels on the ground and apologizes to them for transgression that he showed, and they tell him that there is nothing for him to be sorry about, as this was all part of Evelia and Magner's plan. And he thanks them for understanding. With this, Magner also realizes that Rasen seems to be the party leader. Even though Magner was thinking that Casson, who is the strongest, would be the party leader, and so it's like he expected, Rasen is quite amusing to him. And so, he believes that there would be fun raising him as his apprentice, and tells Rasen that their clan does not actually tell their successor to go out and hunt a red or white tiger. And Kazan asks if the main objective of the test is to see whether they shrink back in the face of a strong opponent, which Magner affirms. And so, Kazan tells them that his bodyguards should be hidden somewhere nearby, and Rasen is surprised to know that and activates his divine eye to check, and realizes that it's indeed true, thinking that putting himself aside, Kazan is actually a 10-year-old. If he weren't the author, he wouldn't have been able to read this situation, and would have more than likely lost his reasoning with the red tiger's appearance. Magner asks Kazan if he trusted his bodyguards when he decided to face the red tiger, and he affirms, and Magner replies that his answer is not very satisfactory. And Kazan replies that he believes that true men does not stand alone, and Magner asks, what does he mean? And he replies that a person who only has their own strength cannot truly be considered successful. Because even if he found himself lacking in some regard, if he have someone trustworthy for him to fill up, then he can be considered to truly be living life. At least this is what he believes in. Hearing which, Rasen notes that Kazan is not embarrassed by his own weaknesses, and instead he acknowledges the existence of his bodyguards, and he trusts them. And so Rasen speaks up that Kazan believes those he trusts are his treasure and power, and Magner notes that it's something far from what Mage Clan believes in. Hearing this, Evelia thinks that such words wouldn't usually make sense, but since it's that child who said it, she feels her heart moved. Suddenly, Rasen gets a notification that another variable has appeared, but he is unable to see what it is since his proficiency with Divine Eye is still low. And Magner tells Kazan that the bodyguards are his strength as well, though it's not the type of answer that he usually like. And he asks Rasen if he also believed that the guards would follow after him, and he replies, he did, but not because of Kazan, but because of himself. Because if the Magic Clan's successor, also an official guest of the Sword Clan, went on a trip with the Sword Clan successor and got in an accident, it would be a cause of criticism, and also it would give his clan a big opportunity. Evelia is shocked hearing that, and Rasen repeats it once again, and Evelia replies that it can be taken as an offense to the Maiden clan, how would putting him in danger would be an opportunity for them. And he replies, it's because he is not her. He is not an important person for the clan like her, and not too long ago, he was just a piece of trash even. And if someone like him were to get in an accident with the Sword Clan, the Maiden clan would be glad that such a stain could be removed, while also getting a card to threaten the Sword Clan with. Evelia thinks that even when he is saying such harsh words, he is still so calm, and wonders, how does a 10-year-old child like him sees his family members? Seeing her reaction, Rasen does try to tell her to not misunderstand, as he do not hate his own clan, but is only speaking from an objective viewpoint. But suddenly, Evelia hugs him tightly, telling him that he has the blood of the Maiden clan, and such painful words coming out of his mouth are too sad for her to hear. And so, she prays that the heavy name of Maiden does not weigh too much on his shoulders, and Rasen thanks her for that. Kazan also speaks up, saying that he would become his family, and he can look at him with a much warmer gaze, hearing which shocks Rasen, as he wonders, what is he even saying? And with this, the situation has become weird as Lydia jumps in as well, telling Rasen that she is hungry, and since the test is over, they can finally go over and eat. And Rasen agrees, telling Rudia to hurry up and go. Now a few days later, Rasen meets up with Magner, as he asks, why is he here to see him, and Rasen replies, that he wishes to go and see the Terran Mountains. Magner asks about it, and Rasen says that he heard the views there are amazing. Unlike the magically created space from last time, he wants to see the actual Terran Mountain. And Magner asks if he wants to on a trip, and he replies, not at all, so Magner asks for his goal there. And he replies that he found something in the artificial space, something that his sister arranged for him. Which is an obvious lie. It's actually an arrangement that he made as an author, and as Magner inquires further, Rasen tells him that all she told him that there was something in the Terran Mountain. While the space was artificially created by Evelia, he could still feel the unusual flow of mana, which is how his elder sister notified him of this arrangement, and Magner asks if something like that happened, he would have noticed it as well, and Rasen replies that it's a Maiden clan's special method of communicating. Hearing which, Magner wonders if they communicate using magic, and calls them all crazy for this. He then asks Rasen if it's okay to tell him something like this, and he replies, he is his master, which he kind of agrees with. Rasen continues that there are two meanings to this method. First, it was used so that Kazan, who can be considered his rival, would not find out, and Magner comments that Evelia might do that. And second, it was used as a test to see if he could properly notice the arrangement made by her. With this, she caught two birds with a single stone. And so, Magner asks, where is he going in the Terran Mountain, and he replies that he believes he would need to go in person to find out, as all she gave him was its rough location. And so, Magner asks for its location, and Rasen thinks that not only rough location, but he actually knows its actual location. In the original work, it was one of the minor twists of fate that Kazan received, the location of the 1,000-year dragon's chest plate, and if Magner were to go there, the danger would decrease drastically. And so, he tells Magner that it's on one of the 108 peaks of the Terran Mountain, near the Dragon Head Mountain, hearing which shocks Magner. Rasen asks the reason for his reaction, and he replies, it's nothing much. He just have amusing memory from that place back in the day. Now we see them moving through portals, with Rasen asking for a day rest since they have been through 3 portals already. Magner rejects, telling him to know that time is money. And Rasen replies that he knows that it would take them 3 days to reach there, but Magner replies that 1 day should be enough, which makes Rasen freak out, as he complained that it's only possible for someone with body like Magner. But Magner ignores and tells him that he will leave him behind if he doesn't come, since he won't be able to do anything if he cannot keep up with the old man's pace. Rasen again complains that he is just a mage, so Magner tells him to use warp magic instead, and he replies that a second circle like him cannot use that, so Magner tells him that his body would have to suffer then. A bit later, and Rasen grasps hard for air, and calls Magner crazy, thinking that he would end up dead at this rate before they even reach their destination. He finally kneels on the ground and starts vomiting, with Magner questioning Rasen how his body is so weak. But in reality, Magner notes that he is already much farther out than he thought he would go. He knew already that he would collapse at some point. If it was Rosalind, she would not have been able to follow this far. Even if Rasen absorbed a tiny amount of his martial energy, someone who uses mana as base could keep up with him like that is astonishing. And he again asks Rasen, how would he become his disciple with such weak endurance? And Rasen replies, Would he go back at his word that he said in front of the Sword Clan? Magner gets annoyed but quickly gets calm again before saying anything, as he is shocked that Rasen's breathing is already back to normal, which causes him to get goosebumps and wonders what would have happened if he had actual martial energy. He once again tells Rasen, how long will he be like that, as they still got a long way to go, and Rasen again tells him that it usually takes 3 days to reach it, and Magner asks if it's by Maiden Clan's standard, which Rasen agrees with. And they now again starts walking, with Rasen being surprised how quick Magner was moving despite being so many pebbles in the way, and he is not even kicking up any dust, as if he is like the wind. And from this, Rasen gets an idea, as he looks behind and notices wind blowing on their back. He knows how to send out his mana out of his body right now, but what if he tried creating a small gap to accept the wind coming from the back? And so, he does exactly that, and his movements become much lighter. From this, he also gets another ability, attribute use. He notes that while he cannot become an official attribute-based mage like Rudia is, he can use transcendent mana to support himself with other attributes, and realizes that it's the path that magic combat mage must take. Magner also realizes upon looking back that Rasen had some kind of enlightenment. Fast forward and they finally reach a forest, and Rasen finally lays down, as he even used the reserve mana he had in the chalice, and is unable to continue at all. And with this, he finally passes out and Chalice tries to wake him up. Meanwhile, Magner calls him a monstrous punk, as he was able to dash 100 km in just 50 minutes as a mage, and notes that he fell asleep. He tells Rasen that he will find his path if he works hard and follow after him. But if he falls behind where Magner could no longer see, then he can blame himself, as this is how him and their clan head was taught. He starts to remember, how was it like for him? 100 km was something that he considers impossible for him back then, and even impossible for the clan head. And fast forward, we see Magner dragging Rasen to the destination, as he wakes up panicking and confused. He tells him that he dragged him all the way with his decrepit and old body, and calls it quite exhausting for him, and tells him to do the rest on his own, since he is just following along after all, and Rasen thanks him for that. And we see they have finally arrived at the Dragonhead Mountain. Rasen decides to pretend to search for a while before going to the actual location, and Rasen notes that it's looked like an abandoned village, and Magner replies that it should be a village of farmers. And Rasen now tries asking about his memory he had from here, and Magner replies that he don't need to know that. And so Rasen decides to go and have a look around, since this place has no human presence. Rasen activates his divine eye, and gets story that this was a small village where mountain bandits lived, but it was subjugated by Magner, who happened to be passing by. He took dozens of bandits out without using any weapon, and this incident was not revealed to the world. Rasen knows that Magner wouldn't remember something so insignificant as mountain bandits. And so, additional information is revealed that he met a girl named Mai there. She was a young woman captured by the bandits, and Magner fell in love with her on the first sight and subjugated all of the mountain bandits to rescue her. But she was already in a poisoned state, and before Magner can go down the mountain, she took her last breath. It makes Rasen wonder if this was the reason he never married or had a child, because he couldn't forget his first love. Regardless, he asks Magner if something special is here, and he refuses to answer, telling him to look himself. And Rasen asks if it's really that hard to help a little, and he replies that it's all irrelevant to him. So Rasen decides to go and look around for more clues, while Magner decides to have some rest here. Magner then arrives at a well he remembers, noting that it's still here, but he is not surprised by that fact, since it's an abandoned village. He remembers the well being drenched in blood, since he tossed all the corpses of mountain bandit in there, though he is not sure if they were all mountain bandits. And so, he decides to take a look and notices that something is different, and it shouldn't be like this, as there should be pile of bones here, but it's empty, which makes him wonder if someone recovered the bones, but who would come all the way to an empty village for that? And in that situation, they would attack some talisman or barrier, and we see purple lightning starts to crackle around it, and Magner smirks, noting that there is indeed a barrier over the well. Magner notes that the body should have turned into bones by now, but perhaps a barrier was made to seal the deathly aura that is released from the souls. But regardless of whatever it does, he plans to destroy it. But he stops as Rasen arrives, asking if he found something, and Magner denies. But Rasen has found it, the blood-drenched well that holds the 1,000-year dragon chest plate. Though he is confused about seeing the barrier master trait, as he never made a setting with the well that is barriers. But he approaches it and asks Magner if knows about barriers, and he is asking because he is sure that he must have noticed a barrier over it already. Magner replies, it's something mages use, so how will a martial artist know about it? And Rasen says that he finds it weird that someone created a barrier around this well in a tiny village, because apparently it takes a large amount of mana to create it, and Magner tells him that there are a lot of insane people in this world, and Rasen notes that the barrier has existed for 10 years at least, which should be impossible. Magner is surprised with Rasen knowing so much, and asks, what does he want to say? And he replies that the well formed it by itself, and Magner replies that he never heard of something so crazy. Magner seems to be wanting to explain what happened, and remembers that he definitely threw bandits in there. And also met my next to it, she was extremely weakened by the poison, and died while he was rushing her down the mountain. Magner realizes something, remembering that even though Mai was poisoned, she was able to move freely around the well. Rasen explains that an inanimate object creates a barrier when there is a special value in making such settings, and Magner asks if mages call something like this a value in the setting. But Rasen says that he does, and believes that Magner is tight-lipped so he can tell him some things, as he tells Magner that he has a secret that he can only tell him. Magner is surprised knowing that, and Rasen reveals to him about Divine Eye, that he can read supernatural values and settings. And to prove it, he tells him that he can feel aura of a person named Mai from this well, which shocks Magner, explaining that it's called Blood-Drenched Well, and it was arranged by his sister. Magner knows that he met Mai 30 years ago, when Rasen was not even born yet, and believes that perhaps his special eye is really there, with Rasen finds one more interesting thing that he cannot feel any blood, and asks Magner if he got any sense of what happened, and Magner questions, how much does he knows? And he replies, it is as far as he can see, but right as he plans to look deeper, he notes the mist starting to swell up. And an explosion happens, throwing Rasen away, as he wonders what happened, and Magner also doesn't know what is it. But from the well, Mai seems to be coming out from the mist. Magner is incredibly shocked to see her as well. She greets Magner, telling him it's been a while. Rasen notes that she is Magner's first love, and that she is not a human, but a demon, and notes that this mist is something that actually bewitches people. She tells Magner that he has grown a lot and asks if he came to find her again because he couldn't forget about her, and he agrees. So Mai asks, what does he feel now that he has met her again? And although he has grown old, she is now even more beautiful than ever. Rasen notes that while she is his first love, Magner must have different meaning for first love. Magner replies to her that he is relieved, and she asks about what, and he replies, he was thinking about the moment she died. It was the only burden that weighed his heart down, but now he can finally cast it aside. She suddenly approaches him from behind, saying that it's been a long time, and asks to have a passionate time together with her, as back then he was a boy and she was a young girl, but now he has grown into a man. Which is why she really wants to pull him into her temptation, and to have a steamy night for all eternity. Rasen starts to blush seeing it, as his master calls him out. Magner suddenly grabs her by the neck, and asks Rasen to see, as this is the first lesson that he will be giving her, as Mai tries to ask, what is he doing? He tells Rasen that Mai is a demon, meaning she has a spirit body, and there are two ways to hunt that. First would be to exert enough pressure to suppress their figure, and second is to use martial energy, mana or internal energy to strike with energy. Mai tries to tell Magner that she didn't knew he liked things rough, but Magner gets prepared to show Rasen his martial combat, and one of the 4 basic wills, called Shatter. Rasen notes that there is an unbelievable amount of martial energy, and with that Magner punches Mai's body. She starts to scream, as she is getting destroyed, yelling, what did he do to her? And Rasen is shocked to see that attack, as he notes that he is not simply striking her spirit body, but he has completely shattered the space itself. Mai starts crashing out, asking Magner how can he do this to the woman he loved. But he ignores her and tells Rasen to watch the method of dealing with demons. And Rasen notes that to damage the spirit body, he is using overwhelming power to crush space itself, and tells Magner that he understands. And also rushes at Mai to attack her himself as well, calling it perfect timing. She starts screaming and crashing out, complaining how could they do such thing to a beautiful girl like herself. Rasen starts to feel stuffy inside, since he used all of his mana at once, though he believes it would be fine once in a while. Meanwhile, Mai smiles, questioning if it's some sort of competition for her, since they cannot bear only one person having her, so they are destroying her. And with that, she disappears while chuckling. Magner calls him impressive, and he replies, it's because he met a good master. He then smirks while asking Magner, why did he not finish it in one strike? And Magner calls it bullshit. But Rasen makes fun of him, that he didn't because he hesitated, which causes Magner to smack him on the head. It hurts him a lot, and he didn't even have time to use his skill resolute willpower to reduce the damage. And Magner thinks that Rasen's eyes are too good. The way he killed the demon was very different from a mage, and it was not a martial arts technique either. It's like he gathered all the mana he could into a single fist, and ignited it in an instant. Doing something like that would make a normal mage lose an arm. And he finds it strange that he cannot understand how his body can handle that, while Rasen complains if he is trying to kill his own disciple with that hit. Magner tells him that he will now give him his third teaching, and Rasen asks, can he guess what it is? Magner gets intrigued and allows him. And Rasen replies that he was going to say to hide his special eye, isn't it? Magner asks his reason for saying that, and he replies, because his brothers would grow to desire it. It all makes Magner think, why does he trust him so much, though he doesn't hate it? And also, how was a mutant like him born in the Maiden clan? Now on top of the well, Magner confirms again, if it's something that Evelia created, and it became an artificial dungeon, and Rasen agrees, though he did created the settings for it. An artificial dungeon is a space created for a specific purpose, and Rasen tells Magner that he believes it was a natural dungeon, but Evelia added finishing touch, which Magner finds something that Evelia would do. But questions, why did she create something like this, since she should given him if she wanted to, and shouldn't have if she didn't wanted to, and finds her that aspect to be insane. And he replies that she doesn't have any plans on killing him, so she perhaps left a guardian of some sort for him there. And with that he jumps down, and Magner stands while telling him good luck. Though in the end, he jumps in behind Rasen as well. He notes that it's quite deep, and realizes that all the bandits he killed were just illusions, and wonders, why did he not realize it before? And a demon of that strength was left undiscovered as well, and if Evelia prepared this well, she couldn't have let it be either. All of Magner's thoughts causes Rasen to get the notification about world probability collapsing again. And he looks behind and notes it's Magner, and the probability collapses. He once again gets the setting book, and this time he has to write a reason for why the well remained undiscovered. And Rasen remembers that in the original novel, Kazan was the one who discovered this well, so he has to keep that in mind as he writes down. And so, he writes only those with divine eye can see this well. With that, a portion of the lacking probability gets secured, which gets him the authority to add another line. But when he adds another one, nothing happens, meaning it wasn't a perfect answer, and something like that happening over and over again can cause the world to collapse. And after falling for a bit, they finally reaches the end. Magner questions him about not using magic. Rasen is confused about it, and Magner adds that mage would usually need to use search or investigate. But Rasen makes up that he is only a second circle, and Magner asks which circle he needs to use those skills, and he replies, third circle probably. Though Magner notes that his amount of mana is already at third circle, which is astonishing that he is even alive. But ignoring that, he tells him to at least figure out the dangers in here, and he replies that Evelia must not have made arrangements beyond his ability. Magner agrees and asks him to at least create a light, as it is something even a first circle can do. And he once again makes up excuse that there is no use wasting mana here, and Magner replies that it seems he is lacking in proper foundation. While walking, he notes that it's really humid in here, and that thing should be around here. And he finally arrives at the waterhole, but a voice tells him to go back. Magner questions, why would she make such arrangements, and he replies that Evelia mentioned she picked up a toy which creates purple lights, and called it the Bronze Giant, though Magner finds it small for the name of giant, and Rasen replies, it's not original, it's a fake created with the original as its base. The golem again tells them to go back, with Rasen commenting that it's not an easy opponent. Magner tells him that he will definitely lose if he is to fight against it, and Rasen agrees but argues that he cannot just give up and go home either. The golem once again tells him to go back, but Rasen gets ready to fight, noting that one mistake and it's all over, which is why he brought Magner here. And he only got one shot at it. In the original story, Kazan got a fatal blow when he took just one of the golem's strike. And as the golem attacks him, Rasen is able to lean back and dodge it. And he don't plan on taking any of its hits. And the golem gets in position to fight and Rasen starts walking towards it as well, as he states that he will try it out and finish the golem in one hit. Seeing this, Magner thinks something fun is about to happen. The golem suddenly attacks Rasen with a fire attack, which he dodges. Though, he still gets burned at his back, but calls it nothing much compared to Kazan in the original story, who wielded a sword despite having a grave injury. And this is Rasen's only opportunity, he believes. Unlike Kazan, who charged towards the giant, Rasen cannot face it directly. And so, he decides to go in a roundabout way and jumps on the sword, thinking that it would be fine if he can tolerate the heat for a few seconds. And just when he plans to get to the giant's joint, he notes that he is about to hit the wall, as we see the collision. But Magner notes and finds his performance not bad, as we see he is on top of the golem's head. Kazan's sword cut the golem's joint in pieces using his sword, as we see it as rusted joints. He notes that it's the Achilles heel, and prepares to use the skill that Master taught him to strike the joint. Suddenly, an attack comes and grazes by Rasen's back. And it was a poison arrow, which he forgot about. He didn't write it in the novel, only in the setup, but it exists here. And notes that he focused too much on the golem. And just then, Golem does another attack, causing Rasen to go smashing in the wall, with him realizing that it's not easy as he thought it would be. But Magner is quite surprised and notes that Rasen actually blew off the golem's arm. In that short amount of time, he concentrated all the fighting spirit and mana into his fist and deflected the guardian's sword, which caused him to go flying due to the overwhelming force. And now Rasen finally asks for help from Magner, thinking that he wanted to test the new skill, but missed his chance. Magner tells him that he is trying so hard against just a little enemy, and Rasen replies that he used up all his mana in an unexpected situation, which makes Magner call him a weakling. Though he agrees to help, since he gave him a good show, and decides to show him something good as well. Rasen notes that it's the fighting spirit that he saw last time, but the amount is much more than before. The golem tries to attack Magner, but he simply tells it to fall apart, and his words alone causes a huge explosion at the golem, with Rasen getting shocked, noting that it's the peak of verbal commands, and wonders if this is the result of him writing that a supreme being's words will be filled with authority, causing him to doubt if he can survive in this world, as Magner tells him to hurry up. Meanwhile, outside, we see Heira and Hampton are here as well. Hampton asks to rest for a bit, but Heira replies, how can he call himself Master Shadow when he is this weak? But Hampton replies that he is not weak, but it's Heira who is super strong, to which she replies that he would be fine since he is talking. But she suddenly stops and remembers 2 nights ago. Rasen told her to leave 2 days after he leaves, and to find him, as the well in Mount Dragon Head will be the dungeon entrance. And upon looking at the well, she notes that he must be here upon noticing traces of battle here. Rasen notes that the poison is still stinging to him despite having resistance to it, and tells Magner that he should have helped him out earlier, as he is out of mana now. But Magner replies that he is old and weak, so it's hard work for him, causing Rasen to be shocked at his words. But regardless, he asks Rasen, what now? And he replies, there must be treasure as well since there was a guardian. Magner is a bit taken back since Rasen said something so obvious so seriously, while he goes on to get that treasure and asks Magner to follow. But he suddenly stops, noting that something is weird, saying that the body of the bronze giant was protected by some special oil, surprising Magner, as that oil, Letton, doesn't even have a smell, and that he must have noticed when he was at the top of his head. He finds it weird that the giant was covered in oil yet was still rusted, and Letton is very weak to certain poisons as well, with Magner thinking that he thought he was a real piece of work. He remembers Evelia, who thought that she would have succeeded in her attack if only she had been 2 more centimeters to the right, with Magner replying that he didn't dodge because it wasn't worth it, which annoys her. But she promises to kill him next time for sure. For now, she thought dark attribute magic would work better since the moisture is lower than usual. Back to Rasen, who notes poison corrodes Letton, and realizes that the path must also be filled with poison. Then Magner notices the similarity and thinks that he really is Evelia's brother. And he agrees with Rasen's judgment that the path is indeed filled with poison. and a very different one compared to the one on the arrow. And if he were to consume it, he wouldn't be able to use his arm or leg for the rest of his life, though he cannot do anything about it since he is not a mage, and his expression causes Rasen to wonder, why does he look so excited? And Rasen tells him that he prepared something just in case, though Magner doesn't know what he means. Back to Hampton, who looks inside the well, and questions if it's really the dungeon, and tries to look for a safe route down, while Heira prepares to kick him inside. And when she does so, he screams loudly, as she apologizes for it, stating that there is no time to waste as she jumps in as well, with Rasen saying that if there is poison, then there must be antidote as well. Both Heira and Hampton lands on the ground, with one panting heavily. He asks Heira if she is trying to kill him, but with a dagger behind her back, she asks, "What?" and says that he would really die if he doesn't get up right now, as pain is the best for helping someone get back to their senses. Hampton quickly starts running with that threat, and remembers the time when she gave him candy 2 years ago when he was crying, and it was all an act. Rasen notes that they are here, and Magner is surprised to see them. Both of them greet Magner, and he takes notice of Heira, realizing that it's the woman from before. Rasen tells Magner that his father put them under his care because he was lacking a lot, a comment which made Magner laugh. Magner thinks that a normal person has an aura which shows if they are strong or weak. A person with a strong aura isn't scary. But a person with no aura is, which is something only possible with the highest proficiency possible. Magner compliments Heira that she is the best assassin he has ever seen, to which she replies, assuming that all the assassin he met are no longer in this world, so she must be the best, which makes him call her humble. Which is a good thing since an assassin with an ego is bound to die, and she replies that she would take that as a caution. Magner then asks Hampton if he got the poison, and he affirms. He then confirms if he is also Rasen's shadow, and right as he is trying to say something, Magner asks him, how does he plan on protecting his master if he is such a scaredy cat, causing him to droop? Magner realizes it's why Rasen seems so confident, and asks if this little kid is going to get rid of the poison, and he replies, he cannot get rid of it, but he can make a temporary antidote that will protect Rasen's body. And Rasen goes on to him, and thanks him for coming all this way for him. His eyes gleam with admiration as he thinks that he is not afraid of anything if he is with Rasen. He then prepares a black ball, holding in his mouth would make resistant to most of the poison. Rasen asks if it's ineffective when swallowed, and Hampton affirms. Rasen remembers that Casson was sick for 3 days due to the poison, so it's easy for him what to do since he knows the story already. He then prepares to leave, telling everyone else to wait for him. Magner says that it's so much hassle over such weak poison, and tries to make Rasen speak, but he doesn't plan on replying. And after walking for a bit, they arrive at the place where Thousand-Year Dragon's chest plate is located. And upon walking further inside, he finds a glowing blue thing, realizing that this is it. The Thousand-Year chest plate, it works as an armor, which protects your heart at least once, almost like extra life. But when he gets close, he notices something. There is writing on the ground, stating that only those who qualify as successor will be able to read this. He notes that Magner is not saying anything, meaning only he can see it with heavenly eye. Magner asks if this is what Evelia wanted to give him, and calls it quite good artifact. Rasen notes that the writing here wasn't written by him, and so he assumes there are stuff in this word that he as an author doesn't know of. But regardless, he takes the plate and starts to put it on his chest. And when the plate comes in contact with his chest, it changed into a form of mana. The grail inside starts to feel it as well, and the chest plate also starts talking, that it was feeling a bit empty. Rasen then thanks Magner with a gesture, who replies to pay him if he wants to thank him. Fast forward to the said clan, Casson asks if this is the plate he got, and he replies, it's an armor that protects your heart, though Casson says that he cannot see anything, and Rasen replies that its form has changed a bit. And Casson finds it really cool, causing Rasen to realize that he is still a kid. He then asks Casson if he wants to try stabbing at his heart, and it causes him to bring out a sword to do it, making Rasen shocked and wondering, why does he even have a sword in the bathroom? Outside the bathroom, Rudia wants to get in as well, though Heira doesn't allow her to do that. We see the durability of the chest plate has decreased due to Casson trying various attacks on it. And so, Rasen asks Casson to stand guard for some time as he is going to do mana breathing. Meanwhile, Casson is quite happy thinking that today he got to stab his friend in the heart, and this is what his father meant when he talked about friendship. and Rasen, who started his mana breathing, begins regenerating chest plates durability with 1 point each minute. Fast forward, Rasen thanks Kassan for standing guard, and he replies that it was nothing. And so, both of them part ways, while saying that they would see each other tomorrow. Now while walking back, Rasen calls out to Heira, who suddenly appears, and Rasen asks if she wants to try stabbing it for real. And she replies, if she were to do that, then he would definitely die, causing Rasen to get scared and back off, thinking that he is scared even with the chest plate on. Heira then tells Rasen that he must become strong. Absolutely he have to. A notion with Rasen agrees with as he tells her that he definitely will. Now we get a short time skip of 1 year, behind the Sod family mansion. Magnar tells Rasen that his basic stamina training is over, and he always have to wear black clothes inside. But he whines saying that it weighs a lot, and Magnar replies that it weighs only 300 kilograms, and that his whining is getting worse. He tries to tell Magnar that he would only wear it while training, but Magnar replies that everyday life is training as well. Suddenly, with a shocked expression, Rasen calls out his sister's name. As we see, he has become 11 years old now. But Magnar gets annoyed at him for this, since he has been deceiving him like this for some time, but Rasen replies that he is really not lying this time. And we see Evelia is really behind him, who tells him long time no see, as he apparently sent her a letter. And Rasen also replies that it's been a while, and that he missed her. With this, Rasen's life begin at 11-year-old. We see Rasen sending her the letter with much respect and formal language, though she expresses her wish for the letter to instead be of affection than respect. Rasen doesn't get what she means, and she replies that love would have been better as well. It leaves Rasen a bit taken back, but she chuckles and tells him that she was just kidding, and he has apparently asked her to take Rudia with her. He believes that she cannot grow here anymore. And Evelia asks if he wants her to raise a girl without the blood of Maiden, but Rasen declines, saying that she is tied to him by a special contact, so she has to obey him. And just like how he obeys Evelia as well, it causes Evelia to ask if he would work under her, and he replies that he will if she takes him. So Evelia asks him something. What has he been doing over the past year, which surprises him. Rasen notes that he didn't grow as a mage at all. The quality and quantity of his mana is same as a year ago. But he focused on making himself a better vessel to take in pure mana, explaining that magi combat and transcendent attribute puts great pressure on the body. So he was creating a vessel that could withstand that, so if she could wait for him. But before he says anything further, Evelia shouts at him and asks, who does he think she is? And he replies, a pure-blooded maiden and the best candidate for patriarch. But she replies that she is his sister. She is not talking about the fact that his mana didn't increase in the last year. She was just asking how was he in the past year, causing Rasen to realize that he just misjudged her, and that Evelia starved for affection like Kassan, and he actually might have been the first family member to send her a letter, and so he asks her if she would like to have dinner with him as a family. And the word family is something she finds really warm, as Rasen continues that he would also get her flowers from the garden later as well. Fast forward to night. He remembers her words. She told him to prove to her that he is grown. Due to all this, he couldn't fall asleep and gets up and calls Heira, asking if she heard the conversation from before. Which she did. She plans on waking Rasen up at 6 a.m. and are not sure how long the journey will be, so she is also preparing emergency rations. Rasen suddenly asks her, what kind of test does she think his sister has prepared for him, and she replies, something that he couldn't do before. Rasen agrees with it, noting that she has already accepted younger sibling Rasen, so now he has to see how well does changed Rasen does. Fast forward in the morning, Evelia notes his good mood and asks if he already figured out what is the test about, and he replies, he did, since it was part of the test as well. She replies that he must have lots of thoughts at night, and he replies, he did, as he has to prove to her that he has become stronger even though his mana hasn't increased. And for the test, which can be done in a couple of days without disturbing the Sed's leaves, there is only one possibility. Evelia asks, what test does he think that she is going to give him? And he replies, to hunt the poison goblins in the Byron Stone Mountain. It is all that he could think of. And she affirms, and starts preparing to leave with Rasen right away. He takes her hand and asks her if he can take Hampton with him, and she is confused a bit. But regardless, we see Hampton is there with Rasen, and starts to puke due to the sudden warping. At the location, Rasen notes that there are a lot of red pine trees here, and he remembered being pretty detailed when he wrote about this place. Red pine symbolizes danger. He asks Evelia if she is only going to watch, which she affirms, but only till he is not dead, causing Rasen to think that she won't do anything even if his limbs get cut off, as long as it doesn't endanger his life. Hampton tells Rasen about a signpost on their way, which tells him about the Poison Tribe habitat location. Walking for a while, Hampton gets tired and asks Rasen how long do they have to walk, and he replies that they are almost there. He asks Hampton to spread around what he told him to prepare, and Evelia starts to realize that it wasn't because Rasen was scared of the poison that he brought Hampton with him. She notes that he alone can never win against the poison goblins as they move in groups, so she was planning to get rid of the rest once he showed that he can kill a few. But it seems that he is planning something much more interesting than what she was thinking. And after a bit, Rasen tells Hampton that it's enough, and he stops and asks Hampton if he can climb trees, to which he replies that he can, if he tried really hard. And so, Rasen simply decides to carry Hampton up top on his back instead. Evelia activates her stealth spell and is quite surprised, noting that Rasen's movements are much lighter than they were a year ago. And soon enough, a horde of poison goblins arrive, which he expected. Evelia tells him that mages would never use this kind of method, and he replies that he knows he don't want to work for her as a mage, and states that he wants to be someone more special. The goblins then start to pick up the meat and eat it, which Rasen spread around, with Evelia realizing that it's the plan Rasen set up, knowing that poison goblins live in Pact. And he affirms, and not only that, they are also not friendly with other packs. Since he lured them with meat, another group will get envious and start a fight. And it's exactly what happens, as we see goblins killing each other. With Rasen noting that now he only has to watch from above, the goblins starts massacring each other, and their whole groups start to torn apart. With Evelia standing on the side and counting the number left, and notes there is the last one left. And just then, the last goblin gets attacked at his back from afar. Rasen begins preparing to attack, as the goblin glances back and takes notice of him. But he is too late already, as we see Rasen punching the goblin's head off. Meanwhile, Hampton barely gets down from the tree, and upon looking at the corpses, he questions, just how many are there? Evelia notes that it's 24 in total, which is quite surprising to her. She wonders, what would her father have thought if he were here? Would he have been mad or happy? She also notes that he is wearing a special artifact to protect his heart, and it weighs about 300 kilograms, as Rasen tells her that she probably wanted to see him use magic. And since the goblins have formed a group of more than 10 goblins, there must be a leader, so he has marked all the caves that they passed by on the way here. And he plans to show her his path to magic there. Inside the cave, he gets a disgusting stench, and notes that if the leader was a warrior, he would have shown himself, but if it's a witch doctor, it's a different story. And as they arrive, he finds the goblin leader shivering in fear, with Rasen noting that it's unable to move since it can sense Evelia's presence. Hampton asks if it's the leader, and Rasen notes that Hampton is even more scared than the goblin itself. He also notes the human bones next to it, and assumes that human are their primary source of food. But regardless of that, he prepares to kill it, noting that it's the survival of the fittest anyways. A bit later, he tells Evelia that this is the magic combat he learned, and she replies that he must have worked hard, and asks if he was able to approach the goblin witch doctor so confidently since she was there, and he affirms, stating that he believed she would protect him. But she tells him that having such a weak mind and will is not a good thing, which takes him by surprise. Though, she also smiles while saying that she don't mind that answer, and leaves while saying that she has tested him this time, so next time, she would be bringing him presents instead. Rasen notes that she seemed in a good mood, and suddenly, Hampton calls him out and asks if they have to walk back home, causing Rasen to suddenly realize something. He tells Hampton that they are going to stay here for a few days, and asks if he got the emergency rations. He replies he does, but stutters to ask something further, and Rasen asks if he wants to know why aren't they moving back right away, and Hampton is unable to hide his curiosity. And so, Rasen replies it's because he left Rudia with his sister. Hampton doesn't understand, and Rasen explains that she would do as he says, and Heira will find out once Rudia is gone. Hampton realizes that Rasen wants to go back with Heira, and he affirms, saying that she would come here if they just wait. And this place will also be safe for a while since they cleared out the goblins. Hampton then asks if the reason that he came here was to save all the people living in the unprotected region? Rasen doesn't understand, and Hampton replies that most humans live in unprotected regions. His parents also passed away in unprotected region. So he presumes that Rasen was hunting goblins since they were hunting humans, and it is why he killed their leader. It causes him to again get filled with admiration for Rasen. Rasen thinks that he is overreacting, but decides to play along with that. He also gets a thought, if his sister would be satisfied with what he did, if she was in his place, even though she did sounded like that. He realizes that the Evelia that he wrote would definitely, and that there is a real test still remaining, and so he activates his heavenly eye. He tells Hampton to run to the cave on the count of 3 without looking up, and when he looks up, we see a whole white tiger is standing in front of them. The tiger roars loudly, and Rasen starts his countdown. And as the tiger gets close, Rasen completes his countdown to 3, and Hampton makes a run for the cave quickly. Suddenly, he notes that Rasen is not coming with him, and perhaps he is trying to be the wait, but he decides to trust his words and does as he told him to. Rasen then moves towards the tiger and tells him to not mind Hampton and pay attention to him instead. And we see the tiger getting face to face with Rasen, who thinks that Evelia was probably disappointed that he took care of the test too easily, since she wanted to see his limits in reality, and this wouldn't have been possible a year ago, catching the real white tiger. He grabs the ball of wind in his hands, saying that it feels nice, while he states that he will easily pass the test that Evelia gave him. We now see Rudia, who is happy knowing that Rasen is coming back. But she gets hit by something as the person reminds her to speak to her formally, causing her to lash out that she don't like this life anymore and wants to go back to Rasen. And we see it's Evelia, who tells her that he is only coming to greet the patriarch and will leave right away. She might not even see him, but Rudia doesn't believe it. Evelia asks, why not? And she replies it's because she is Rasen's bestest friend. And Evelia with a smile replies that families comes first. Rudia argues she is Rasen's contractor, but to Evelia, it means nothing. Rudia says that she would become family too. Evelia doesn't get what she means, and she replies that she would marry Rasen, causing her to get hit again for speaking informally. We then move to Persia, who is also informed that Rasen is going on pilgrimage, while she was considering off-cutting his fingers hearing that he won against her sister, and calls him a lucky bastard for running away. We see she is surrounded by a bunch of enemies, who are pissed at her for stealing Sylphia's wings and the ancient stone. And he plans to execute her not before asking the location of the ancient stone. Her shadow steps up trying to take care of him. But he notes Persia's expression, which is completely ignorant of the guy in front of her. She tells the guy he got a nice arm, but it won't be his anymore. He grabs Persia by the head and throws her back hard in the wall behind, and chuckles, believing maidens are nothing, but the guy behind remind him to not let his guard down or underestimate them. He tells the chief that he is worrying too much, and suddenly notices that his whole arm is gone. Persia comes out unscathed from that attack with his arm still in her hand, planning to take his parts for decoration. And her threat fills them with fear, and they all attack them in rage. She surrounds herself with fire magic and calls out to Sando, telling her that she would be the first one to die if even one of them lay their hands on her. A bit later, the chief is in shock knowing just one of the patriarch's kid is this strong. He tries to run away back and let others know, but a symbol of flaming skull appears behind him. And we see his body is stuck in mid-air with a grip reaper appearing behind him. And we see Persia easily killing him by cutting his head off. Looking at the face, she is disappointed since it looked okay from afar, and so she crushes it. From this, she wonders if that garbage's pilgrimage is over, to which Sando replies that if she means Carlton, then it is, and asks if she would go see him. But she replies that she is not interested in insects with no talent. We now switch scenes to Carlton, who seems to have become quite strong and is targeting Rasen. Persia finds it really frustrating that she cannot do anything about Rasen, but she cannot let it go, and decides to prepare at least a gift for him. Back to Rasen, we see him eating with Cassin, who asks about pilgrimage, and he replies that he would travel the world for 2 years and collect artifacts and improve. Cassin questions the need to do it, and he replies to give him a chance to establish himself outside of the family. And another reason being that his siblings won't be able to do anything to him. Cassin finds it quite sad having his siblings as his own enemies, but he replies that is how maiden family is. Rasen then once again offers his hand, telling him that they would be friends even after he goes back to his family. who also agrees and shakes Rasen's hand. We now switch scenes to Heira, who tells Soso that she would help, but she denies as she is not her maid, causing Heira to reply that she would become her maid then, which Soso declines and Heira doesn't understand the reason for it. And Soso replies it's because she is better at organizing than she is, causing her to reluctantly agree. She then asks Heira if she thinks they would be able to remain this close at the main residence, which she is not sure of, but Soso tells her that it's okay like that. Suddenly, she glances to the side, and Soso realizes that Rasen must be here. She tries telling Heira that Rasen would like her better if she was warm like this, and she replies that she cannot let him relax too much, for both of their sakes, as well as his own. Rasen arrives and informs her mother about returning to the main residence, and that he is going to meet their father first thing and he wants her to come along, leaving her quite shocked, as she is scared of what will happen if she were to meet him. But Rasen tells her that it's okay now, as he would protect her. And another thing is that he has a favor to ask, while we see his mom crying and another variable affecting the storyline occurring. We then see Soso calling out to Heira in an empty spot, who is surprised and asks, how did she know? And she replies that she just felt her presence, leaving her quite confused. But regardless, Soso expresses how glad she is to become friends with her and Heira thanks her for the compliment. She then informs Heira that Rasen has asked her to go see him together, and Heira understands who she means. Soso continues that Rasen doesn't want her hide any longer, but she is still not sure what is right. She had been thinking that she is okay with how she is, since where she comes from is inferior, so she cannot be a support to Rasen, as every single step she take will be observed, and it could become a weapon against Rasen. But he told her to not mind him, and that she could do whatever she wants because he would take care of the consequences. And so, she made the decision to support him, surprising Heira, as Soso continues that she thought she didn't have the ability, but now she believes she does. She had been living in hiding because she was afraid of hurting him, and she is sure they all would have found many ways to hurt him as well. But she now knows that he is capable of finding his own path, and it won't be helpful to him if she continues to live in hiding. Heira thinks of Soso as amazing, since she has no power, no assassination skills or useful knowledge. She is not from a renowned family either, so she doesn't understand where her will and motivation comes from. And so, Heira replies that she now understands why the patriarch loves her the most, and disappears immediately after, leaving Soso in confusion as to where she went. Heira is terrified at herself for even daring to judge her, knowing that she would be killed if people were to find out. Suddenly, she hears a voice asking her, why has she become so soft? Fast forward to next day, we see Rasen is saying his goodbyes to Magner, who tells Rasen to not send any letters or anything since he don't want any rumors, and to not even let people know that he taught him, since it's embarrassing. Rasen agrees to all that, but still tells him that he would send letters. And so, he finally steps into the carriage, and they leave for Matins. Seeing them go, Magner thinks that Rasen really won't be sending any letters. Meanwhile, Rasen remembers that there should be a mage from the main residence at the teleporting gate, and wonders, who could it be? At the portal, he asks Heira about the mage who should be here from the main residence, and their identity. And before she could reply, the mage starts to come through, leaving Rasen surprised, as the person turns out to be Evian, seeing whom, Rasen is shocked and thinks that the Maton family must have some kind of reward for her. He begins greeting her, noting that she being here means security is really tight. She begins offering Rasen some Earl Grey tea, which he hesitantly accepts while Heira knows that Rasen doesn't like that tea at all. So she doesn't understand why did Rasen still accept it. And Evian also slips up, almost asking him for chocolate again, but changes her phrase to tell him to visit the library often instead, which he agrees, and they start to get going, with Heira wondering if the word chocolate some kind of secret code they have. But regardless, they start going through the portal and we see huge monsters surrounding them. Seeing those monsters, Rasen seems quite perplexed, as Evian tells them that they would reach soon. A sudden bright light shines across his face, as they finally arrive back, with Rasen noting that it was really fast. She tells that the carriage has been prepared and they would leave immediately, with Rasen thanking her for her efforts. He asks his mother if she is ready, who seems anxious but nonetheless agrees. Now at the Maton main building, all the maids are talking about Soso being here, and wondering, how would she handle all other wives' anger? Back to Rasen, he feels a heavy pressure, as he is asked if this was his doing, who agrees and tells his father that it's the only way his mother would be genuinely safe, since he believes his father also wishes the same. Dekatra asks, why does he think that? And he replies because spouses should love each other, and questions if he not loves her, leaving him silent for a moment. And he then questions Rasen, how does she coming here would be safe for her? And Rasen replies that it's because it's time his mother woke up from her long slumber. Dekatra focused all of his willpower on hiding her from everyone for her safety. And Rasen learned that peace earned through cowardice is not peace, since if you don't have the power to subjugate others, then there is no point, something which Dekatra agrees with. He realizes that the method he used to try and protect her was cowardly, the thing he hates the most, as Rasen continues that he is sure he had no choice since Rasen was a powerless child. And Dekatra agrees quickly to that, leaving Rasen a bit surprised. Suddenly, Soso speaks up saying that she wants power, because she has neither background nor power to protect Rasen, as the only power she has is Dekatra. Rasen asks if it's not enough, since he is supposed to be the strongest person in the world after all. Fast forward a bit later, he asks for Senkin's opinion on it, who is surprised seeing Dekatra worrying over such stuff. But he asks his advice as a friend, and Senkin replies with something that Dekatra told him when he was young, that he should live in the present instead of worrying of the future. Dekatra doesn't remember saying it, but it was the reason that Senkin lived in the present. And all those presents gathered together to let him be with Dekatra today. The younger Dekatra had no fears in the decisions he made, so he trusts and respects all the choices he made. And his mind is the path, so he should do as he wishes, and Dekatra appreciates his advice. Senkin's world before he met Lyle was full of ambition and goals. But as he knows that she left this world a year ago because of some unknown illness, and his world after meeting her was only full of her, she filled his entire world. And there are many things he regret now that she is gone, all the times when he didn't focus on present. And had he been in the present moment more, he believes he might have regretted a lot less. And so, he wishes for the patriarch that his world would be a bit warmer. Now at the Autumn Mansion, a sleeping Heira suddenly wakes up after sensing something. She looks around and quickly teleports herself to Rasen's room. And upon reaching there, she quickly throws a dagger right at Rasen's location, which seems to pierce something in the air. And it turns out to be a person who praises Heira for being sharp as ever, as she detected him even after he infiltrated the place as stealthily as possible. It turns out to be Senkin, whom Heira asks the purpose of coming, and he replies that he was going to take Rasen away, and Heira asks, on whose order? To which, he replies, the patriarch, which is surprising to her, causing Senkin to ask Heira if she thinks he is joking. But Heira questions why at this hour, but Senkin doesn't reply and plans to take him on patriarch's order. And Heira replies that she would be coming with him, and Senkin allows. He also tells her that he cannot get used to her appearance, as she could be his daughter, leaving her a bit in thoughts. He also tells her to not stab him from the back since it hurts even though it can be healed, and asks if she remembers that he got that scar from protecting her, to which she replies she never asked him to protect her. Fast forward, and we see both of them arriving with Rasen. He commends Senkin for good work and asks Heira, why is she here? And she replies, to ensure the safety of the young master. Dekatra asks, isn't Senkin the person she trusts the most? Which she agrees, but she also don't believe that her personal opinions have any effect on how she should work. Which Dekatra agrees with and tells her to relax as he begins proceeding with the magic ritual. Suddenly, Rasen asks if he can get up now, surprising everyone as Senkin notes that he should be sleeping because of the spell right now. And upon getting up, Rasen asks his father, what is he going to do with him? Dekatra replies that the maidens are knowledgeable in May rituals. Physical strengthening is one of them, and right now he is going to engrave him with Dekatra ritual on his arm. Hearing which surprises him, and he tries to ask what it is, though he does realize that it means something impressive since it's named after himself. Dekatra replies that the other children would accept it right away if he offered something like this, and Rasen replies that the time and place is not normal. And he don't get why is he trying to proceed with this in secret so late at night. Dekatra expresses that it's what he likes about him, but also that his favoritism towards him can be a poison. So Rasen asks, why is he doing this for him? And he replies, because he saw the present in him and activates a circle. We see his arm getting cuts all around, with him almost screaming, feeling as if a needle is stabbing into him. There seems to be a red tattoo on his arm, which Decatra says will be useful to him, and he asks, how? And he replies that he would find out someday as Rasen passes out. Decatra notes that Rasen didn't even scream once despite the pain being so extreme, and that he may be weak now, but it's worth looking forward to his future. Fast forward, and someone repeatedly calls out his name, and he feels something heavy and warm on himself. And we see it's Rudia, who is sitting on top of Rasen, and the first thing she tells him is that she is hungry. She points at Evelia, saying that the witch brought her here, who replies that she was winning a lot to see him, though her vocabulary is not changing, and asks to hand him over for another lesson. Rudia tries to argue that she was forced to wake up early in the morning and nag about stuff, making Rasen feel as if a kid is tattle talking to her parent. He also remembers the ritual and notes it's no longer showing up on his arm, causing him to wonder if it's a dream. Evelia tells Rudia to stop annoying him and pulls her towards herself, as Rasen comments that Evelia seems to be taking good care of her, and Rudia replies that she is being harassed every day. Though he notes that Evelia seems to be in a good mood today. Evelia asks him when he is leaving for his pilgrimage, and he replies that he plans on resting for 3 more days before leaving. And she replies that she is sure that his mother would be worried about him. Hearing her mention his mother like that leaves him surprised. Seeing his reaction, she asks about it, and he replies, it's nothing, and that he may have misunderstood her a bit. She replies that she don't know what it was, but she hopes that Rasen can see the truth. Meanwhile, Rudia tries to land a huge attack on Evelia, which she casually blocks. She then proceeds to talk about the test she gave him about the white tiger, and now she is going to reward him as his sister. She asks him to get up from the bed, and after that a circle is summoned. And we see him getting a robe as a gift, which is something that he recognizes. It's made from the white dragon scales, and it is something that she used to wear, and Evelia agrees, saying that it's something that she wore for her pilgrimage. Rasen remembers this robe saving her life multiple times, and tells her that it's the best gift he could have received from her, though she does tell him that it got a lot weaker from when she used to wear it, so she repaired it a bit. Rasen asks the meaning of it, and she replies that just once, it would allow him to kill a mage under 6 circles, hearing which surprises him quite a bit, as he knows that reaching 6 circles is something unreachable for those who have no talent. He thanks her for the gift, and she replies that she hopes he would come back safe, which is she saying is his sister, and to come back stronger, which is what she is saying is the maiden's oldest daughter. Evelia leaves and takes Rudia with him, wishing for Rasen to become strong enough to protect the things that he wants. Fast forward to 3 days later, Hampton is crying seeing his young master leave, as he instructs him on how to use the things he gave him. Heira also tells him to become strong, and he thanks her for the motivation while telling her to protect his mother for him. He also tells Evian to take care of herself, and she replies the same, and while shaking hands, she seems to have put something in it. And we see its small piece of candy, which Rasen notes that Evian might have thought as the best possible gift for him, as he thanks her for it and leaves. Before leaving, he looks back, that the 7th son of the maiden, as stated by the strict rules of the family, is leaving for his pilgrimage. Suddenly, he notices fire in the sky and someone comes crashing down in front of him. And it turns out to be Lydia, seeing whom Rasen is quite surprised. She apparently got permission from the witch. She shows him the letter from Evelia, which states to let her roam the world and learn some more, and that she has taught him enough that she can now learn without a mentor, and so she should go with Rasen since she is his strength after all. Rasen does kind of agrees with her point, and asks Lydia if she wants to go together with him, and she quickly agrees, unable to contain her excitement. And so, both of them leaves for the pilgrimage, with Rasen thinking that there is no more stalling for time, it's time for him to go down the path of savior. Now fast forward to night. While walking, Lydia starts to sniff Rasen, and recognizes the scent on his clothes to be of Evelia, which Rasen cannot tell. They finally find the inn that Rasen was searching for as well, the Fat Cat Inn. It's apparently also run by an organization called Night Sound. But for him, none of that matters except that the Night Sound is related to his father, as while walking in, he asks to rest here for tonight. The maiden in Night Sound also has a secret link, as the guy tells Rasen that it's 30,000 grand for one night, including meals. Rasen recognizes the guy as one of the member, informant Brick. He asks him to guide to their room, but he tells them the direction instead, not guiding himself. Rasen then comments that the day is really hot, though Brig replies that he has been having hard time sleeping due to cold. Rasen then asks, what kind of food should he eat on this hot day? And Brig asks, what is it that he wants to eat? And Rasen replies, a glass of beer and 2 pieces of pizza, causing Brig to laugh, saying that he would prepare it for tomorrow's breakfast. Though he does ask if he is not too young to drink the beer, as Rasen realizes that he fell for it. He agrees with Brig and decides to play with the cat instead, as it turns out to be the password of Night's sound. On a hot day, say that it's cold. On a cold day, say that it's hot, and if you're a child, ask for beer, and if you're an adult, ask for candy. In return for the secret organization being allowed to be active in the Maiden family, disciples of their clan who are on pilgrimage are able to enjoy certain benefits. Brig offers him 2 cats, with him already knowing that Rasen is the 7th son of the Maidens. One of the cat is Hobbs and other is Valve. Hobbs is picky, so he is skinnier, and Valve is fat, because it eats too much. Rasen replies that he would like to play with Valve, surprising Brig, and suggests to play with Hobbs instead, since it might be easy, as playing with Valve means that he is asking for money, which he doesn't understand the reason for, since they must have lots of money. Rasen cannot ask for financial aid from his family, since only the mother's side can receive support from Maidens, though he finds it disappointing to give up the artifact. And by helping him, the secret contract with Maidens that the Night's sound have would end, and the whole inn will shut down. We switch to Dekatra, who asks, how did Rasen learn about this? And Sunken replies that he may have gotten the information from the library. But Dekatra finds it hard to believe that he found the right book among all of them himself, and Sunken replies that Evian might have helped him. Dekatra finds it surprising, since she is supposed to maintain neutrality. And Sunken replies that she seems rather affectionate of Rasen. Dekatra replies that other children won't stop by an old inn like that, nor would they read books, and Sunken asks if he is saying that he planned this out for him, but Dekatra replies that everyone had an equal chance. Sunken notes that Dekatra is having fun, to which he replies that Rasen was the only one to fall into the path he provided, which they believe would make today the last day of operation for the Fat Cat Inn. Fast forward, and it gets morning, and Rasen wakes up from a good sleep. And around him, he notes a huge amount of gold, but he didn't even feel a presence. It's about 3 billion grand, something enough for a luxurious 2 years. Lydia wakes up and asks for breakfast the first thing, and tells him her dreams about cats, which Rasen tells her must be since she slept at the cat inn. Suddenly, Rasen remembers something about her dreams. There were many times that her dreams were actual prophecies, and an ambush would happen right after her dreams, so Casson had to be on edge. And his heavenly eye sends him warning signals as well, causing him to realize that something is going to happen soon. He then orders Lydia to set the inn on fire, as big as possible, which she quickly does, and we can see the flames burning even from a distance. We see tons of people in some mask and robe have gathered outside of Rasen's room. As one of them tries to open it up, we see a fist starting to come through, which immediately kills the guy, as others prepare for battle quickly, believing that they can easily catch him since he is only second circle. Rasen tells them that they must be giving up on staying anonymous since they are attacking him despite knowing who he is, though he believes he would be dead if not for the training at Sada's. And it's good information for him as well, that they don't know what happened at Sada's despite the fact they are all a secret informant organization. And so, Rasen activates his blitz tactic to quickly deal with them, with his time limit being 1 minute. Everyone notes the change in appearance, and his amount of mana being significantly massive for a second circle, and they quickly puts up a defensive magic to block his attack. But Rasen easily is able to blitz them in his new form, surpassing their defense. They all combine their magic to attack him with a huge fire spell, believing that he won't survive this. Noting that it's fire mana, he doesn't seem much concerned as the Grail is able to eat it as food. As they are wondering what happened to him after the spell, they are shocked to see the result. Rasen's entire body gets filled with mana, and his blitz tactic also increases to minutes with the current amount of mana. And we see his hair starting to stand up with electricity surround him, as he says that he was going to play with Valve, but this is fine as well. We now switch scenes to Brig, who seems to have been captured by Dekatra, who questions him, why did he attack a member of the Maiden family? And he replies, it's because he thought that is how they would be able to continue to operate, which Dekatra finds strange, as he remembers permitting their business operation. We get a flashback where they were talking about the end of Fat Cat's operation, and Dekatra soon changed his mind afterwards, allowing them to continue operating. But Brig thought that the Maiden family wanted to find out what was going on with the seventh young master and his ability to deal with situations. And the reason he attacked him was supposed to be a small thanks to the kindness that the patriarch of Maiden family has shown them. Meanwhile, Rasen tells the attackers that this place is under Maiden family jurisdiction, and if a fire made by magic causes a disaster, they will dispatch a magic investigation squad immediately. And we see that it's actually Brig in the disguise, with Rasen claiming that Maiden family don't care about what he does or where he is. But the moment he lays a finger on their family member in front of the magic squad, they would be arrested immediately according to the laws. And so, Brig would be punished for attacking him, and he would be truly dead if he was trying to really kill him, but Rasen took it into consideration since he didn't have such intentions. And Rasen then uses fighting spirit and transfers it into Brig's, causing a reaction with immense pain in his finger as both Lydia and Rasen leaves. Back to the present, Brig tells Decatra that he would continue to work hard, who asks him if he was the one who set the fire, which he denies, and that it was caused by the young lady with Rasen. Decatra is once again impressed, as not only Rasen took care of the ambushers, but also intentionally caused the magic squad to be dispatched. He went beyond figuring out their intentions. He was up against him, yet he was able to act so shrewdly. Not even Evelia or Persia has shown him such confidence before. And he also lived up to the name of the Maiden family. And he officially approves Brig's business again, which is the reward for his own competency. He asks him if the finger is causing a lot of discomfort, and he tries to pass it on as nothing. But Decatra easily cuts it off painlessly, leaving him scared, thinking what if it had been his neck. We then see him finally being let out, with his party members waiting outside. They all wave at him, and he also waves back with his hand with the cut-off finger, thinking that he got off easy. Fast forward, we see Rasen and Lydia camping out, with her asking, "Where are they going?" leaving Rasen surprised she is asking it now after all this time, and she replies she was busy taking in the scenery. And he replies, they are heading to Holland. She asks if he is talking about the Holy Empire, and he agrees, with Rasen being a bit surprised she knows about. She apparently read it in a book about it. She asks the reason for their visit, and he replies that there are lots of things there. It apparently has lots of items that he created, and it would be great if he can get some of them before Cass and get to it. He then goes on to check the paths, and uses his heavenly eye, noting that 2 paths will lead to the Grandel estate and the Crimson Forest. But below them, he can see something else as well, and asks Lydia if she can see these words, which she replies, she can, causing Rasen to think that it can be seen without special eyes. But she instead speaks about the Holy Empire, and Rasen asks her to see below it, though she is not able to see it. And Rasen realizes that it's just like before when he was down in that cave with Magner. And with automatic translation, we see that it's written, "Leaving items for my descendants," and the Grail comes out, telling Rasen that it's devouring all of his mana. Rasen tells him to not do anything, causing the Grail to anxiously say that it's his mana, but he would stay still and do nothing if he praises him, which Rasen does, commending him for staying still. When he touches the writing, and it says something about finding the dragon plate, or if they have White Swan's golden teeth, wild beast's eye, or Harlan's staff. And also posses the heavenly eye. Afterwards, a person suddenly appears, and it turns out to be a hologram of Curdle, who greets his descendant. Lydia decides to check it out, and is unable to touch or smell anything from him. Seeing him, Grail gets pissed as he was just about to forget him, yet he appeared again, as Rasen remembers that the Grail's original owner was Curdle. But Rasen tells him to calm down as he is not really here. Curdle tells Rasen that he is currently in slumber within the Northern Sea. Hearing which surprises him, as it's a place at the end of the world, an abandoned land where no human can live. Not even the Maiden family were able to conquer the Northern Sea. Curdle tells Rasen his hope that someone would eventually wake him up, but if he chooses not to, then it's just his fate. For the sake of the future, he has decided to seal himself, and to break it, he has prepared many items. But he would need to fulfill 2 conditions to become his descendant. First is to possess the heavenly eye, and second is to get the Holy Grail. Hearing which, Rasen chuckles nervously, as Curdle begins instructing him to go the Fire Clan and Heira if they are still living. With Lydia realizing that he is referring to her, Curdle continues that their heart is the key. If he is unable to establish contract of fire, he won't get the true Holy Grail. And so, he should find it and come back with it. With this, his hologram disappears. Rasen once again infuses his mana to awaken him, who tells him that he was waiting for him. Kirtle is surprised knowing that Rasen got the Holy Grail, and assumes that he must have gone through a tough journey to get it, and he agrees that he really did went through a lot. Fast forward, and we see both of them flying in the air on a giant bird, and they arrives at the unknown cliff. And we see him acknowledging her comment while staring at some object. We get a flashback of the previous night where Kirtle is making arrangements for future generations, telling Rasen he would find all the truths if he follow his arrangements. And he hands him over a canine. The Rasen finds it all complicated and decides to find the Golden Tiger tribe first. Upon reaching the location, he asks Lydia to go, and she thanks the bird for taking them this far. And both of them jumps down from the sky, with Lydia finding it really fun. He uses his wind attribute to land safely, and Lydia uses her fire attribute to make a cushion, and wants to jump again, but Rasen tells her that they don't have time. She asks for their reason of coming here, and he replies that he wants to find the Crow clan. And she remembers them as those scaredy cats. Her dad told her that they are such scaredy cats that they cannot do anything together with them. But she asks, how's he planning to find them? And he takes out a pouch, saying that he has a method for that. We see him dropping gold coins as he is walking, which Lydia finds a big waste, though Rasen tells her that it's only 1 grand, and he got 300 million. They starts to quickly pick it up, but Rasen notes they are still on guard. The Crow clan doesn't like humans. A long time ago, humans thought of Crow clan's wings as a luxury item, and there are still traces of that left in human life. So as a survival strategy of sorts, it's in the DNA of their descendants, a fear of humans that is. The next day, Lydia is bored and tells Rasen that he is wasting his time. He asks if she doesn't like wasting it, and she replies that being lazy is the best. And we see the Crow clan peeking at them from afar. A bit later, they all really come, and asks for more gold coins from Rasen. And Lydia is quite excited seeing them able to talk, and Rasen starts giving them more coins. And as soon as he throws 1 coin, everyone starts to fight for it. One of them tells Rasen that his family is having a hard time and asks for more coin, and he provides. And the Crow gets excited and considers him rich now with it. The Crow clan starts saying that they would repay his grace. Making use of the opportunity, Rasen shows them the canine and asks if they know about it. And it scares the shit out of them. Lydia wonders what is wrong with them, and Rasen replies that it's because they know the owner of the canine. Before he wrote about the Crow clan, he saw a news article, but when creating extras, he made the basic setting, and all he remembers is that the first setting of the Crow clan is that they need to repay all the favors done to them. They remember it as the shitty tiger's teeth. They apparently killed their family, but they still want to repay their grace. And Lydia finds them really nice for doing this, while Rasen finds the setting to be quite scary. One of them introduces himself as Tuma and asks for Rasen's name, who also introduces himself, as the Crow tells him that he knows where the tiger is. Rasen realizes that he must be talking about Golden Tiger tribe from Shitty Tiger. Their tribe only has few individuals and their population is small, but the reason they are famous is because they are strong, so they don't need to build a bigger group. And if they had a bigger population, then Rasen believes they might be the one ruling the continent instead of the humans. Tumen is scared because they eat the crows, as Rasen remembers that their nature is preying on those who are weaker than them. Rasen knows that Lydia might get hurt if she meets them and asks her to stay here until he gets back, who replies that she wants to see the tigers too, but she would listen to what he says. And so, he asks Tuma to lead him, and even though he is scared, he starts to lead him towards the tiger. Rasen again hands over a gold coin to him, which makes him more motivated, saying that it would turn his life around. We now switch scenes to the Grandel family, where Magner seems to be receiving a scolding from his brother. Magner argues that it's not his fault that the younger generation died just from a flick of his finger. And we are introduced to their patriarch, Velitutor Grandel, who tells Magner to stop talking already. We also get to see a grown-up Rosalind, as Magner tells his brother that they wanted Rosalind as their concubine, saying they would birth a healthy child with her. But Velitutor gets angry as Magner made them die suffering, and he replies that he barely touched them, and Velitutor tells him that he should have tortured them first instead, and he would have cut their private parts if he was there instead. Magner asks if they shouldn't send them off painlessly, and he replies that it only applies to humans. Magner tells him that if people were to find out about this, it would cause a fuss, since how can the great and warm saint say something like that? And Velitutor replies to get back to what they were talking about earlier, but Magner gets annoyed as he was finally able to change the subject. He asks, how much did he teach Rasen, and Magner replies, 4 of the basic wills, 3 of the basic martial arts of Grandel, something that one can find even at the neighborhood store. And he believes that Rasen has a truth more important than that. Velitutor asks if he made a mistake again, and he replies, if he looks like someone who only makes mistakes, and informs Velitutor that Rasen absorbed his fighting spirit, which shocks him, as it makes no sense since mana and fighting spirit are fundamentally different. But Magner replies that right now he is only imitating it, but he has absurd physical body that supports its effectiveness. Velitutor gets concerned if something were to happen to the Grandel family, and Magner replies that he knows already and he would take responsibility for it. Because if that day comes, then as his teacher, he would kill Rasen himself. We switch back to Lydia, who is sitting alone and seems to be in thoughts. She remembers Evelia telling her that she would only burden Rasen, since she is weak after all, and she cannot let an inferior thing like her to harm a maiden. She agrees with her as well, as Rasen once again told her to stay back here until he gets back. She wants to stay with him, and tells herself that she wants to become strong. And with her determination, she decides that it's not that she wants, but she will become stronger no matter what. Rasen notices a flame on the mountain where he left Lydia. Tuma asks, what is it? And he replies that it's nothing, though he is sure that he felt her mana right now. He gets a notification that a variable affecting the storyline has occurred. Phoenix's child is determined to become stronger. God of Fire Phoenix is looking upon her warmly. Seeing this, Rasen is quite shocked as Phoenix is supposed to be a transcendental being that he wrote. The tribe of fire that worships him was powerful enough to dominate the entire continent, but the more divine power they consumed, the weaker the tribe became. He didn't appear much in the story either. He didn't make him do anything directly, and he don't remember Cassin being affected by a god in the story either. So he assumes that both his and Cassin's heavenly eye are different. Tuma suddenly smells the tiger and quickly runs away after repaying his debt. Rasen is nonetheless surprised that Tuma came this far despite being so scared and thanks him for it. Meanwhile, we see Rasen has encountered a girl from the Golden Tiger clan, and even though he is quite far from her, he can tell how strong she is, and she also takes notice of him. He tries to speak with her, but she tells him that she has no business with children's and to come next time with an adult. He tries to stop her, wondering if he should show the canine to her right now, but decides against it, because their tribe members only talk to those who are worthy. But she suddenly stops and looks back at Rasen, changing her mind about letting him live. And we see her getting transformed, with Rasen noting that she is growing larger. And we see that she is planning to eat him, and Rasen realizes that he is in big trouble. But he takes up his fighting stance as well, knowing that it's not going to go so smoothly. As she rushes towards him, Rasen activates Flow slowly and dodges her attack, being able to see where it would go, and finds it nothing compared to Magner's punches. She commends him for dodging, but doesn't think he can keep up dodging this quickly, and again attacks him, with Rasen agreeing with her. In order to earn her acknowledgement, he needs to show her what he can do, and he uses his fighting spirit to strike her. She is quite shocked by its power and quickly jumps back, with Rasen finding the Golden Tribe to be much stronger than expected. She calls his technique quite strange and asks if he is a martial artist, as he notes that even current Cassin wouldn't be able to stand upright if he took on fighting spirit of this level. But regardless, he believes that he has found her weakness and uses one attribute, saying that he won this fight. He quickly disappears from her sight and appears right in front, surprising her. She tries to punch him, but he easily dodges, and gets behind her and grabs her tail, surprising her greatly. She tries to threaten her that if he lets her go right now and beg for forgiveness, she would spare his life, but Rasen knows that the tail is their one weakness, which is why an adult of the tribe will cut off the tail when younglings turn a year old. And so, Rasen doesn't take her threat seriously at all, knowing that cutting of the tail as an adult might lead to death. He then starts to squeeze the tail and she finally surrenders and accepts her loss. He asks if she is acknowledging him then, and she replies that she let her guard down in front of a kid like him. But she does realize that it's her fault in the end and Rasen offers her to talk with him instead. But she drools while saying that she can easily kill him right now, so there is no reason for her to talk to him. But Rasen replies that a proud member of the Golden Tiger tribe wouldn't do that, leaving her stunned, causing her to wonder, where did a monstrous kid like him come from? and what martial arts family knows so much about the Golden Tiger tribe. She introduces herself as Mirong and asks what does he wants to talk to her about. And he brings out the canine and asks if she knows that, and she seems quite surprised upon seeing it, as she recognizes it as Tatanka's canine. The canine is one of the relics left behind the hero of the Golden Tiger tribe a long time ago. They have been searching for it since. Though Mirong is not sure if it's true or not, but she don't understand how is it she knows it's Tatanka's canine as soon as she saw it. Rasen asks, what would she do if he showed her this out of nowhere, and she replies, she would have eaten him and took it with her, causing Rasen to thank his past self. He then questions her reason for wanting it, and she replies, because she can enter the Golden Tiger tribe's village with it. But it doesn't make any sense to Rasen, since they are supposed to be lonely creatures, and asks for the reason for it. She replies, it was because of a hunter at first, who killed any of the tribe's member upon coming across them. They would have been wiped out if they didn't get together, which is why they decided to live in groups. They began forming a force to try and avoid that woman, Evelia. Hearing which makes Rasen sweat bullets in nervousness. But Mirong didn't find her crazy, since the elder did say that they provoked her first. The real problem was the woman who came after her. That crazy woman, Persia maiden, who wanted to get the praise same as Evelia for killing their tribe members. This one leaves Rasen even more scared. In order to fight against her, they made a few villages. But all of them were massacred, and now they only got one left. Persia told Mirong at that time to come to her for revenge if she is angry, though even then she don't believe she would be a match for her. All of the elders died in that village that day, which Rasen realizes is the reason there was no adult to cut off her tail. But she doesn't hold rage for it, since they died because they were weak. Rasen then questions for her not being able to enter the tribe without having the canine, and she replies, it's because she is weak. She was born much weaker than normal golden tigers, and they don't accept those who fall behind. Rasen asks about the time Evelia started hunting the golden tiger, which she replies was 6 years ago, and then he asks for her age, which she says is 5. It surprises him, as he calls out for calling him a kid earlier despite being younger, but she don't see why she can't. Regardless, he asks if he can enter her village with it, and she replies, not hers, but the Golden Tiger tribe village, where she don't live. Suddenly, he notices the name of the canine changing along with additional information, which makes him believe that the altar is in that village. Rasen asks if he can tag along, and she agrees but doesn't guarantee, and Rasen doesn't understand what does she mean, and she replies that she would probably be kicked out, and he would be eaten. Rasen asks if that is possible even if he has the canine, and she replies that they can just take it from him. But she would still guide him if he wants to. Rasen knows the incoming hardships, a monster who can easily block his martial spirit, and a village which considers that monster weak. If he don't go through this, he cannot get equal with his sisters. And so, Rasen decides to go and asks for its location, which turns out to be Dragon Mountain Ranges. A bit later, they meet up with Lydia, who is happy since it's also the place of her village. She introduces herself to Mirong, who finds her annoying and asks Rasen if she can be eaten, which he absolutely denies. Fast forward and it gets night. Mirong wakes them up as she caught some food, which Rasen notes to be a Shaporan boar, something very rare. Mirong apparently dislikes portals, so they are traveling by land, though it doesn't seem bad, and it seems to him that both Lydia and her have hit it off as well. She explains about the boar and why his meat is so soft, and Rasen says that he heard the golden tigers aren't very picky with their food. And she replies that it's actually the opposite. Their tongues are much more advanced than humans, to they are quite picky. Even the food that she knows is in Rasen's pocket smells weird to her. But she still finds human flesh to be best tasting, and Rasen asks if it's not strange to say in front of humans, and asks her instead if the golden tiger's meat is good, which she replies is tough, surprising Rasen that she actually tried it. It's now morning again, and they are at crossroads. Lydia asks Rasen if she can catch up with him after meeting her dad, and he instead tells her to wait at the village. She asks what about him, and he replies that he would be going to the Golden Tiger tribe, which seems to sadden her a bit. As she asks, it's because she is weak, isn't it? Rasen knows it as well. Even though Lydia is an exceptional mage for her age, she is still no match for golden tigers. He tries to tell her something, but she says that her dad told her once if she ever wanted to become really strong, then she would just have to tell him. And so, she plans to become really strong and protect him since she is her contractor of fire. Rasen agrees and tells her to not be too late, noting that it's probably best for her as he also plans to do Curdle's assignment and become stronger. Mirang starts sniffing the ground, noting the village must be near. Meanwhile, Grail comes out and expresses how he hates this place. Since it's the same place where he slept for 1,000 years, Rasen asks why Mirang is digging. And Grail replies that it's probably because she don't know the trigger word to enter the village, surprising Rasen that you actually need something like that. But she regardless looks quite happy to him. Suddenly, an adult golden tiger arrives, asking for Rasen's identity. And noting Mirang's scared reaction, he realizes that he must definitely be an adult golden tiger. A message tells Rasen that she was weak ever since she was born, because of which she endured lots of harassment from her tribe members. Rasen is surprised that she still wanted to go to the village despite that. The guy calls out Rasen for not being a golden tiger and questions, how did he came to possess Tatanka's canine? And Rasen replies that Curdle told him to come, but the guy doesn't know who he is, and Rasen introduces himself as Rasen Maiden. Hearing the word Maiden, starts to ring some bells in Mirang's ears. And Rasen continues that he is related to Evelia Maiden and Persia Maiden, which he assumes they must recognize. Hearing which, the Golden Tribe member gets anxious and Mirang gets shocked as well. Rasen thought it would take him time to get recognized by the entire tribe, so he plans to simply get over it this way. Mirang gets angry at Rasen for deceiving her, and the guy gets pissed at her for brining in Rasen to their village. She tries to deny that she didn't know about it, and asks Rasen to explain, otherwise she is going to eat him. The guy expresses that they are not afraid, and would die fighting him, but Rasen explains that he is here to right his sister's wrongs. The guy transforms, not believing what Rasen said, since he don't think anyone from that cruel bloodline can be like that. Rasen offers to give the Tatanka's canine to the altar and inherit both his and Curdle's will. All this to put an end to the Maiden's meaningless murder. The guy still doesn't believe. Rasen argues that the altar will judge him, and the guy replies that his claws will judge him first. Rasen glances back and replies that he assumes it wouldn't be too late to judge then, if Tatanka's canine is real, Elder Bakuya. Bakuya is surprised at Rasen knowing her name and questions about it, though he can actually see it with his heavenly eye, but tells them both that wise sage Curdle told him, but that name doesn't ring any bell in her mind, and Rasen claims that Curdle looked into the future, a future where Maidens would cause mayhem in the world. And he then goes on to tell them about the future, something which we cannot hear. The legend of Tatanka goes as follows. He took his own canine and swore that he would protect their tribe and comrades. He then made an altar and made a hole in it to fit the canine. Far in the future, when his canine and the altar would meet again, the great hero Tatanka would appear again. He asks if he had comrades since he thought golden tigers hunted individually. And the strangest thing he found about it all, a reaction happening from meeting between the canine and the altar, which mean it's magic. But the Golden Tiger tribe don't know how to handle magic properly. So how could the chief of the Golden Tiger tribe would have cast magic on the altar? Another weird thing is that no one notices that it's strange. He tells Bakuya that he has been to this place before because of Curdle, and she does smell this place on him. But he is curious about something, the reason why Persia cannot find them, since she should be able to detect the barrier here. Hearing which surprises her, she also questions herself on why didn't she found it strange. And Rasen explains that the one behind this strangeness, that no one noticed, is the great sage Curdle. They both wonder, what kind of person was he and what relationship did he had with the Golden Tribe? But Rasen thinks that if you just replace Tatanka's name with Curdle, then everything would make sense, but they won't understand if he were to tell them that. But more importantly, he reveals that Curdle was someone who hypnotized their bloodline and also left behind Tatanka, canine behind, hearing which shocks everyone. Mirang questions the reason for it, and he replies, because it was the will of Tatanka, the great chief of the prideful battle tribe. Bakuya commends Rasen for being clever unlike his barbaric family and invites him to the village, causing Rasen to smirk on passing the first level. As they are leaving, Mirang seems a bit down, but when Rasen invites her to come as well, she gets happy again. They all arrive at a pond, and Bakuya starts to recite something. Suddenly, Rasen looks behind and finds the space and time warping. And he starts to feel dizzy as well, more so when he goes through a portal, but he knows that he would be eaten if he seemed weak. And like that, they arrive at the village as Rasen starts to look around. Other Golden Tribe members are surprised to smell a human, and Bakuya informs them that he bought Tatanka's canine. They all start to praise her, that she is finally saving them, while she wonders what has Tatanka prepared in advance for their tribe. Meanwhile, we see Mirong walking behind them and seems quite excited upon finally being able to enter the village. The Golden Tigers are able to smell the Tatanka's canine, even without ever meeting him, and Bakuya notices this as well. She assumes that it must be due to the hypnosis on their bloodline. They finally reach the altar of the Golden Tiger tribe. Bakuya tells Rasen to put the canine in the hole there, and apparently if someone unqualified puts the canine there, lightning will strike and kill them, but Rasen never heard something like that before. He then gets a notification that if someone who never met Curdle activates the altar, his ultimate technique against human adversaries would activate. Seeing his expression, Bakuya asks if he is afraid and declines, saying that he was just feeling Tatanka and Curdle's breath. At the altar, he starts to feel magic, and when putting in, he starts to get doubtful, hoping that nothing should happen since Curdle is the one who gave him this. And upon putting it in, it starts to glow brightly. He realizes that something has activated, and all the Golden Tribe starts chanting Tatanka's name. And the person who appears in front of Rasen is a young Curdle whom he recognizes and expected. He tells Rasen that he brought him the Holy Grail, and Rasen knows that it's the same hologram from the last time. And since Rasen bought him that, he decides to give him a gift, which is a jewel, which he throws right at Grail, annoying him quite much as he shouts at Curdle to not throw stuff on his handsome face. Curdle starts to chuckle, saying that he assumes Pookie would be whining about the pain right now, which embarrasses him as he tries to shout that he is not Pookie, but the Great Grail. But Curdle goes on to say that Pookie is probably whining that he is the Holy Grail and whatnot, annoying him even more. He then goes on to tell Rasen that he is probably walking on the path of the mage, but not at the same time, and Rasen realizes that he is probably talking about the magic combat technique. Curdle goes on to say that no matter how much talented a human might be, the body is still limited, and one cannot embrace infinity power, which is why he thought of the Holy Grail. He thought of inputting an attribute not into the body, but somewhere else instead. Rasen remembers that Kassan earned the Grail in the original work as well, but it never worked as an attribute storage, so it's perhaps more suited to him. Rasen asks the Grail if he is holding fire, which he calls wrong, as it states that he got all the attributes, but he hates it because it makes him look ugly. Curdle knows that the first attribute in the Grail might be fire, but he is sure that Rasen would be able to use elemental system attribute magic in the future. But the most important thing, since the attribute is melted in the Grail, no one would be able to find out about it, which will come really handy in the future. And if he follows in his footsteps, he would be able to learn lots of things, and he hopes that he also followed in the footsteps of his beloved friend. And with that, he disappears, leaving Rasen to wonder, whom could he be referring to as his beloved friend? He then teases the Grail that he looks disappointed, and he starts to deny it, only for Rasen to agree while teasing him with the name Pookie, annoying him even more. Suddenly, the whole platform starts to shake and Rasen thinks that it's earthquake. But it turns out the altar itself is breaking, but he is able to land safely using his wind attribute. Down there, he finds all the Golden Tigers transformed and frozen in place. Bakuya turns back, saying when the altar broke, it broke their constraint as well. Rasen asks about it, and she replies that their tribe was strong enough to dominate the whole world, but when Tatanka disappeared, God's constraint began to tighten down on them. Rasen asks about, and she replies that at this very moment, it's starting to disappear. Rasen looks up and notices the barrier disappearing and the time and space changing. But Bakuya claims that even with the constraint removed, their tribe is still not complete, and he asks why is that, and she replies, it's because they don't have their tails. Rasen knows that it's their biggest weakness, and Bakuya says that without the constraint, their tribe needs their tails. She glances towards Mirong, saying that long ago, there was a king in their tribe, so it was quite symbolic. And excluding Tatanka, every king was a female, since their tribe is matriarchal after all. She goes on to Mirong to tell her that she is fit to be a king, which surprises her, as apparently the constraint was especially hard on her. Rasen notes that it's because she took the brunt of the constraint since all the adults in her village were massacred and she was unable to have her tail cut off. She started living off on her own, which is why she was able to meet her. Rasen feels that it's too perfect to be a coincidence and assumes that Curdle is the one behind it. Bakuya, along with many other tribe members, start to swear absolute cooperation with Rasen for freeing them from the constraint. And same goes for Mirong, who also does the same as others. Rasen gets a notification that he got them as an ally as he smirks and realizes that this is what Curdle wanted to give him, and without their constraint, they are incredibly strong as well. And after a night of feasting and celebration, all the golden tigers parted ways, since they have no more reason to stay together. Even though they might not be able to defeat his sisters, they can still run away now. But Rasen turns back and asks Mirong, why is she not leaving? And she replies that it's the direction she was originally heading, and Rasen asks, why? Causing her to freeze up as she replies that he must be bored on his own, so Rasen tells her to do as she wishes. Suddenly, Rasen notices a large fire in Heiran, and upon a deeper look, he remembers Persia from it. So he quickly closes in and realizes that it's actually Persia's fire. Rasen also realizes that Lydia should be in the village right now. And so, he activates wind attribute to quickly rush off to the village, hoping that nothing has happened. Seeing this scene, Mirong also starts to get a familiar sensation. Arriving at the village, Rasen panics seeing the whole village burning. One of the Heiran citizen comes running to him trying to ask him for help. She tries to warn him about Persia, but gets burned to death before she can say anything. Suddenly, Rasen also notes an unconscious Lydia and shouts her name in worry. And Persia is also standing right there, and she was seemingly waiting for him. She also had some fun with Evelia's little doll whom she found here. But she also remembers and comments that she is also his toy, and Rasen asks her, what brings her here? She replies and asks if she is not allowed here, and he should be a little warmer while greeting his sister. Rasen finds the whole village smelling of burning meat and starts to get frustrated. He remembers Lydia being excited to meet her dad and only gets angry, questioning himself. Why did she do this? He asks Persia that she must have some business with him since she was waiting for him. She replies that while she did want to see him, he is wrong, because she is here for Mirong instead, as Rasen realizes that she followed him to here. Persia states that she needed a golden tiger tooth, and Rasen asks for the reason, and she simply calls it her hobby. She wasn't able to detect T-Hem with her spell recently, so she had some people do her work, and there were rumors that they were around here. And the person accompanying the tiger is her own brother, so she couldn't let herself stay at one place. And since Rasen did all this work for her, she thought long and hard about what he might like while she waited for him. And this is what her gift was for him, since he gone out of his way to prepare a golden tiger for her. Mirong once again remembers her terrifying memory of all that happened before and gets consumed by fear, and drops down on the ground, while questioning Rasen if he was lying to her. Rasen tells Persia that people of Heiran are innocent, but she replies that people die regardless of whether they are innocent or not. He argues that Golden Tiger Tribe is innocent as well. She agrees, but claims to need them. He tells her that her name is Mirong, and she is his friend who will accompany him on his journey. And he don't intend to hand her over to her, which surprises her, and annoys Persia, who prepares an attack, while saying that it's time to see just how strong has he gotten. Rasen notes that there is a magic seal on her fingertips, and she blows on it, which creates a laser attack, and it grazes past Rasen, and causes a huge explosion upon impact. Rasen gets nervous seeing how it destroyed an entire region, as he realizes the force of 6 circle flame magic. She tells Rasen that he must know she missed on purpose, which she is not going to do next time, and he is going to die if he doesn't move. But if he moves, his friend would die. And with that, Persia sends her attack towards him, but Rasen stands firm. But the attack suddenly stops right before him. And Persia says that he knew that she isn't going to harm him, and he replies, because she wants to become the patriarch. He is immune to his siblings' attack while he is on pilgrimage, but Persia is annoyed and calls it quite boring since she prepped it all for fun. But instead, she finds something else to have fun and cut off Lydia's arm instead, shocking Rasen greatly and pissing him off as he activates his blitz tactic. She asks if it's some kind of magic skill, but claims it won't do anything to her even if he has raised his mana quite a bit. But if he is able to make her take even a single step, then she would return the tiger and the toy to him. And Rasen flares up his mana, telling Persia that she better make sure to keep up that promise. Rasen rushes towards her using blitz tactic in anger, while she puts up a large AoE attack of fire in front of him to see how strong he has gotten, warning him that he would die if it touches him. As Rasen starts to close in, he starts to feel the extreme heat while Persia questions, what is he going to do now? But Rasen charges up his fist with flame mana to break through the attack. Persia seems surprised upon seeing him use it as he punches her attack, and is able to break through it. She notes that he took the fire in his body and asks, how did he do that in such short time? Finding Rasen quite fun for passing the first level. As she plans to crank it to the next level, Rasen holds her waist tightly, planning to break her ribs, but it doesn't affect her at all. He feels like moving a boulder lodged deep in the ground. Persia finds his flame resistance to be impressive and teases him that he must have missed her quite a bit for him to be hugging her so tightly. She notes that an ordinary second circle mage would have already turned into ash. She wonders if it's due to his robes, and where did he got such an artifact from? But it reminds her of a face that she hates. She then pushes away Rasen and lifts him up in the air, and engulfs his whole body in fire mana. The grail is at its limit as well, and Rasen starts to feel as if his body is going to burst. Meanwhile, we see Mirong standing away and watching this scene while being terrified. We now get a flashback of her past and see her receiving a 4-leaf clover from someone. The girl told Mirong on how 4-leaf brings luck, and she is sure that only good things would happen to her now, only to see her whole village burning and her tribe members laying dead the next moment. The girl tells her to run away, as a grim reaper appears right in front of her. And quickly her head is cut off as we see Persia standing there with the heads of Meringue's tribe member in her hand. Seeing this scene happening right in front of her greatly terrifies her. Persia tells her to not hate her too much and asks if she knows the reason for why she is dying, which is because she is weak, and if she is mad, then she should come to find her again when she is stronger. But she is still sure that Mirong would be weaker than her anyways. Back to the present, we see Mirong being terrified upon seeing Rasen's situation. Meanwhile, Persia is giving Rasen a lecture on how weak always gets their things taken by the strong, and they cannot do anything about it, just like his little tiger friend over there. But Rasen tells her that every time the weak does something, the world has changed. Hearing this makes Mirong recalls Rasen's word, who told her that she needs to overcome the fear that is inside of her. And so, Mirong tries to stop being nervous, feeling that she needs to overcome the fear that is inside of her. Otherwise, nothing would ever change. She then transforms into her adult tiger form. And in the next moment, we see a surprised Persia, as Mirong has her canines right into her arm. And with some force, she pulls it right off. Rasen is able to finally escape her magic with this, as Rasen is quite surprised seeing Mirong bite Persia's arm. But Persia just casually smiles, while saying that she remembers Meringue's eyes, and a notification comes up that a significant change is affecting the storyline has occurred. Suddenly, Persia starts laughing hysterically, much to Rasen and Meringue's confusion. She states to herself that she has gotten weak, and commends Mirong for not doing too bad, and that she has gotten stronger than last time. Rasen gets scared by her expression. She then snaps her finger, and a magic circle appears right beneath Mirong. She is suddenly engulfed in flames while Persia reminds her about what she said back then, that she would still be weaker than her, and Rasen notes that it's her illusion magic and fake flames. She casted that on Mirong with the intention of killing, yet she is still alive, while Rasen is shocked to see Mirong being down in one attack despite getting stronger from the lack of God's constraint. Persia sees her potential and qualifies her to be Rasen's toy, as she even cut of her arm. And for Rasen, she throws over her arm as a gift, much to his surprise and shock. He knows that a mage's arm is the most important thing for them after their heart, as it's what allows them to cast magic. So, he questions her reason for giving it to him, and she replies, it's because he brought her fun. He argues that she can put it back on. But she replies that it would ruin the fun of today, while Rasen thinks that she must be scheming something. Suddenly, Rasen remembers that Lydia was called the Mage Slayer as well as the one-armed mage in the novel. It gets him wondering, how was she able to grow into the title, Mage Slayer, when she only had one arm? So he assumes there must be some kind of penalty on using only one arm. He then gets a creator's privilege, and he notes that it's been a few years since this happened to him. Since there is a new plot hole, he plans to correct this mistake using the creator's privilege. He needs to write the reason as to why Lydia was able to receive the title of Mage Slayer with only one arm. There are two clues for it, the one-armed mage, and his sister who is giving him her arm. He cannot understand Persia's thinking process, but he is sure that she let Mirong live because she genuinely found it fun. And so, he needs to make this more plausible without changing the plot. And so the reason Lydia was able to receive the title was because of the various conditions for the success of a flame-type mage. He put various conditions just in case they can't be necessary conditions. He could have put down a physical advantage that makes you stronger as a flame-type mage, but it would affect all other flame-type mages. And so, the lacking probability gets fixed, and the world turns back to normal. Persia starts walking towards Rasen, claiming that she had fun, and found him really cute when he was mad. She is always ready for another challenge, and hopes that he grows even more stronger, and that he don't forget the rage he felt today. She gives him a kiss on his cheeks, hoping that he would officially challenge her one day. But when he does, he has to be prepared to lose his life. She won't be going easy on him like this time. And with that, she disappears while saying that she would see him again. Back at Persia's office, her shadow greets her and asks about her arm, and she replies that she gave it to her brother. She then informs Persia that all of the Heiran citizens have finished moving over to Van Pernyan, and asks, why did she created an illusion of citizens burning? And she simply replies because it's fun, though it would have been more fun if she really killed them. But doing that would make Rasen hate her, which she don't like. Back to Lydia and Rasen, who is reminiscing about her parents. She remembers how her dad always used to say that he wanted to go see her mom. She then tells Rasen that she resents him a bit. The fact that his sister killed her dad, even though she knows that it's not his fault, but only hers because she is too weak, which is why she couldn't protect her dad and her arm too. She starts to go in rage, stating that she is going to grow stronger and kill Persia Maiden. But first she is going to kill her dad, so she can feel what she is feeling right now. Suddenly, Rasen feels an ominous energy above her. Mirong notices as well, and he gets a notification that orbital healing power and demon extinction has been activated for Lydia, and her scenario is on track. Rasen remembers that in the novel, Lydia meets Persia before meeting him and loses her arm, which was what led to her opening her demon eye, and she became the enemy of all mages. Rasen tried changing the story as much as he could to prevent that from happening. But it's back to the starting point, and if this keeps up, he would end up dying. Fast forward to night. Mirong asks if Lydia is doing fine, and he replies that she just fell asleep, and asks, where did she got all that food, and Mirong replies, from various places, as eating food makes everyone feel better, causing Rasen to think that Mirong can relate to Lydia quite a bit. A bit before, Lydia told Rasen that Persia's dad is his dad as well, and she don't think she can handle it if she were to see him sad. So once she kills Persia's dad, she wants Rasen to kill her. That would be the only right thing to do. Back to present time, Mirong asks about their next location and Rasen replies, to the hunter's grave, and Mirong questions, why are they going to such smelly place? Rasen replies, it's to get the capacity potion, but Mirong don't know what it means. Rasen explains that it's a special potion that would increase the maximum amount of mana you can put into your circle, making Mirong doubtful that such thing could exist. As while she don't know about magic, she has never heard of such thing being possible. And Rasen replies, it's because no one has ever seen it yet, and once again, Mirong doesn't understand what he means. He came to a realization after seeing Persia that he won't be able to put a single scratch on her. And more importantly, he found out about force and restitution existed in this realm. He has the privilege of manipulating the probability while the world has orbital healing power to try and maintain that probability. And without him knowing, the two were having a war. So he needs to create a change that would overpower that. So he is going to find that capacity potion and get much stronger than he is right now. so he can overpower the orbital healing power that will have him killed at the age of 17. Fast forward, and they all finally arrive at Hunter's grave, and Mirong smells the rotting corpses. Though Lydia is unable to smell anything, causing Rasen to say it's because Mirong has much better sense of smell than theirs. He remembers writing this place, and finds it much creepier in person. Lydia says that she feels a ghost would pop out at any moment, causing Rasen to say that the ghost would be more afraid of her. Rasen then activates his heavenly eye and scans the place, finding only fire stones to be the special thing here. These stones were used by ancient humans to start fires. They are clashed together to create sparks. But due to the development of flame-type magic and spiritual magic, they were forgotten. Mirong asks about the location of the potion, and Rasen replies that he has to look for it, surprising her that he don't know the location, and he replies that he knows it's here somewhere. Lydia asks Rasen if she can light a fire since it's really cold, but he rejects because the gravestones are made of fire stones. If the fire touches them, it could lead to an explosion. Rasen notes that it's almost midnight now, and he waits for the clock to hit right at that time. And right as it does, they start to feel a vibration in the ground. Lydia sees something and asks if there is a tree walking towards them, and Mirong calls her stupid to even say such thing, only to get shocked next moment herself. As we see a giant tree is coming towards them, Rasen knows that it's an ant, who speaks up that they seems to have gotten some guests tonight. Rasen knows that they appear at sharp midnight, only when there is no fire around. The ant asks their reason for not lighting up fire despite it being cold tonight, since he thought humans loved fire. But Rasen replies that he hates fire since he was burned as a kid, much to Lydia's disappointment. But the ant is happy to hear that, calling it a terrifying thing. It starts to spread its root in the ground and calls Rasen not a bad guy. He explains how him and his ancestors have been guarding this place for 3,000 years. A system message tells Rasen that the Int Sudra was born as a gatekeeper to these graves, and he wants to find the hunter's rib, which Rasen knows is the key. The tree asks Rasen to bring him that. Rasen remembers no one has come across this at this point of the story. Kassin and his friends does come here in the future to get the potion, and others would follow. Rasen asks the location of the rib, and the tree guides him to it. He cannot dig it himself, since there is fire around it. He shows a grave to him, and Rasen takes up a shovel to dig up. Mirong offers to help him, but he declines. He has to do it alone, otherwise the capacity potion won't work well. He finally finds the coffin and the skeleton, and also feels the lingering fire mana from it. And with that, he gives the rib to the ant, who is quite delighted to receive it, and thanks Rasen for it. It then starts glowing, and Lydia finds the scene really pretty. It also gives Rasen a reward. A flower blooms right in front of him. And from the flower, the capacity potion comes out. But Rasen feels that something is off, finding it way too simple, and thinks that it's not over yet. There is definitely something hidden. He remembers that Kaizen's party completed the mission and obtained the potion from the ant, but the protagonist himself had to take the initiative for it. But if the difficulty of the mission were to be on such an easy level, then all the mages here would become strong and the balance would collapse. So he asks Sudra why did he give him this capacity potion, and he replies, it's because he found the rib bone for him. So Rasen asks the meaning of the rib bone to him, to which he replies that it belongs to the hunter, and when asked why it's that important to him, he replies it's because his ancestors searched for it for long. Suddenly, the ant realizes something, that he had an actual reason himself to search for the rib bone as well. Rasen is also sure that this mission the ant never said itself, and the capacity potion would be continue to be produced. But all of them will be fake. There is a possibility that they won't work as he has written, which leads him to discover another lacking probability fragment. And even though Kaizen's party found the potion, the only description it had that they would become stronger. He never wrote the maximum capacity the circle was raised, so he believes there has to be some hint somewhere to resolve it. He then looks around and finds an engraving on the coffin, asking to set fire to it and sacrifice a burnt offering. But it confuses him, since if he were to start this ritual with flame mana like this, then there's a possibility the ants would come to hate him. And now, he goes on to match those probabilities together. The reason he thinks the ant was posted here was because of the people immediately using flame mana for the burnt offering right after seeing the inscription. And int who hates fire, was used as a gatekeeper to filter them out. And since he figured out this probability, he got additional hint that the fire needs to be ignited without magic, and a door would open after that. He asks Sudra if he knows anything about the burnt offering, and he starts to stumble in his words at first, but quickly remembers that he is here to complete his family's tradition, which is to offer the 77 burnt offering in the coffin containing the hunter's rib bone. The fact that the Inn himself would offering the burnt offering, it confuses him since they are supposed to be afraid of flame mana. And the number 77 itself is not a coincidence either. He remembers it from his past experiences. That it must be referring to the Alberto's 77th book, Magic Basics, mana cultivation that is easy to learn. Sudra explains that they have been offering the burnt offering for a long time with the help of someone, and so far they have reached 76 burnt offerings. And his mission was to offer the final 77th burnt offering. It was said that the fire would be hot, but not hot at all at the same time. It made Rasen realizes the reason as to why there are so many firestones here. He picks up one and asks Sudra if it's okay for him to give his final offering a try himself. Seeing Rasen trying to start fire with stone, Lydia is quite confused. He knows that she won't understand, since she had flame mana from birth, and explains that he just needs some heat-sensitive firestone, metal, and combustible materials. In this world, it's not only the mage family who uses the flame mana, but the swordsmanship and the martial family as well. Since flame mana is cheap and can be found anywhere, they don't bother with other methods. It's like running a urban gas business in modern times. The flame mana business is one of the various business that the Maton family runs. Mirong calls it stupid, but Rasen tells her to shut up as a fire thief. Since they have no concept of money or magic, their mindset is reliance on stealing fire for survival. Rasen rubs the fire stone with metal to maximize heat and energy and is able to light a flame. Mirong is actually surprised that he is able to light a fire that way, but Lydia is confused at him for using such a complicated way of doing so. And now he starts the ritual by moving the ember to the hay and putting it inside the hunter's coffin. Sudra is scared at first, but finds the fire to be not hot. Rasen realizes that he was right. What the Ints are afraid of are flame mana, not fire that is naturally made. Sudra thanks him for this, since he can now accomplish his long-standing mission. A door finally appears in the air, and Rasen realizes that it must be an artificial dungeon. Once the fire is extinguished, the door would disappear, so he assumes that it must be something related to the capacity potion. Lydia asks about the door, and Rasen replies that it's an artificial dungeon and that he is heading inside while they can wait outside since it could be dangerous, as there is usually a guardian residing in there. But much to his surprise, she is determined to go. Mirong calls Lydia an idiot for not even having the strength to jump up there and offers to get on her back for it. So, Lydia gets on Mirong's back and Rasen uses his wind attribute to get up as well. And with that, they finally enters the artificial dungeon, where no one knows what awaits. Rasen, upon entering the dungeon, is unable to see anything due to it being extremely dark. One of the candles lit up, and we see a huge wall in front of them. Rasen notes the writing on the wall, while Mirong and Lydia wonders, what is this place? He gets a notification that if he found this place, then he must be qualified to be his successor, which Rasen doesn't get at first. First thing, he has to possess the heavenly eye. Second would be to have an ability related to him in some way. And lastly, someone who possessed the Maton blood, something which shocks him quite much. Furthermore, he gets to know that this was made by Alberto, who was an old friend of Curdle, which once again shocks him. Curdle always argued that attribute magic was the way to go, while he argued that combat techniques was the way to go. They never stopped arguing over this. They were on different paths. There was no other reason besides ego to fight over this topic. They understood each other's values over anyone else. And one day, they met an orphan girl. Her name was Kaisa Maton. They took her in. Curdle taught her magic, while Alberto taught her combat skills. She learned surprisingly fast, and they raised her like their own. When she became an adult, they let her go on her own way. After a long time, they heard that she had become a family head. They didn't know what happened to her before and after that, but when they met her again, her heart was irreparably broken. The one thing they were certain of was that when you learn both magic combat and attribute magic, they collide against each other in the heart. Kaisa learned quickly, but she didn't tell them that it was hurting her, out of fear of hurting them. And in the end, she left them at a very young age. Curdle and Alberto both grieved for a long time, but they could not do it forever. She left them, but there were children with the maiden name left behind. Both Curdle and Alberto began their preparations in order to repay the debt they owed to Kaisa. Their sole goal was to make sure Kaisa's children would grow up healthy. Attribute magic or combat magic, they had to choose just one. And in the end, Curdle was the one to stay behind with them, while Alberto left on a long journey and settled down in a new place. Decades after, Alberto discovered a new power, a power that does not react with mana at all. He decided to call T his new power, fighting spirit, and called the magic combat techniques using this fighting spirit as martial arts. Mana and fighting spirit does not react to each other. This is what Rasen wrote in his book. But that single line had so many consequences. He now understood the reason why attribute magic was so developed and why the Maitons stopped using combat magic, and the reason fighting spirit was made. Continuing the flashback, Alberto founded the Grandel family, but he still loved the Maitons. So the person who succeeds him needed to be a Maiton. This is last act of consideration for Kaisa. He thought that Curdle had the same idea for the longest time. In the end, Curdle found a way and created something called the Holy Grail. You could put the attributes in the Grail while your heart can hold the magic combat techniques, which would allow you to use both attribute magic and magic combat technique. Which is when Curtin and Alberto began their arguments. Grandel was an obstacle to Curdle. They both fought for 7 days and nights, and kept fighting over and over again. As great as their love was for each other, their rage was also just as great, but in the end, they stopped fighting. But they could no longer be together. It was clear that they had different paths, but Alberto still loved Curdle as a friend, but he don't know how Curdle feels. He might even still resent him. Rasen, after learning all this, still finds something to be off. Because if they both fought, then Alberto's guide should be with the Grandels and not with Maitons. With this, he is able to detect a lacking probability. The time stops and the writings on the wall disappears. And new lines appeared in its place, which he decides to fill out. He quickly decides on the reason as well, that Alberto and Curdle still loved each other as friends. And the two eternally loved Kaisa Maiton. His lines turned out to be correct, and he gets more probability. With this, the new Alberto's guide gets created. It's magic utilization, mana cultivation that's easy to learn. He quickly recognizes it as the more advanced version of the book he wrote in the Maiton library, and just then something in his pocket also starts to glow. It is the capacity potion, which reaches to its 100% effectiveness, which was what he needed to learn a new mana cultivation technique. And just then, the cave starts to fall down. Rasen panics, thinking that he needs to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, it gets too bright, and in the next panel, they all are lying down in a grass field. He notes that they are back in the hunter's grave, and he still has the book and the potion with him as well. Lydia tells him about her dream, that he was spinning and being sucked into something, leaving Rasen scared, as he hopes that it's not a prophecy. Mirong looks around, and seems quite confused, leaving Rasen to realize that her memory of dungeon was erased, and wonders about the end. Who seems to be turned into a simple tree, as Lydia asks if there was always a tree here. Rasen thinks that it must have been protecting this place for more than 1,000 years for the sake of Alberto's love for Kaisa and Curdle. He commends Sudra for doing great, claiming that with these guides, he could create a new power to continue Kaisa Maiton's will. We see Rasen doing some kind of training. He has been at it for 2 days already. Behind him, Emirang and Lydia seems to be playing, and Mirong keeps on losing while Rasen finishes his training. His understanding of fighting spirit and mana increases drastically with this. And he notes that the fact they two don't mix together is not an absolute setting, but in his current state, he can mix them together. He flares up his mana, and Lydia gets concerned for him and tries to touch his body, only to get quickly burned as Mirong questions, what is up with Rasen? Rasen focuses on the changes happening in his body, imagining that he is observing in the universe, and the mana is the Holy Grail. He sends the separated energy to flow through his entire body, creating intermediate magic combat technique with it. He gets 2 effects from it, strengthen and body, and quickly remembers his master's training, who told him that his will shall become an authority, and Mana responds to that will, causing 4 major transformations. Strengthen fortifies the body and the spirit. Rasen realizes that it's an improved version of self-defense. And body is the improved version of proficient weight utilization, making him reach higher level in both attack and defense. And now, if he can obtain both Kirtle and Alberto's arrangement, he can get as strong as the first family head. Lydia speaks up and asks him if he is really Rasen, and he confirms, but she doubts since it looks strange to her. When Rasen asks, what does she mean? And she replies that the atmosphere around him has changed, making him realize that she has sensed the change in her own way. He then moves on to Mirong, having something important to tell her. A bit later, we see Mirong walking alone outside. Rasen told her that he is going to return him, and she asks, what does it have to do with her? And Rasen replies that living there would be tough for her, and she replies that being confined is not her thing. Rasen explains that he would dive into the succession war 2 years from now on, and she starts to leave, saying that no need for long talk, and that someday he might ask for her help, but Mirong doesn't seem much interested and tells him that she was sick following him around anyways. Rasen replies that if she ever wants to reach him, she can find him at Maiton's west outer gate. Back to the present, Mirong tells how bored she was getting anyways. She quickly catches a rabbit for herself to eat, but lets him go upon seeing its expression. She looks up to the sky, wondering why the stars are shining so unusually bright today, and how long does she have to wait. Back to the present, Lydia confronts him as he previously stated that he is going to be on a pilgrimage for 2 years, and he replies that it doesn't have to be outside. But she expresses her discontent with it since he would just be mocked if he returns now, which is something she don't like. Rasen agrees but also realizes that all he has to do is not become a laughing stock, and when asked how by Lydia, he replies that soon a friend who would provide pretext for him will arrive. We see some guards fighting a monster. He is Helmet, who is being called a murdered by the guards. But with a big grin he simply replies that is not a murderer, but they are simply too weak. Suddenly, in the middle of speaking, he looks behind upon hearing some sound. It's an unknown person on a horse, wearing a long overcoat. The guards warns the person to run away, as the Helmet is a murderer who escaped from the Alcat prison. But the person tells the Helmet to move aside, who instead rushes forward to attack, and kills their horse in a single hit, prompting the guard to call him a cruel scoundrel. The person was able to dodge and stands on the roof, questioning Helmet. Why did he kill the innocent horse? And just as the Helmet is threatening to kill them, they jump on him and kick him right on the face, destroying him completely in a single hit, while warning to not shout so loudly at night. The guards are shocked to see him taken down in one hit, while the person removes the cloak from over their head. And it turns out to be Rosalind, who calls Rasen a jerk, questioning his reason for calling her out to meet in such a lousy town. Both of them greet each other, and when Rasen asks Rosalind, why didn't she knock, she tells him to skip the formalities since he already knew that it's her. He quickly compliments her that she has grown taller, causing her to blush slightly in surprise, and asks, why does he insist on returning to his family? And he replies that the world simply turned out to be more scarier than he imagined. His answer annoys her, causing her to think that he is messing around with her as if she is under him. She tells him about what Magner kept saying to her, that Rasen was far above her. He quickly agrees with that statement. Rosalind notes and quickly questions, why does she feel fighting spirit from him? And if he can wield mana and fighting spirit at the same time. Rasen notes that she is able to sense the fighting spirit in him and realizes that Magner used him as a bait to motivate Rosalind. She quickly gets serious and asks him to follow her to have a match. But he shuts her down with a question. Why should he? Much to her surprise, he continues that he needs something in return as well for this. But she simply insists that it's a good opportunity for both of them to test each other's growth. But Rasen clearly states that he is not interested in such things. Rosalind once again confirms, if he is not going to fight her then. Rasen asks if she wants to fight him, and she replies, of course she does. So, he offers to make a bet with her. If he wins, he wants her to take him to the Grandel's library. A bit later, we see both of them standing outside in the snow, ready for their match. Rasen also promised to grant her one wish if she were to win this match. She starts thinking on her head, noting that is a lot windy area here, being disadvantageous for a magician, and a fire-based mage can inflict harm on their opponent without being affected themselves. She also reminds him, when he wanted to test the intricacies of martial arts, he agrees, so she asks, tell her which one specifically he was talking about. Rasen answers, breakage, hearing which she decides to use that, and instantly rushes to his range. He notes that her body seems extremely light as she tries to kick him right on the face. And her attacks are incredibly heavy as well. He could tell she has gone through some incredible training. She tries to swipe on his legs, but he dodges, but she immediately follows up with another kick. The kick lands, and Rasen starts to utilize his intermediate magic combat technique, Strengthen. We see he is not damaged at all, leaving even Rosalind surprised, as she wonders, what was that? Her attack was supposed to reach the right side of his chin. Some time ago, Magner made a bet with Rosalind that he would grant everything she wishes if she is able to land a direct hit on Rasen, which he claims is not going to be happening, but she argues that she can take him down easily now. Back to the fight, she asks Rasen why didn't he counterattack when he could just now, and he replies, because it wasn't the best timing. This angers Rosalind, as it's making her feel embarrassed. And so, she starts to get much more serious. And with a single kick, generates enough shockwave, making Rasen feels as if he has been hit by a truck. She quickly charges up and rushes towards him to continue attack, and lands a flurry of punches, all of which were blocked by him, who notes that she has incredible stamina and each attack is filled with fighting spirit. And if it was him in her place, he would ran out of stamina already. But right now, he quickly plans to end things before the damage could accumulate, and easily catches and spins her around. And with a flaming fist right on her head, Rasen declares his win against her. Suddenly, someone comes out, clapping and declaring that Rasen indeed won. Just as he is wondering who is that person, Rosalind quickly calls her dad out, asking why did he follow her all the way here. Rasen gets nervous, knowing that Rosalind's dad would mean the head of the Grandel family, Velatutor Grandel. As such, he quickly greets him, but Velatutor replies that he don't need such formalities. But Rasen notes that he would have been in trouble if he hit Rosalind. Velatutor asks Rasen, why is the child of Maiden interested in Grandel's library? And he replies, it's because he still have much to learn about martial arts, and Velatutor notes that Rasen is not nervous, and he doesn't have any intention to lie either. So, Velatutor offers to write an official invitation for him to the Maiden family, making Rasen happy that things are going better than he planned. He also grants him access up to the second-class library. Rosalind is surprised to hear that, as even she haven't been up there yet. But Velatutor thinks that having him around Rosalind would be a good thing, and plans to treat him as an honored guest at the Grandel estate.